Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host. Do y'all mean a revolution? And what the hell is going on? Trump survives assassination attempt. Throws up the power to the people. Tell us to fight back. God damn it. Be sure to wipe your feet. You in the House of Revolution. That means hit the like button. Like, share, subscribe. Hey, we got to get right into this revolutionary salute, y'all. Y'all already know I had to come on live and bring y'all this news. I knew y'all wanted it. Y'all need to know what's going on. We've been calling it. We knew they was going to do this. We knew who done it. We knew they was going to play dirty. You know what I'm saying? Now, first of all, our condolences to the innocent person who lost their life at the Trump rally. One innocent bystander killed, y'all. Moment of silence. Okay, because they just came to see the president. And they just came to say, Jim Crow, you got to go, Trump 2024. And this assassin killed them, y'all. Yes, the assassin was bushwhacked, but we're going to get into what happened to Trump. But you know something I noticed? The CIA, they did not, the CIA, y'all was in on this, but the Secret Service, shame on y'all for letting the president get shot. Oh, inside job. Y'all, Secret Service don't work for Trump. Yeah, y'all know that? Y'all do know, even though they do have to protect him, they don't work for him. He's not in the White House. And we do have to understand that the shooter was killed. But when you see where the shooter was killed, then you're going to say Secret Service, y'all some dirty motherfuckers. The shooter was killed on an elevated roof of a little building. We're going to look at it. An elevated roof of a little shed or something. They got him. But how did he get up there when sniper's supposed to be scanning the perimeter at all times? How did the shooter get in perfect position to shoot at the president? You see what I'm saying? That's real. That's real talk. So they have killed the shooter, but let's just take a look at this because all it was an inch. He just was too far away. An inch more, he would have JFK Donald Trump, and that's exactly what he tried to do.
I want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
I don't know the video of the shooter yet. They haven't released that. I have seen the video. I think I'll be able to play it of him laying down. But they already showing the video. Trump got a big chunk of his ear is missing. I already seen the
okay, we are watching live at a rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, where former President Trump was speaking on the stage.
Missing.
There has been some kind of disturbance that clearly sets law enforcement and
that
Secret
adrenaline
Service
took him
into
through getting
motion.
that piece of his
Immediately
ear knocked
jumping around the former president in a protective mode.
See,
the crowd has been screaming.
But what they didn't turn him into a motherfucking legend.
You can hear some voices there saying, "Are we ready to go?
You can't kill somebody fighting
to
protect the babies, man. You can't kill somebody who's trying to make sure kids don't have to transition.
This does not look good.
You see?
I'm going to be honest
with you.
You
can't kill somebody trying to at least goddamn make sure we still have some type of spirituality going on and ain't sodomy anymore. You see this? That's going to live in infamy. That's forever right there. That man after, and see, at first, a lot of people did try to say this was fake. They didn't know what. But now the pictures is cut. The man got a piece of his ear knocked off. You can't fake a piece of his ear gone. Yeah, it's gone. And this adrenaline is carrying him through this right here. He in pain.
He is holding up his arm.
But it's the adrenaline carrying him through. You see what I'm saying?
He is pumping his fist, but clearly.
The Secret Service, they supposed to took him immediately off the motherfucking stage. Trump like, hell no, man. Let me let the people know. Legendary shit. Let me let the people know. Now, Secret Service already killed the shooter. The shooter is down. He gonna be on a little shed. But him being on that elevated position, that bring the Secret Service into it. How the fuck did he get up there? They supposed to be scanning the perimeter at all times, nigga. They let Trump get shot, nigga. All of these people not with him, nigga. And that's one thing Trump got to understand.
Clearly,
everybody
Secret
not
Service
with him. Some
wants
of us
to
will
get him out of this situation. He is attempting to stand and walk on his own. He has got his hand pumping in the air. His fist is pumping in the air, but quickly they are removing him from the stage.
But
this is happening very quickly. We are trying to ascertain what happened, but quickly we do know that immediately Secret Service was on him, jumping to protect him. Let's go to Alexis McAdams. She is there actually at the rally as President Trump is waving his fist.
That's for everybody who thought this shit was fake, nigga. Please, where the man ear at, man? Man got a piece of his ear down there hanging off. Nigga, you crazy? That shit was real. That shit was so real, you couldn't fake it. Yeah. Hey, what's so crazy about that is they was willing to let the whole world see that man get his head blown off, man. That's crazy. So, yeah, he not the only person. Yes, attendee is dead. Y'all not, yes, somebody is dead.
But just confirming, the Associated Press says that one of the rally attendees is among the dead. The shooter in this incident is also dead. So we have that confirmed through the Associated Press. The person who fired shots in an assassination attempt on former President Trump is dead, and sadly, an innocent person attending this peaceful rally has also been killed. Wow. Charles, I mean, there are no words that this would happen in our country anywhere, but particularly, God bless America.
That's a lie. In the news media, they done it. They should blame their goddamn self. You told you told everybody he was Hitler. You told crazy people democracy was on the line. You told black people they were going to get put back in chains. You told people in the political sphere they all get locked up, so maybe some family members think that people loved ones going to jail. I mean, you gave all kind of people a reason to do this. You see, and all they've been talking about ever since Joe Biden got his ass mopped up in that debate, they've been in hyperdrive. Then they even said the Supreme Court gave him the permission to kill political opponents. Oh, he's a dictator now. You see what I'm saying? They set the stage for this.
Is more than a song. It's.
Well,
we really
I'll tell you, we got to be so grateful that the former president is alive, that at this point in time, he seems to be okay. We need to be thankful for the amazing job of the first responders, Secret Service, law enforcement on the ground to shield him with their own bodies, protect him, and get him out of harm's way and to a hospital so he can immediately be seen. You know, this is an area that is
Joe Biden, disgusting punk, Kamala Harris, disgusting, scandalous young lady. We haven't heard from them. They supposed to came out and let us know. No, don't worry. We're going to protect the country. We're going to find out was it the Russians, the Chinese, whatever. Make up some lies, but let us know it's okay. Damn president, somebody trying to kill the president. They still ain't said nothing. Crickets. These people is crazy, bro. These people nuts. That's because they pissed off. They see he's still, oh shit, he survived. Oh man, like Machiavelli.
Controlled by the Secret Service. Everybody coming in to this rally goes through screening by the Secret Service Uniform Division, where they are searched for.
I'll put this video in here to make sure y'all heard this, because when I heard it, I said, oh shit, I'm definitely letting them hear this. Nobody come in without getting screened by the Secret Service. Nobody stands around without the Secret Service having an eye on you. Nobody breathes hard without the Secret Service. Now, you going to tell me the Secret Service ain't let this happen?
It is controlled by the Secret Service. Everybody coming in to this rally goes through screening by the Secret Service Uniform Division, where they are searched for hazardous items, including weapons. So the big question here is, did the shots, this being an outdoor venue, did the shots come from within that screened or clean area, or did it come from outside of this clean area? So that's something that the investigation is going to look at. The FBI, because this is an assassination attempt, the FBI will come in as the lead investigative agency. The Secret Service will work alongside the FBI to go over all of these details related to the shooting and how it occurred.
Let's actually replay the moment, and I want you, Charles, to just pay attention, because I'm going to ask you for a play-by-play right after this. Can we play this moment off the top, guys?
Okay, Joe just came out, huh?
I wanted to actually have the audio up, but it's okay. Right now, we see that shot. Now we can say it for what it is.
They bitch ass barely miss. They bitch ass barely miss. That's when he felt like, what the fuck? That's when they hit it. That's when they hit his ear. They barely missed. That's when they hit his watch. That's when they hit his ear. They tried to hit him right in the head.
Play this moment off the top, guys.
That's when he felt it. Like, what the fuck? That's when they hit his ear. That's when they hit his ear. They tried to hit him right in the goddamn head, but they're a little bit too far off. You see what I'm saying? They're a little bit too far off. That sniper rifle ain't just what everybody think. You see what I'm saying? But they tried to get him.
I wanted to actually have the audio up, but it's okay. Right now we see that shot. Now we can say it for what it is. That shot hit former President Trump. Okay?
Now, and then that's the disgusting part. Imagine them people was finna let us see that man head blown off. That was live on TV, bro. They were finna traumatize the world. They were finna let the whole world see President Trump get his head blown off in front of everybody, nigga. That's how crazy these people are.
Let's listen to the audio for just one moment.
If you want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
Now, why I wanted to hear the audio is because you hear a hail, Charles, of gunfire. You hear one round of multiple shots, then you hear a second round of multiple shots, and then right as I started talking here, you hear one single shot. Now, as you
do, so
go ahead, give us your insight.
Yeah, so look, first thing is you got to confirm the number of shooters, right? Was it 1, 2, or 3? It sounds to me like it was 1. And again, you see it coming from the right side. As soon as you see the former president grab his right ear, you hear the instruction coming from the Secret Service detail instructing him to drop to the ground as they're moving towards him. And then you see they're waiting. You see the response ultimately from the counter assault team.
That's a lie. Quit trying to take it for the Secret Service. See, they want to act like the Secret Service. See, this is the setup to come on TV and act like the Secret Service protected Trump and instructed him to get down. Bitch, please. Trump got hit in his ear. I go back and show you myself. Trump got hit in his ear, and then he decided to get down. Nigga, they didn't do shit for Trump, nigga. They didn't do nothing for that man, nigga. And that's why when he got up, he didn't listen to them, nigga. They kept saying, President Trump, let's get off the stage. You say, nigga, fuck
question
y'all,
here is, did the shots, this being anybody coming in to this and get him out of, we're not thankful for the amazing job of the first responders.
Is dead in this incident. One of the rally attendees. I didn't want to interrupt you, but just confirming the Associated Press says that one of the rally attendees is among.
All right, here we go.
Can we play this moment off the top, guys?
Now watch. No fucking Secret Service told him to get down.
I wanted to actually have the audio up, but it's okay. Right now we see that shot. Now we can say it for what it is. That shot. I wanted to actually have the audio up, but it's okay.
What?
Play this moment off the top, guys.
Bam.
I wanted to actually
he
have
get down
the
by
audio
himself.
up.
We don't see it. The Secret Service instructed him to get down. Stop lying. The Secret Service let him get shot, nigga.
It's okay. Right now we see that shot. Now we can say it for what it is. That shot hit former President Trump. Okay, and then
come on, man.
Let's listen to the audio for just one moment.
The Secret Service looked pathetic.
If you want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
Come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. If the dude with the rifle was that's one thing we do know. He ain't from the motherfucking military. That's what you do know. He ain't from the military, or Trump will be dead right now. That's what we do know. You see what I'm saying? But the dude took 3-4 shots. It was 4 or 5 shots went out before the Secret Service even got to Trump. And then look, 6 or then you hear more after he get down. It's pop, 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 pop.
Now, why I wanted to hear the audio is because you hear a hail, Charles, of gunfire. You hear one round of multiple shots, then you hear a second round of multiple shots, and then right as I started talking here, you hear one single shot.
For what they talking about?
Now, as you
do, so
go ahead, give us your insight.
Yeah, so look, first thing is you got to confirm the number of shooters, right? Was it 1, 2, or 3? It sounds to me like it was 1. And again, you see it coming from the right side. As soon as you see the former president grab his right ear, you hear the instruction coming from the Secret Service detail instructing him to drop to the ground as they're moving towards him. And then you see they're waiting. You see the response ultimately from the counter assault team, which is going to provide some much needed additional firepower. There they go, coming to the stage now. And they're going to help that shift, that inner security bubble permanently assigned to former President Trump, to move him off of the stage once they feel it's safe to do so. We don't hear any continuing gunfire. Ultimately, somebody makes the determination, let's get him off now. And of course, he immediately goes to the armored car and they move off of the scene. Any situation like this, and we learned this after the assassination attempt of President Reagan, immediately he's going to go to the hospital, which you've heard in reports is exactly what they did. If you recall, when former President Reagan was shot, he thought that his Secret Service detail leader, when he landed on him in the limo, broke a rib of his, and then he started coughing.
Good look, like right there, you get a good look. They hit him right there. They knocked a piece of his ear off. See, right there. Nah, yeah, they tried to kill a man, bro. They tried to kill him. Like what Kid Lamar say? You can't fake this violence, nigga. This real violence, nigga.
Well, then the Secret Service detail leader ultimately knew that it was much worse than just a broken rib,
like I told
and
y'all
they needed to go to the hospital.
Go to a big war.
He had been shot.
We waiting on that.
So my thought was, when I heard that first and then that second round of fire,
they can't stop.
And then now we know that the gunman is dead.
All right, let's get to some more information. Joe Biden is gonna start a big war, because nobody gonna want to take a president out of office if World War III going on.
Told by his campaign he is in a medical facility getting treatment for what just happened. Pamela Brown is with us here in the CNN newsroom. You're getting new information. What are you learning?
That's right. I just that he did confirm.
CNN come on here. They say shooter at Trump rally killed. Yeah, the shooter at Trump rally was killed. I seen the video where they showed the dude laying on like a little storage or something, a building. He elevated building. How he got up there without the Secret Service knowing is crazy, nigga. They supposed to be scamming the perimeter. Anyway, but CNN the whole day said incident at Trump rally. An incident happened. Trump rushed off stage. Never said shots was fired. Now it's undisputable. The man got people's ear missing, going around in there. People can see the shit. Now people, it's a person in the audience got killed. Then you have you got two dead bodies. Come on, man. Now they got to come out and start telling some motherfucking truth. But they put this shit together. They wanted this violence, nigga. They said the man was Hitler. They said the man was a threat to democracy. They said the man was finna put black people back in cages, nigga. They wanted this nigga, but they wanted him dead, and he survived.
Is dead, that this shooter is dead. A second spectator is in serious condition. Importantly, former President Trump is going to be okay. We know from the Trump campaign statement that he is going to be fine. The district attorney confirms that he is going to be okay. He was removed from the scene, as we know, from the U.S. Secret Service. Now, the district attorney did not know if the shooter died through a self-inflicted, wound or not. We also don't know more details about what kind of shooter this was. I think we need to be really careful until we find out more. I asked, did the shooter have a gun? Is that what you're saying? He said, I can't confirm that right now. I can't confirm anything about bullets or anything like that.
You see CNN? Y'all ass don't want to go to court. Y'all set that man up. All that bullshit y'all been talking. Now they trying to cover their ass. Did the shooter have a gun? If he's a shooter, ma'am, do you hear yourself? You just called him a shooter. If he's a shooter, he had a gun. What they don't want to say is assassination attempt on the president's life. Why? Because who the fuck been telling people the man need to die? He's Hitler. He's a dictator. These people.
That. So I think we need to be really careful till we get the actual confirmation of what kind of shooter this was. But the Butler District Attorney, Richard Goldinger, is confirming that one spectator is dead, a second spectator is in serious condition, and the shooter is dead. I asked him, how did this person, this shooter, that he did not have details about, by the way, get through security and have access to cause an injury to the former president there? And he said to me, look, that's the $1 million question right now. That is what we're all trying to figure out. And we know the U.S. Secret Service right now is leading this investigation. And that's a big question, because as we've heard, we just heard earlier Wackrow, Jonathan Wackrow, Wolf. The security is so tight at these campaign events. You have a former president there. Security is as tight as it gets. And how this happened is just a major question.
Yeah, they got to learn from this incident,
because
these campaigns are only just beginning, and the current president of the United States is about to go to a whole bunch of rallies as well. And there's got to be heightened security at all these events. There's a Republican convention in Milwaukee.
Wait a minute. You brought up Joe Biden? Oh, don't tell me y'all gonna whack Joe Biden and say it was a Trump supporter getting some get back. Is that how y'all plan on getting him out of office?
Democratic convention in Chicago a few weeks
later
in August. Already they had been planning, even before this incident, major security concerns. Various Department of Homeland Security officials, FBI officials, local law enforcement, U.S. military, and others have been engaged in worrying about what potentially could happen at these two conventions. And now, as a result of this,
they couldn't use one of their good hitters. They used somebody they've been trained. They gave them some of that Ukrainian training. I mean, you get 1 week training, and the bastard almost hit Trump in the head. He took a piece of ear off. For everybody to say it's fake, well, the man got a piece of his ear off, nigga. Fake that violence, but he damn sure tried to hit him right square in his motherfucking head.
Yes, I'm sure security.
That's why you see Trump. He hold his ear like, what the fuck? And then the rest of the bullets start coming. He dropped to the goddamn ground. Nigga, they trying to kill him.
Expanded even more so.
No, absolutely. I mean, you can imagine security was already going to be tight at the Republican National Convention, the Democratic one. Now dead. And you have another spectator who is in serious condition. This is historic. This is a huge deal, and this is going to be the top focus for the Secret Service to figure out what happened. I'm in touch with the Butler County District Attorney, who, by the way, says he can make it on the show in a little bit. So we look forward to hearing directly from him.
We'd like to speak to him if you can make sure he calls in, if it's even on phone or video. We'd like to get his thoughts and let our viewers know exactly what he knows. It's interesting that they're calling this a suspected gunman, a shooter. So clearly there were shots fired.
Man, that's a terrorist.
The former president of the United States. That's why you could see him raising his hand and blood coming out of the side of his face.
Yeah, legendary
We're watching
picture.
all of this unfold.
Legendary picture. Joe Biden could barely walk, barely talk. Damn sure can't lift his hand up in no defiant raw after getting popped at, after getting drilled. Joe Biden damn sure can't get this and say all eyes on me like Tupac. Hell no.
Excellent reporting. Thank you very much.
Jealous.
Joining us on the phone right now is Kip Tom. He was at the event in Butler, Pennsylvania. He was actually about 40 feet or so away from the former president. Kip, give us your eyewitness account. What can you tell us?
Y'all knew this was going to happen, man. Y'all just need to use y'all sense, bro. Y'all knew this was going to happen. Just snap out of it. I keep telling y'all, you living in the times that our ancestors lived in. When world-shaking events happen, what do they keep telling you? You in the most dangerous time it's been in anybody's lifetime. You're in it right now. Right now, you just witnessed them try to assassinate the president. So some people rationalize and say that's not real. That can't be real. They're trying to convince themselves they're in a good position. But I'm telling you, you're not. I'm telling you, they just try to kill Trump. The next thing they're gonna do is they're gonna start the big war, bro, to say they got themselves. Man, they don't give a fuck about us.
Yes, as you said, I was about 40 foot away to the right of.
I'm just glad it wasn't some dumb house nigga who tried to
saw the gun smoke and I heard the fire immediately, but it was coming from the stands to the left of President Trump, towards the top, because you could see the gun smoke. About that time is when President Trump went down. It seemed like there was maybe 6 or 7 shots, a little bit of a pause, and a person behind me about 15 feet was hit. I'm not so sure he isn't the one that was killed. But then I thought I heard there's a little bit of a pause, and then I thought there was gunshots that came from behind me at the same elevation as across. Now, it could have been just echoing.
You see what that man said? Gunshots come behind him. It could have been another shooter. They didn't make sure who killed the other bystander. Trump could have got caught up in crossfire. Could have been a couple of shooters in different places. You see what I'm saying? That's real talk, man. We're not finna fall for the old banana in the tailpipe.
Across the area where we were all sitting, but the reality is it really seemed like there was possibly a second shooter.
Yeah, it was.
A second shooter, is that what you suspected? Because we haven't gotten any word of that yet.
Yeah, I know that, but I'm just saying, at first I saw the gun smoke coming from across. I knew right away what to look for, and I saw it over there. and then there was a big cloud of dust that appeared, and then the shots stopped, but then additional gunfire occurred, and I thought it was coming from behind me, and people around me were turning around and
Democratic
looking
Al
up
Qaeda did
and
this,
behind us, which had been stage right of President Trump.
Because the additional gunfire earlier, we had been told, probably came from law enforcement, either the Secret Service or local law enforcement who were shooting the suspected gunman in this particular case. And now we're told by the Butler County District Attorney Richard Goldinger that the suspected gunman is dead. Another person at the rally is dead, and a second spectator is described as being in serious condition right now. You must have been so scared out of your mind as all of this was unfolding, Kip. Give us your sense.
You know, I've been trained a long time ago to stay calm, and I actually continue to stand up and look for where the gunfire was coming from, and of course was watching over one to see how Trump was reacting and make sure that he recovered and they got him off stage. But the whole audience, I don't think no one knew how to react at the time. It was a big surprise. Some people probably thought it was fireworks to start with. But as people exited, you heard all kinds of talk about, was it just fireworks, or was someone shot, or just, you know,
they didn't believe when Kennedy was getting whacked. They didn't believe when Dr. King was getting whacked, Malcolm was getting whacked,
Robert Kennedy was getting whacked. From the former president of the United States. To get into that rally, did you have to go through metal magnetometers?
Yes, everybody went through metal magnetometers that I understood. You know, they probably had a rack of, I don't know, maybe 8 or 10 of them running.
So everybody who walked in and got even relatively close to the former president went through metal detectors. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well,
I'm
we don't know
assuming
how...
that was the goal. You know, I can't verify that everybody went through, but they were set up to screen everybody.
And do you know how far away the suspected shooter was from the president?
I would have said if you would have went off to the side there, you're talking 40, probably 100 foot away, 120 foot away, maybe.
And you think people that far away went through metal detectors too?
Yes. Yeah. I mean, they were sitting in the stages to the right and to the left. And then there was, of course, people in behind President Trump sitting behind him as well.
Yeah, so that's encouraging that at least security was tight. We don't know how this suspected shooter got as close as he apparently did to the former president of the United States and fired shots at the former president and in the process killed somebody who was just there. And then this shooter is now dead as well. We heard the Secret Service agents shouting out, "Shooter down, shooter is down, shooter is down." So we suspected that shooter had been shot by local law enforcement or Secret Service or the FBI or the military, all of whom protect a former president of the United States just as they protect a sitting president of the United States. Any other points you want to make, Kip, before I let you go?
No, I mean, it was after...
The CIA told Trump they know how to screw over him 100 different ways. They told him that when he first came off, they know how to mess over him 100 different ways. Chuck Schumer, the small hat Khazarian guy, the Democratic senator from New York, told Trump that. He said it several times, that you don't play with the intelligence services. When they said 50 American intelligence services said that the laptop had all the hallmarks of Russian disinformation, all that BS, and Trump came out and said that they was lying and they had besmirched their positions, and they were like, "Whoa, you don't disrespect the U.S. intelligence services." Come on, man. These people, this easily worked for them.
Just a number of the shots came off that you could tell there was a different caliber gun shot. So, you know, there was a lot going on there, but I'm saying it was after 5, 6, 7 shots, I heard a different caliber gun being fired. So, I assume that's the Secret Service with their guns. They had him identified and was shooting at him.
Yeah, well,
Obama didn't even get shot. I want you to think about that, bro. That's how I know that the Secret Service set the shit up. Obama didn't even get shot. He had more motherfucking threats than any president put together. More white supremacists want to hang his ass than anybody. They for sure want to kill Obama, not play. They want him dead. Secret Service protected his ass. Wasn't playing no games, nigga, because they did their job. They was told to protect him, and you couldn't get close, they'll fuck you up. But Trump, all of a sudden, though, All of a sudden, somebody could sit on top of a building and hit him in the motherfucking head, hit him in his ear, knock a piece of his ear off. Come on now.
Okay, this could have been, God forbid, even a whole lot worse than it already has been reported. Kip Tom, thank you very much for calling in. We appreciate it very much. John Miller is still with us, our chief law enforcement and intelligence analyst. Do you want to give us, John, your analysis of what we just heard from this eyewitness?
Sure. And I think what Ambassador Tom is experiencing is what we call the fog of war, which is having been there as the eyewitness and remembering it the way he remembers it. But as we have shown this video a number of times,
when they get people like that, that's there to get on camera and plant fake stories and mislead people. You know, and like they were saying about the Secret Service early on another news station, and the Secret Service, they told him, get down, Mr. President. And they made sure, they didn't say none of that shit. He got down on his own, got up on, they helped him up, but he refused to move. Come on, man. That man knew they set him up. Trump knew that, man. He played it cool. He knew he was, I guarantee you Trump know he was set up, man. He know goddamn well, man, they put him in that kill zone, man.
2, 3 rapid shots.
Like Ronald Reagan.
Before the president goes down. And when I say goes down, his agents are yelling down. He grabs his ear and he puts himself down on the ground, and then they go around him. But what you hear immediately.
You hear that? The agents are yelling down, down. Then he put himself down, Revolutionary Salute family. The agents, I'm glad they said that. That's evidence in court. The agents are yelling down. Get your scary ass up and go get the president down. Any agent who yelled down need to be fired immediately. Hotel. Any agent who yelled, get down, Mr. President, get your scary ass off the motherfucking force. Coward. What the hell you mean? Get down, get down. You're supposed to be diving on the president. That's what we see in the movies. Come on, man. It ain't, man. Come on, man. They bet you them bitches didn't move until they knew there wasn't no more danger, man. That's crazy, man. See,
after that, if you hear multiple shots, and that is law enforcement returning fire against the shooter. Now, the question that keeps coming up, and we can get enlightenment on this from Jonathan Wackrow, is
they're gonna show this to make they're gonna show this to make the Secret Service look heroic. The killer, they already killed the man, so they know no more shots are getting fired. You see what I'm saying? Trump had already been hit. You see the blood on his face. He'd already been hitting his goddamn ear, part of his ear. It already got took off. Secret Service let all them shots get fired at that man, then didn't do nothing. They killed the dude after he hit the president.
How does a shooter get into a rally or close enough to shoot a presidential candidate? Their magnetometers and they're checking everybody coming in. What we are being told by my law enforcement sources now is that the shooter was concealed outside the perimeter of this event, this fenced-in event, that he made his way to a low rooftop of a single-story building. And when you look at this area, you see that it's a giant field surrounded by these low buildings. They're like one-story buildings, possibly stables, that he made his way to the rooftop, that he fired a couple of shots, and that the counter sniper teams in place, likely for just this purpose, probably returned that fire. Because
not probably, they did. But this is the problem I have. The sniper team that he talking about, that when they show a wide shot, nigga, they shooting now, scanning the area. They supposed to be scanning the area the entire time. Nobody supposed to be able to get on no building and fire at the fucking president. That's nonsense, bro. I don't give a damn if they is outside the perimeter. The sniper team is looking outside the perimeter. That's crazy. They think we stupid, man. We're not going for that. This 2024, man. Not the 60s when y'all hit JFK. 2024. Hell no, the man not supposed to be able to lay on no building and shoot at Donald Trump, man. And then all of a sudden the snipers know exactly where he is. He's over there. And then they kill him. Set up.
That's where you hear that 6 or 7 shots of a different caliber in rapid succession and then total quiet. So that will, at least we are told by law enforcement, and that will be the beginning of this entire second chapter, which is, who is he? Where is he from? What do we learn from the background investigation, talking to his friends, his family, digging into his social media, the search warrant that's going to be being drawn up right now as we speak to hit his house or whatever house he's staying in, to seize phones, computers, documents, and so on, because they're going to need to know, is this a lone individual who did this completely on their own? Is this person part of a known group, either one that exists in life or exists online? Are there others in this group? We are at the very, very early stages. But I think one of the things that Jonathan Wackrow could help us with is, at these events, there's the counter assault team. They're ready to engage anybody that comes forward as a threat, especially an armed threat. But there are also the counter sniper teams. Now, this is a very challenging environment. You've got this field, this wide open field. You have the president at former president at one of his rallies. And there's no high ground around it, except for these low rooftop buildings. And I'm being told by sources that the shooter had climbed up onto one of these single-story rooftops and used that to shoot over the fence into the event. He wasn't inside the event. So, Wolf, that is how the information is shaping up now. I'm going to preface this saying, of course, this information is early. It will evolve and possibly change, but that's the facts that law enforcement is working on right this minute.
News that's it's happening right now as we're talking here. President Donald Trump, former President Trump, current campaign President Trump, has apparently been the target of an assassination attempt at a speech he was given in Pennsylvania, not far from here, actually in Washington, D.C., not long ago, about an hour ago. He was on the stage. He was giving his speech. Apparently, he had just barely started, about 6 minutes in, when all of a sudden a number of shots rang out, and the president reached his hand up, and apparently you could see him twitch that apparently he had been hit. I'm going to show you a little bit of the video we have right now. I just want to point out, this is breaking news. There is so much chaos, not a lot of information. We don't have a lot of the facts, but I'm going to tell you what we know right now.
Revolutionary salute to our brother Randy for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life. I appreciate the love, family. Salute.
Also going to talk about some of the ramifications and the potential for what this could mean. But this is so dynamic of a situation. I'm going to continue to be looking at the monitor here, and if I get any additional.
My family's toolbox evolution, what you say? Thank you, my brother. Main news stop. Yeah, I got some news y'all can use. I told y'all this was going to happen, but the main thing I want y'all to understand this is, okay, we checked this off our list. We said this was going to happen. I don't give a damn what nobody believes. We said this, and y'all know I've been saying this because I knew they had to stop Trump some type of way. Now that they didn't got this off the way, now you know what's next, y'all, the big war. We don't want to face it, but we got to be ready to embrace this, man. They finna take us to a big war, all to stay in power.
Additional information or facts that we can bring you, we're going to do that to you. We're going to, but let's first of all, let's go to what happened. If you hadn't seen it, here's what happened.
That chart's a couple of months old, and if you want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened.
Obama still got pool, I see.
Hold, when you're ready, on you. Ready? Move! Up, move! Go!
So here's what we know at this hour. What sounds like shots rang out. The former president grabbed his ear, and as he fell, was immediately surrounded by security behind the podium.
Here's what I can tell you from my vantage point, because I was standing right here as Trump first came onto the stage. He was just a few minutes into his speech at this rally. I was in front of a camera, and I was walking off of the press risers here down below to the ground level where all of the general attendants are, as we heard what sounded like gunshots ring out. My producer and I ran to take cover, as did several of the people that are in attendance here. Most people.
And the situation continues to develop right there. Here's what we know so far, is that the shots were fired. President Trump appears to have been grazed in the ear. Some of the different angles I've seen made it look like, and you can see at the first of that video, it looks like he turns his head at the last second or just before this happens, and we don't know, who was the shooter. We don't know how far away they were. We don't know any of that kind of stuff yet. But it looks like that just barely, by the grace of God, was he not taken out. I mean, you can see. I'm actually going to show the first part of that clip one more time, and just notice.
I think I found a video where they showing where the shooter was shooting from. When I need to, because I keep telling y'all what I see. Y'all need to see it for yourself. Because once y'all see this for yourself, then y'all will understand they set him up.
A profound failure of enormous magnitude in securing this event. When you're on the rafters inside this rally.
Killed the former.
Now just look, y'all. Now just look. Now, how stupid do they think that we are? Yeah, that is the shooter up there dead. He's on, like I told y'all, he was going to be on like a little shed building type thing, right? So they're telling us that the shooter got on top of this building right here and pointed his rifle towards the president and fired off shots. Come on, y'all. Come on. I'm telling you that advanced sniper team that stays with the president, the Secret Service advanced sniper team, they're supposed to see anybody getting on. They're not supposed to let nobody get on no buildings while the president is talking. Definitely not with a rifle in their goddamn hand. Come on now. This is crazy. This is how I know the Secret Service ass need to be investigated, because they were in charge of the perimeter. They were in charge of making sure no threats. It's not only to the president, but to regular civilians. This could have been Al-Qaeda. This could have been Hezbollah. This could have been Hamas. And this is what they let happen? Come on now.
Former president posted about his own injuries on social media. He said he wanted to extend his condolences to the family of the person at the rally who was killed, and also to the family of another person that was badly injured. We actually heard from Secret Service that it was two people, or more than one person, who have been critically injured. And we will try to track their recovery as we report out this story. It is still in the early moments. And I want to get to Scott McFarland, our CBS.
I told everybody, come on, man. Come on, you. What Kendrick Lamar say? You can't fake this violence. Man, got a piece of his goddamn ear knocked off. This for everybody who thought, oh, this Hollywood, this fake. Whatever. Tell it to the man who got a piece of his damn ear knocked off, man. I know it just shocked y'all Trump that survived the assassination attempt on his motherfucking life. I know some of y'all like, oh, no, this type of shit ain't real. Yeah, because your ass know you in a world of shit now. You ain't as safe as you thought you was. You ain't in Kansas no more, Dorothy.
CBS reporter who was on the ground covering the rally for CBS News. Scott, when really the unimaginable happened, given how high security procedures are at a rally.
Shame on all of these news stations like CBS News, who said the man was Hitler, said the man was a dictator, said the man wanted to throw everybody in prison, lock up his political enemies, put black people back in chains. He wanted to rule. He wanted to rule forever like some type of Roman emperor. All the lies that they was telling us, setting the stage for this, setting the stage for somebody. Please take some shots at this goddamn man. Now they're gonna come back on here and just act like, what is going on here? I mean, where did this come from? Who could have ever guessed somebody would try to kill Trump? Man, please.
Like this.
The profound failure of enormous magnitude in securing this event. When you're on
this
the
was no
rafters
failure. This was a success
inside this rally site,
bastards.
you can see a car dealership. You can
They
see
didn't
office
kill him.
buildings in the distance. They're in your
They didn't
line
kill
of
him, though.
sight. But for everybody who came in, the thousands of people
Look
who
at
were
that.
here today,
Come
you had
on,
to go
man.
through a magnitude.
They wanted him leaving out like JFK. The man was 1 inch away. The man 1 inch away from being JFK. If they didn't send their best shooter. Nah, they didn't train that. They probably trained that man for about a week or two on a ranch somewhere. Just like you see in the movie. That's real talk. They probably trained for about a week or two on a ranch somewhere, man. And he almost did it. You knocked out a piece of his ear, but you missed his head.
Magnetometer. You had to get wanded. Your bag had to be searched. They opened the zippers. They checked everything. They looked at your water bottles. Everybody who went through those magnetometers was screened. Yet something like this happened in America at an event secured by the U.S. Secret Service. I can tell you from being here, being in the middle of it, gunshots.
Deep state. Deep state. The deep state said they was going to do this to Trump. They said they'd teach him a lesson. And you better believe your ass behind closed doors, they toast him. Why? Because they know they shook him up. He put on a brave face, but behind closed doors, I know that man shook. He know he not supposed to be here. Well, he supposed to be here because the Most High said so. But he know that could have been it for him. He never thought this was going to happen. That's why if he got hit, he pumped his fist. That's all adrenaline, nigga. That's all adrenaline carrying him through that. Right now, he know they set him up, man. Sitting duck out there, man. He cannot trust the Secret Service.
Don't sound like they do in the movies.
And that's going to be hard to do if he's going to be the president.
These. We all conflated them initially for firecrackers. Some of us are kicking ourselves for taking so long to duck for cover. And you get a sense now from all of the shootings across America, all the tragedies, why there is a fog of war during them. It's so disorienting. It's so disabling. You lose your senses. I can't tell you how many there were. I lost count because there was a fog of war going on. A lot of us jumped beneath the nearest thing we could find, chairs. We were beneath the press rafters. Things were hitting us in the head. People were running into each other. There was this collision of humanity. But I also can tell you that among those in the crowd who were last to leave, they were in a holding pattern here for hours. They just now have been freed to go. Overhead, there are still helicopters circling. I saw ambulances arrive minutes after the former president was taken away, which gave us an indication there were more medical needs on site. We also saw a different helicopter, potentially a medevac.
Come on, man. Blood streaming down the man's face, down his cheek. They try to hit the man, bro. He survived.
Land twice within minutes of the former president leaving. This is an absolute horror and trauma for those who lived through it, the thousands of supporters of the former president. And I'll tell you something else. Some in the crowd turned on us, heckled us, made gestures at us, approached the police line or the barricade they had near the media rafters. There were some, though, also, Margaret, who were heckling us earlier in the day, as often happens at these events. A couple of them came up to exchange good words when this was all over, to check out how we were doing. This is a mutual trauma for everybody involved.
No doubt, Scott, and I know you're still digesting and processing what you just lived through, and we are very glad that you are safe, along with our two other reporters, Jake Rosen and Olivia Rinaldi, and the rest of the CBS team. Bob Costa is here still on set with me, and Bob, you've been reading to us the details.
All of these reporters was there to see the president get murdered. They need to be investigated. Why? Because they do not cover Trump rallies, nigga. They don't put them on TV. You got to watch Fox. That's how I broke the coverage. I was watching somebody else live and was able to break that story. These stations do not cover Trump motherfucking campaign news. Why the hell they got reporters there, bro? These people know what the hell they was there to really to cover, and they pissed off they didn't get the big JFK type motherfucking event.
Details from the former president's statement describing his injuries. What more do we know?
Well, we know that in former President Trump's inner circle tonight, there is shock and there is also growing outrage, including from those who are potentially going to be named in the coming days to be former President Trump's running mate. A United States Senator, J.D. Vance, 39 years old, from Ohio, a Republican who is seen as one of the final candidates, a front runner to be named as Trump's running mate, said that, quote, the central premise of the Biden campaign is that former President Trump is an authoritarian fascist who must be stopped at all costs. That rhetoric led directly to President Trump's attempted assassination.
That's a fact.
I share that, Margaret, with you because this is someone who might be named in the coming days as Trump's running mate. He's a very influential United States senator. And so we're seeing tonight on a personal level, I texted with Donald Trump Jr. They're speaking with their father. He's issuing a statement on Truth Social about how he felt bullets around him. He had blood on his face. He was whisked off stage. This comes also before the Republican National Convention. That's not going to be canceled. There's no sign tonight from our reporting in Milwaukee on the ground that that's going to stop in any way. They're going to expand the perimeter, but you're seeing so many Republicans tonight. And you also see, just again, former President Trump is fine based on our conversations with his closest advisors and families. And I want to just read a part of his statement from 8:42 tonight on Truth Social. He said, "Nothing is known at this time about the shooter, who is now dead. I was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear. I knew immediately that something was wrong and that I heard a whizzing sound, shots, and immediately felt the bullet ripping through the skin. Much bleeding took place, so I realized then what was happening." He closes with "God bless America." And we saw him raise his hand in the air defiantly, blood on his face as he left the stage.
He is recovering from these injuries now. This was a traumatic event, no doubt, for him. But I did notice there was no call for lowering the temperature, condemning all political violence, and really trying to signal to his supporters as well not to retaliate or to have any kind of escalation here. I just am looking at these statements.
There's a belief in his inner circle that he's under siege.
I understand.
Being attacked at his rally. And so there's a lot of every text message I'm getting.
Exactly, digest it like you're saying.
I mean, every single text message, literally every single one from Trump sources is outraged and shocked. And so that is certainly the mood inside the highest ranks of the Republican Party, speaking to CBS News tonight. You did see President Biden come out to Rehoboth, Delaware, and call the moment sick.
And we want to play that actually right now, Bob. Let's listen to the president.
I've been thoroughly briefed by all the agencies in the federal government as to the situation, based on what we know now. I have tried to get a hold of Donald. He's with his doctors. Apparently he's doing well. I plan on talking to them shortly, I hope, when I get back to the telephone. Look, there's no place in America for this kind of violence. It's sick. It's sick. It's one of the reasons why we have to unite this country. We cannot allow for this to be happening.
Look at this
guy. Cannot be like this. We cannot condone this. And so,
this nigga just said Trump is a dictator. This nigga said Trump was Hitler. He said Trump wants to put black people back in the fields. He gonna put y'all back in chains. This Trump wanted to take away Medicare. He wanted to take insulin away from old ladies. Trump wanted to take away books from the kids. There's anything you can name. This nigga said that shit to hype up the book. Now he said there's no place in America for that. What? Nigga, you started this and you sent your hitters, but you failed, nigga.
Thank the Secret Service and all the agencies, including the state agencies that have been engaged in making sure that the people who, and we have more detail to come relative to other people maybe injured in the audience. I don't have all that detail. We'll make that available to you.
Your shooters killed somebody.
Come back a little later tonight, but we'll put out a statement if I'm not able to give, if it's not convenient for you all.
That was a statement, as you see there, from President Biden calling for calm, saying he reached out to Donald Trump himself, hopes to reach him sometime this evening to check on his competitors' well-being. We want to bring in CBS News senior White House and political correspondent Ed O'Keefe, who follows the Biden campaign very closely, but is also on the political trail right now. He's out in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Ed, what do you know at this hour?
News, y'all.
The president remains at his home in Rehoboth Beach, Delaware, Margaret, but the protective press pool that tracks his movements and travels with him for incidents just like what unfolded today, or the possibility of them, has not yet been cleared for the night, which means we could hear again from the president. There could be a decision made to move him back to Washington tonight. We await word on that from those traveling with him in Delaware. But in that statement, condemning the violence, calling it sick, saying it's one of the reasons we have to unite, and the fact that he said from the beginning of that statement that he's trying to speak with Trump tonight was a signal not only to Americans, but to the world that at least American political leaders are trying to get in touch and unite tonight
Biden can't
in the
believe he
aftermath
alive.
of this violence. A few other things to convey here to remind people. We are in Milwaukee ahead of the Republican convention. It is set to begin on Monday with the formal nomination of Trump and his running mate, who we still don't know who that person is. It's supposed to happen Monday afternoon. There are events beginning tomorrow. This is classified already, has been for years, as a top national security event on par with inaugurations, the Super Bowl, the Democratic National Convention, and other big, large events. So there are thousands of federal, state, and local law enforcement here in this city deployed across Wisconsin. As we were flying in this afternoon, there were about a dozen or so law enforcement officers. We never quite determined for which agency, but they were flying in here as a group to deploy in assistance to the Milwaukee Police Department. In the airport, we found dozens of others.
Can't be coming outside like that no
Some
more.
appear to be from Texas, for example. There are about a dozen cities across the country who've deployed
Obama, Biden, all the niggas
personnel here to help. That's standard. It's happened. There may be more in the coming days, but for now, they've been part of planning for years. We saw them riding around on bicycles earlier today.
Nigga, they got so much power, nigga, they made the Secret Service stand down, nigga. I don't give a fuck what nobody say. You can watch that video over and over and over. Secret Service ain't do shit. Trump noticed he got hit. He dropped to the ground. Now, even these news people telling you they was yelling, get down, get down. Why the fuck are you telling him get down, get your bitch ass over there and jump on him like y'all supposed to do in the movies? All bullshit, bro. That man saved his goddamn self. They killed the shooter, but yeah, after the shooter failed to assassinate the president, nigga.
Getting the lay of the land, trying to sort out their bearings, and of course, all of them under the leadership of the U.S. Secret Service, which is responsible for these kinds of events. So we await word tonight, Margaret, on whether or not we'll hear again from the president.
Joe Biden failed miserably in the debate, can barely talk. He tried to have a big boy press conference yesterday, failed, called Zelensky Putin, called Kamala Harris Trump. Come on, man. This man, he failed miserably. All the Democrats was coming out telling him to step down. Senators. His campaign, the financiers were saying, we pulling out. We're not giving this man one more dime. So what they do? They tried to go for the big one to take out his motherfucking political opponent, man. This is disgusting, man. They tried.
And in what form? And we should also add,
on live TV,
in a sign of one attempt at least to address the heated rhetoric of the moment, the Biden campaign has decided to immediately begin postponing television and digital communication across the country on television, in your social media stream. It may take a few hours or days for it to all filter out. But as of now, the Biden campaign isn't spending any money reaching voters on the air, online, through text messaging. Officials here at CBS confirmed that they've received the messages, as would be standard, telling them to please cease that advertising. And so that is what will happen, unclear for how long, but a sign of at least the Biden campaign's effort to address this and take down the temperature.
Okay. You can hear Edo
nah,
Keith
hell no. You see what they doing? They trying to take down the evidence, nigga. Oh, we're going to tone down the temperature. What? So y'all don't want to run them ads no more? Y'all calling that man Hitler, saying he's a dictator, saying he got to be stopped. Democracy's on the line. We got to stop Donald Trump. Oh, y'all don't want to play that no more, huh? Y'all don't want to play that no more? They say that's called taking down the temperature. No, bitch, that's called hiding the evidence. Y'all put the hit on the man through all these ads 24/7. Now they want to hide it.
In Milwaukee, Wisconsin, ahead of the RNC getting underway, the Defense Secretary of the United States of America, Lloyd Austin, has also issued a statement condemning the violence, which has absolutely no place in our democracy. This is not the way we resolve our differences in America, and it must never be. He says he's removed.
We didn't used to lock our political opponents up neither. Joe Biden did that. No, we're not supposed to be putting hits on our political opponents. Somebody just did that. Huh? Somebody just did that. Barack Obama better be very careful, nigga, before they blame it on his ass.
Reports indicate former President Trump is safe and he is in his prayers. I want to go to Samantha Vinograd, who is here on set with us, former Homeland Security official. Sam, you and I have been talking frequently about the concern about political violence, domestic violent extremism, and outside actors. In these very early hours, what is your analysis of what is happening and what are you hearing?
Well, my analysis is that the
Protection Mission... These people cold, boy. I mean, I'm still shocked about the propaganda y'all listening to. You see, they can't say right-wing violence because Trump got shot, but they be damned if they call it left-wing violence. They be damned if they call it democratic violence. So they just call it political violence. That's the best they're going to do for you. You say, no. But your guy just shot my guy. Well, no. We don't know who shot who. We don't even know. Remember on news, they were saying they don't even know if the shooter had a gun. They said that. We don't know if the shooter had a gun. Man, fuck all that. We know the goddamn shooter got a gun. He's a shooter. But now they want to say political violence. You mean left-wing, extremist, radical, terrorist violence, ma'am?
For the former president failed. The protection mission is typically based on intelligence and based on operational steps to ensure the protectee is safe. The problem is, Margaret, that the intelligence and law enforcement community has been warning for months, if not years, about the threat of what we call lone actors or small groups of individuals.
Bullshit.
Basically, individuals who are mobilized and radicalized by themselves who really present an intelligence challenge to identify, detect, and mitigate. And that may very well be what we saw play out today.
Now, y'all still want to say they didn't put the hit on Trump? Look at this lady who on here trying to tell you why it was a lone wolf. We've been trying to tell y'all for years about these radical lone wolf man, lady, get out of here, man. Don't tell us about a lone wolf who the Secret Service let get on a building and point a rifle at the president. Was he wearing an invisible cloak? Huh? What do you mean he's a lone wolf? No, this is a conspiracy. He had help from the inside, ma'am. You better tell us somebody on one of them Secret Service people set Trump up. You better give us at least one person that would say, oh, okay, it ain't a bigger conspiracy. Because we know no lone wolf was able to get on no roof and point no gun. If you think that's possible, you try. If you think you could just shoot the president, why the fuck you think Barack Obama's still alive, bro? Because you can't just, these racist bastards would have killed Barack a long time ago if they could sit outside the perimeter, fire a gun at Barack and kill him. You point a gun at a president and a sniper rifle gonna be pointing right back at your ass, shoot you through your scope you looking at them with. Only way you can do this if they with you.
An actor, perhaps a small group of individuals targeting the president. And in this case, it is clear intelligence did not pick up on that threat.
Well, and the reporting so far is that the threat was neutralized, which would suggest that there isn't necessarily a reason for broader security concerns directly related to this. Is that right?
It is, but as a former operator, I'll say that at the moment, what's happening is really two concurrent investigations. One is an investigation into the perpetrator, whether he did act alone, and whether any other individuals could be inspired by his actions to copy what he did. So there's that piece of it.
Oh, shit. I was looking for that threat. You see? Now they're going to say, this inspired until the job is done. Trump is in trouble because this inspired someone to really get the job done. Oh man, these people are psychopaths.
There's an investigation to the security failures that resulted in this incident. And then the biggest threat that officials are telling me tonight is in the form of retaliatory violence.
Sam, you're taking me to exactly what I've been underscoring.
Now, this retaliatory violence, that's what scares me more than anything. Why? Because when they say somebody gonna retaliate for what happened to Trump, they mean Joe Biden might get shot by MAGA. You see where they're going with this? They don't want Joe Biden. See, they killed two birds with one stone here. They don't want Joe Biden in office. So if they can blame it on MAGA, woo, they love that. If they can blame somebody in Trump camp whacking the president, nigga, they'll forget about what happened to Trump if Joe Biden get whacked. And you better believe if something happened to Joe Biden, whoever the Democrats put in power, absolutely gonna win, nigga. Absolutely. Boy, they're gonna red, white, and blue. This pledge allegiance to the flag to death, man. This is very dangerous what these people talking about. Retaliation. I haven't heard nobody talk about retaliation except the news. This is crazy.
Equally very concerning in the rhetoric we are seeing at this hour already. We are seeing some Republican lawmakers come out with statements directly drawing a line between the shooter, whose name we do not know. We do not know if he's a lone actor or was somebody else, but drawing some connection.
Why not? I done seen a black dude, and I done seen a black dude do some shit. They put your name on the news, your face. They already know what school you went to. They know your ass went to juvenile hall. I mean, goddamn, that shit just happened 5 minutes ago. How the hell you know all that? This happened 2 hours ago. They don't know nothing. They have no idea what. No, man. See, lady, come on, man. Give us a break.
To the government. We have nothing to base that on at this hour.
At this hour, leading officials within the U.S. government still don't know what transpired. And it is frankly unpatriotic at this moment to be stoking the flames when we know that we are sitting on a cauldron of tensions. We know that tensions were already high before.
Yeah, tensions were already high. But why the hell y'all call that man a dictator? Why y'all call that man Hitler and tensions were high? Why y'all told us he was Hitler? Why y'all trying to tell black people he was Hitler and he was going to put us in chains? What y'all trying to do? What y'all trying to do? He going to take away women's abortion rights. What are you trying to do to the women who want abortion? What did you try to get them to do? Ma'am? Huh? Come on. Now that they side done fire some shots, you see what I'm saying? Now, hold on. Tensions are high now. We need to take the tone down a little bit. Y'all wasn't saying that when y'all just said the Supreme Court said the man was a king of all kings. Fuck no. You tried to piss the people off because they were setting up this play, you see? Now you see where they was going to whack the man, but he survived.
This incident and the counterterrorism officials and Homeland Security officials that I've spoken to in the last few hours are deeply concerned that this event will be used as a rallying cry to launch attacks against individuals associated with the Biden campaign and lead to broader domestic distress. So right now, the goals are to investigate the incident, both the perpetrator and the...
Biden, step down, bro. Biden, listen, I don't even fuck with you, Biden. I ain't even gonna call you Jim Crow, man, because I feel for your life right now, bro. Step down, bro. The woman just said, nigga, it's going to be some retaliation inside your camp. And she didn't even smile. Like, she got some inside information. Y'all getting busted real soon. And they already got the people who going to do it. You see what I'm saying, Biden? Step down, Biden. They not playing. You've been telling Democrats you refuse to step down? Ooh, these American politicians is gangsters, man. Ooh, goodness.
The security failures, as well as to try to tamp down any tensions that may arise coming out of it. Now, in this country, there is the First Amendment. And what we're seeing on Twitter, while it is First Amendment protected activity, I will say again, is unpatriotic in the sense that we know that this kind of rhetoric has a nexus to violence. We saw that on January 6th. We saw that in the attack against Nancy Pelosi's husband and multiple other instances.
An important point to make, which is not in any way to say that people shouldn't be concerned, shouldn't be angered at a security failure, but to direct it in
a security failure. You see, that's programming right there, y'all. She's telling you, oh man, I'm so glad it is a Cult Figure TV news network together. It was no security failure, ma'am. You think we stupid? They did not fail, ma'am. They succeeded. They let the guy get a couple of shots off. He failed to kill the president, knocked a piece of his ear off. Then they whacked him. But no, it wasn't security failure. We're not that stupid. This is 2024. Nobody can get on top of a building and point a rifle at a goddamn president. Y'all think we stupid? They didn't fail. They didn't fail. The shooter failed. But the Secret Service absolutely did what they were supposed to do in that stand down, nigga. They almost let that man could be dead right now. Shit, it's up to the Secret Service. If I was Trump, and ain't no way that man could sleep good at night knowing these are the people that's supposed to protect him, bro.
Some other kind of form of violence would also be incredibly wrong. Your former boss at Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas, just issued a statement, the Homeland Security Secretary, saying we condemn this violence in the strongest possible terms and commend the Secret Service for their swift action today. We are engaged with President Biden, former President Trump, and their campaigns and are taking every possible measure to ensure their safety and security. Maintaining the security of the presidential candidates and their campaign events is one of our department's most vital priorities. And we did see some reports there that there was increased security around Senator J.D. Vance on that short list of potential vice presidential contenders, the junior senator from the state of Ohio as well. But it looked like those were ATF officers who were at his home based on the reporting we had earlier. Why would that happen, Sam?
Well, let me just note, I work very closely with the U.S. Secret Service. They are ideologically agnostic. Their protection mission does not depend on political party. Under U.S. law, they are legally authorized to protect the former president and his family.
That's a lot.
Any notion that this was politicized in any way and that's what led to the security failure, I think, of course, will be investigated, but I've seen no evidence of that in my tenure at Homeland Security. The U.S. Secret Service does not currently have a mandate to protect Senator J.D. Vance. He is not the vice presidential nominee. All that will change after the convention when we have a vice president nominated. So there are other law enforcement agencies, both federal, state, and local, that have jurisdiction to enhance security around individuals when the threat environment changes. So at this time, we should understand that there are likely efforts underway to identify whose security may be most at risk in this instance, and law enforcement stepping up its posture in that regard.
You're looking at the screen right now and seeing a statement from J.D. Vance. And he said this isn't an isolated incident and that the premise of the Biden campaign is that Donald Trump is an authoritarian fascist who must be stopped at all costs. So he is directly, as I think Bob pointed out earlier, he is drawing a line between the rhetoric used on the campaign trail by the Biden.
Nah, it's not just the Biden campaign. I'm not going to let the media get away with that. CBS, MSNBC, CNN, they all been saying Trump is authoritarian who must be stopped, a fascist like Mussolini and Hitler. They all been saying he thinks he's the new Julius Caesar. They all been saying he's some type of new Pharaoh. They've been saying that. They've been pushing that BS. Now, they want Biden out. Remember, they turned on Biden. So now it's convenient to throw it on Biden. Blame Biden.
Biden campaign to the incident that happened today, perhaps implying there that it was inspiration. Others have tried to draw a more direct line. I also want to look at what our reporter, Nicole Skanga, who covers these agencies, is sending to us. She is reporting that the suspect shot at the former president and other individuals with an AR-style rifle from 200 to 300 feet away. Our earlier reporting had just been rifle. This is just a bit more detail, and it has the distance of 200 to 300 feet away.
Come on, man.
Presumably from.
Come on, man. Secret Service should be ashamed of their goddamn self, man. Secret Service should be ashamed of themselves. That man was allowed to get on top of that building with an AR-15 and point it at the president and start firing shots, goddammit. They should be ashamed of themselves, man, but they not. They not. Because they corrupt. And they have been in on whacking. Come on, man. They helped kill Kennedy. They killed his brother. They set up Dr. King. These people is assassins. This is nothing new for these goddamn people. We just shocked that in our lifetime we witnessed it, man, but the president survived, man. They definitely put his ass in the blender.
But we do know it was outside the security perimeter, which is why we had this catastrophic failure of
I don't think so, man. This cult figure, you don't get to tell my people it was no catastrophic failure. They succeeded in their security arrangement they have not to protect. They agreed not to protect the goddamn president. And that's why they're going to keep pointing out that it was outside of the security perimeter. Man, how stupid do you think we are? How far is, okay, the president is somewhere speaking. You telling me I could stand 300, 400 yards away and point my rifle at him and not get shot? Yes, you're going to get shot. They got scopes. These people think we stupid. Why do you have a scope? Why are these people with sniper rifles pointing around the place then? Because they point just in case you got one. That's not for people who close up. That's for people who might be far away with a sniper rifle. But they want to make us think when you get outside the little perimeter, well, hey, it's Wild Wild West. Man, these people is crazy, man. But they know the American population is really dumbed down.
Ability to protect. I'm hearing from our control room that our CBS Mornings co-host and colleague, Tony DeCopel, is also joining us now from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Tony, you know, these Republican national conventions, they are often just like the Democratic national conventions, almost like a week-long commercial. There's pomp, there is circumstance. The tenor and the tone of everything is about to change. What are you seeing out there, Tony? I'm sure people are on edge.
Yeah, well, Margaret, I can tell you that the tenor and the tone has changed, and they changed quickly. What I have for you this evening is a small portrait of our changed America in the form of the reaction from Trump delegates and Republicans landing at Milwaukee International Airport, and right there in front of me, turning their phones on, getting calls from friends, receiving text messages, and learning the news that their candidate had an attempt on his life. And then you see the cycles and the stages of their reaction. You see anger, you see frustration, you see sadness and worry for the state of the country. And then above it and beyond all of those feelings, you have resolve, determination. They say this is not going to change what happens here. in Wisconsin. And if anything, it's going to make them work harder and fight harder to see their candidate over the finishing line. What really ties what I've witnessed at the airport in the arrivals hall to your conversation with Sam Vinograd and with Ed O'Keefe and with others is that Democrats were also there in the hall. And in contrast to this morning, where the mood was light, celebratory, people were in conversation of a variety of political parties, this afternoon, this evening, as I talked to Republicans, Democrats were cutting in. They were making comments. On one occasion, we saw a woman say that this entire incident in Pennsylvania was staged. She then got into an argument with a Trump supporter who was accusing her of living in a different reality. The temperature is up. We've gone from joy, a moment of political celebration this morning, to a helter-skelter, knife's-edge moment that you feel from the moment you step foot here in Milwaukee.
Tony DeCopel, we have for our viewers at this hour some eyewitness sound that we want to play for them. This eyewitness was very close to the stage and former President Trump when the shooting began. Let's listen.
I was about 5 feet away from him. Like, I was within like sight distance. Like, I was so close. And all of a sudden I just hear these 4 shots and everybody's screaming drop, and you can see the blood like splatter on his face, and the Secret Service just barricades him. And, you know, it was just like so scary.
Okay, that was one of the eyewitnesses. The control room is telling me that one of our contributors here at CBS is joining us, I think by phone, at CBS News consultant and former deputy director of the Secret Service, A.T. Smith. A.T., I know you've been following the latest reporting here as well. Our Nicole Skanga says that the shooter was about 200 to 300 feet away using an AR-style rifle. Does that sound right to you in terms of the kind of the firing of the bullets? Didn't sound very rapid. You had one eyewitness tell us, no, it sounded like a 22. What does this description of the weapon allegedly used here indicate to you?
Yes, I think probably it was 200 to 300 yards instead of feet. 200 to 300 yards. Yeah, it sounds like that, you know, this individual was at least that far away, and an AR-style rifle can obviously hit a target or make that sort of a shot from that distance. Usually from that distance, you know, there would be optics involved, like a scope, and, you know, usually a more accurate shot would be something like a high-powered rifle, like you think in terms of a deer rifle or something like a 30-06 or a 223, but it's still obviously too early to make those sorts of calls, but clearly an AR type rifle from that distance, as long as he had, you know, the visual, you know, has the ability to strike a target. Now, obviously, you know, it's still undetermined how many rounds were fired, but the answer to your question on that one is yes, it could actually do that.
So the audio, when you hear that tape playback, and that's what we're going by, it didn't sound like a high-powered rifle, but you are saying at a distance of 200 to 300 yards, you would be able to take a shot like that and do so undetected by Secret Service?
Well, that is the part that, you know, will obviously have to become clear in the investigation. Yeah, and, you know, my understanding is this individual was killed by the counter sniper team or the counter sniper agents there. The unknown is exactly what happened there. Did they not see him, or, you know, was there some visual obstruction? All of that will have to be looked at. But the reason that, you know, you have a counter sniper team in place is for this type of a situation where you have a long-range gunman. And if, in fact, that was the case, they obviously did take him out. But, again, it certainly wasn't soon enough.
No, how did he get up there? No, sir, please, sir, please. Are you an expert, sir? How did he get up there with his rifle and the Secret Service not see it? A man with an AR-15, whatever he had, dragging it up there, pointing at the president. Come on, man. I mean, it's so disgusting. They think we so goddamn stupid, man. You know, who knows that this dude took the shot? We don't know this patsy even took no shot. How do we know this patsy this Lee Harvey Oswald took the. How do we know the Secret Service didn't take the goddamn shot, didn't shoot this goddamn man?
Or, was there some visual obstruction? All of that will have to be looked at. But the reason that, you have a counter sniper team in place is for this type of situation where you have a long-range gunman. And if, in fact, that was the case, they obviously did take him out. But, again, it certainly wasn't soon enough.
Well, if I'm looking at the log here of events that our producers did, just playing back the tape, it looks like at 6:11, the first Secret Service officer rushed in. And then at 6:12, we hear people yelling, "Shooters down." So what would that indicate to you about just how obvious a position this individual was in? And how is it that if they could act that quickly, that they didn't know ahead of time that there was that kind of vulnerability?
I can't really answer that. That's, again, something that will have to come out. But that's part of their responsibility is to be.
Even I know when presidents go by, be riding through certain areas, no open windows. The snipers looking at windows. They looking at all this shit. So just think about this. Outside, 200-300 yards, whatever, however many. This is an open field. The snipers, you can scan the whole area. You mean to tell me they not pointing the sniper rifle on top of buildings to make sure nobody's getting on the buildings with rifles? Bullshit. They're lying. So when, like this reporter said, so you're trying to tell me when the dude starts shooting, you automatically knew exactly where to find him at? Come on, man. But they still try.
Panning the area, if you will. I mean, they have long-range binoculars, long-range rifles themselves. And, maybe the individual was just camouflaged in such a way that he wasn't able to be seen until he started firing. So there is a number of questions that need to be answered, I guess, before
Stop lying.
We can say that. But by the same token, you did see that the Secret Service agents reacted in the way that they're trained every way to do in terms of, covering the protectee. They clearly checked him medically. That's why they didn't leave the stage any quicker than they did, to make sure that, there was not other injuries that they would exacerbate by pulling him off stage. And you clearly saw the counter assault team, which is a different team, get into place, and they're covering those agents while they're taking care of the former president, and then ultimately got him to the armored limousine.
And in a situation like this, what is the security protocol for other potential high-value targets, frankly, other high-ranking former or current officials? What's happening around the country right now, both to members of the elected leaders' families, but also lawmakers themselves?
Well, all of the security around anyone with protection is going to be enhanced, I think, over the next few hours, simply because of this, because you want to find out if there's more than a lone gunman situation here, if you have, multiple individuals. So a lot of that will have to be assessed over a period of hours or days with the intelligence. But I can assure you that all of the protection around protectees, whether it's Secret Service protectees, Capitol Hill with, members of Congress, that is all being increased as we speak. And I think, obviously, it's already become pretty obvious from the other reporting, Major Garrett and so forth, about Milwaukee and how heightened that has become in the last few hours. So everything will be increased. There's no doubt in the coming hours and, for the coming week, particularly with the convention.
Just based on these initial details and the forensics so far, is it your assessment that this was a skilled shooter, someone who had gone through training?
It's hard to say what sort of training he may have had, but certainly, someone didn't just go out and buy a rifle of this type this afternoon. My guess would be, and it's simply a guess, that it is someone who had, developed some sort of a skill set, had probably practiced, gone to a range, and, all of that will be figured out later on. But to have this kind of an incident, to take this kind of a shot from this kind of distance would indicate to me that it's somebody that's very familiar with the firearm.
Mm-hmm. And we know that the ATF is trying to run forensics on all those details of the weapon. with an urgent trace
right now,
at this
try to blow
hour.
that man's head off,
Thank
bro.
you
People
for your
crazy.
analysis. It is because it's coming up on 9:30 right now. We want to just remind you of what we do know at this hour. It is 9:30 on the East Coast, 6:30 on the West. And we are in continuous breaking news because of the significance of the events of the past few hours. You are seeing here Donald Trump, who was injured in a shooting as his campaign rally was underway in the key swing state of Pennsylvania, battleground state. The former president said tonight in a statement on social media that he is okay, but that he was, quote, shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear. Sources tell CBS News that this is being investigated by the Secret Service. The Secret Service has confirmed that they are working with the FBI and treating this as an attempted assassination of a candidate. The shooter who carried out this attack was shot and
Revolutionary salute to Ricardo for the donation to the war chest. Revolutionaries of World Life. I appreciate the love, family. Salute.
Killed by the Secret Service. And we know that sources are telling CBS News that the gunman was on a shed using an AR-style rifle when these multiple shots were fired. And as you can see there, Donald Trump
that's another way we know it was the goddamn it's gonna be the Democrats because that AR-style rifle. Now, what the Democrats, man, I'm shocked. What the Democrats gonna come out saying? Gun reform. What they're gonna let you on to is now the Republicans should want gun reform. Now Trump should be for gun reform. He almost was a victim of gun violence. They have been warning the Republicans about those AR-15s. Do y'all see this shit right in your face? Who has been warning about these AR-15s? The Democrats. That now Joe Biden got something he can campaign on. Just for Donald Trump's safety, let's have gun reform. Man, these people are psychopaths.
Up defiantly raising his arm. He mouthed what looked like the word fight as he was able to walk off the stage with the help of all those agents who are surrounding him and helping him get carried off. But you can see there that trickle of red behind his right ear. And that is where the injury we just described to you apparently took place. We want to go now to CBS News political campaign reporter Olivia Rinaldi, who was also at that rally, and she recorded this video of the shooting.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Yes, don't. We're okay. We're okay. We're okay.
Are you ready? On you. Move.
I think you can hear that voice there on the tape. You can't see her, but I believe that is Olivia taking cover herself with our Scott McFarland and rest of the CBS team as those shots were fired in Pennsylvania today. And she joins us now live from Butler, Pennsylvania.
Biden is a dictator, y'all. This is what dictators
Olivia,
do.
can you tell us
to keep power?
What that moment was like? What was happening? Was there a sense in the moment of the gravity of what was underway?
Try to kill his opponents. Try to lock up his opponents.
Margaret, that was my voice on that video. I think you can hear how terrified at what is being there during that moment. And we were towards the front of the stage, you know, expecting Trump to make a different sort of announcement tonight. I was anticipating perhaps a vice presidential announcement when all of a sudden he was talking about immigration. We just heard shot, shot, shot. I don't remember who. It was one of my colleagues dragged me down, brought me down to the floor, and I just started filming. And I noticed other people down on the ground. I tried to pop up a few times. They pulled me back down, said, stay down here. And you could just hear the screams and the panic of people, and it was extremely terrifying. I got back up when you could see Trump at the end, you know, raising his fist and really invigorating the crowd. You kind of see what you were saying earlier, where he kind of mouthed fight as he was being pulled off the stage. And in the moments after that, it was just pure pandemonium. People were forced to stay as the motorcade was leaving, which is normal when a principal is leaving an event site. Usually everyone has to stay in place while Secret Service handles that. But then it was just kind of chaos. Secret Service was telling people to leave. And I looked over at the bleachers to the left of Donald Trump, and there you could see blood
And why
on the
is the Secret
bleachers.
Service telling all the witnesses to
water
leave?
bottles and
Dirty bastard.
T-shirts strewn about, but there was a lot of blood over there, and I could see police unfolding yellow crime scene tape as that was happening. So a lot of terrible imagery today that is surely going to stick with a lot of people who were at this rally, Margaret.
No doubt, Olivia, and
why would they allow
we are just
witnesses
so glad that you
or
are safe
accomplices to leave
and
a
able
crime
to
scene?
recount for us what you witnessed. We know from the Secret Service that there were 2 people who were critically injured, in addition to the single death of an attendee. Olivia, you said you saw a lot of blood there on the bleachers. Did you see who those individuals were who were injured?
Yes, we could see one individual, one man who, after the melee and the pandemonium, appeared to be, taken by several individuals, carried off of that area on the bleachers. My colleague, Jake Rosen, even spoke to an ER doctor who was there next to him on those bleachers and was helping out. And he said that this man suffered a head injury and that there was brain matter on the ground. And this man tried to administer CPR and subsequently, ultimately, he passed away, sadly, this evening. And you can still hear, besides me, a lot of helicopters around this area as more police have been searching the area, canvassing, just making sure that there's nothing still going on here. But very terrible day. We did see people running away, some people with blood on their bodies. Just a lot of imagery coming out of this, Margaret.
Olivia Rinaldi, thank you for being there. And a reminder that you can be just doing your job. You can be just out there supporting the candidate you like, and this kind of violence, this kind of gun violence is possible, Bob.
And we've been talking a lot about Milwaukee, Wisconsin, because that's the site, Margaret, of where the Republican National Convention will open on Monday. And we have been lucky, in a sense, in the United States to not have to deal with constant political violence in the way people in the past have with presidential campaigns. But if you look back at history, it was October 14th, 1912. Then candidate Teddy Roosevelt campaigning.
Revolutionary salute to our brother Adrian for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is way of life. I definitely appreciate the love, family. Salute.
For the presidency in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, an infamous assassination attempt struck in his chest. It hits a copy of his speech. Teddy Roosevelt survives. He continues to give his speech. And as CBS News data journalism has found, of the 45 individuals serving as president, 13, or about 29%, have been subject to actual or attempted assassination attempts. 4 presidents, Lincoln, Garfield, McKinley, and John F. Kennedy, of course, were killed in assassination attempts.
And thank you for the context, Bob. And I just want to say, we are showing you this video on repeat because these events just happened. But we want to make clear that this is something we are reporting to you as a historic event as it unfolds. But we are very mindful that this kind of event can inspire violence. It can inspire retaliation. And we want—
What the fuck? Lady, quit trying to program people to go out. See? You see what she's trying to do? But you would think that's a CIA tactic because it is programming some people. They know all of us not gonna move because they say move, but it is people who listen to these people and get upset and then get to doing things because these people told them other people were doing it. They're like, oh, it's other people who think like that. We know that by playing this lady just said we know by playing this video, it is gonna spark, some violence. it could cause some confusion. Ma'am, that's what you want, ma'am. You want some political violence. Y'all drooling at the mouth right now because they want somebody to hit Biden. They probably already got that prepared, but retaliation is coming. They want to blame Trump supporters for whatever they got planned for Joe Biden, man.
We want no part of that, Sam. But you were just explaining to us that this Secret Service detail extends not just to the president and the candidate, but to their family members at this hour.
Certainly. I want to note, Margaret, it's important that we message domestically that political violence has no home and try to mitigate any follow-on retaliatory action. But there's also a signal being sent to the world right now, which security professionals are likely keeping in mind, which is that the likely Republican nominee for president, was not adequately protected. And that does expose a vulnerability to the world. At the same time, President Biden is very focused.
No, it does not, ma'am. It does not tell the world that the likely candidate for president wasn't secured good enough. It tells them that you tried to whack Donald Trump, the likely candidate of the U.S., after Joe Biden failed miserably in a debate. Then he called Zelensky Putin. Then he called Kamala Harris Trump in front of the world, and they knew it was over. And everybody been saying, please step down. And then you get this. So what the hell do you think the world is thinking? You think the world is thinking that some wacko just tried to whack Trump, or that the Democrats is going all out to stop Trump?
On messaging publicly that political violence has no home here, because the world is watching. And so there's that audience as well. Now, I do think that we are learning that operators behind the scenes are working to get the identifiers or the biographic information on this individual to try to ascertain who he was and what motivated him. There's already rhetoric on social media assigning blame for what happened. We don't know yet who this individual was. The Secret Service does have, relatively speaking, a limited protection mission under U.S. law. It's for the current president and vice president, and then the former president and his family members, and then the nominee for president and nominee for vice president. Beyond that, there are a range of potential targets that could be at enhanced risk in light of what happened tonight. So behind the scenes, I'm learning that individuals are speaking with not just the Secret Service, but other law enforcement officials who have protection missions at the Department of Justice, U.S. Capitol Police, and of course, state and local officials who are protecting individuals in their jurisdictions. So there's a coordinated intelligence and law enforcement effort right now to ensure that additional protectees have the resources that they need to hopefully stay safe.
And we know that a lot of those were enhanced after the violence of January 6th and the political violence concern due to threats against lawmakers. You were, Sam, raising the risk on a global scale that this image of the former president, the Republican nominee, not being adequately protected by U.S. law enforcement.
Listen, not being adequately protected. Ma'am, do you actually believe that anybody believe that shit? Do you actually believe that people think that the U.S. didn't adequately protect Trump? No, they knew you didn't want to protect him. They know you didn't want to protect him. They know y'all let a shooter with an AR-15. Y'all said that, not us. I would at least said the man had some type of gun in his pocket and he fired. Nobody could see. But if y'all want to say it was an AR-15, cool. In broad daylight, cool. Climbed on top of a building, pointed his rifle at the president and fired off some shots. Oh, all the security failed. See, didn't think we're going to believe it was just a failure in security. Man, ladies, stop. The whole world know y'all doing anything to stop that man Trump from getting in office.
To your point on the global amplification here of this, it is the BBC.
I remember this type of shit happening to Hitler.
Out of the UK.
This ain't what happened to dictators. I thought, wait a minute. I thought Trump was the dictator. He was Hitler. He was Caesar. How the hell is he going? How the hell does he keep going to court? How is the dictator getting popped in the ear? How is the dictator the one they applying pressure to him? I thought the dictator, that's what he do to his political enemies. You see, these people done everything they said this man was going to do. They are doing it in our face. Even, they just told us, remember what happened with that Supreme Court hearing. Look how crazy they put. The Supreme Court hearing just came out that the president damn near got full immunity, right? Right. Biden showing us. Now they put it in your mind, Trump would do this. They put it all over the media. Trump, he would try to, what if he actually tries to kill Joe Biden? Just think about this. They was just saying last week, what if Trump tried to kill Joe Biden? The next week, somebody tried to kill Trump. These people, bro, is psychopaths. They not playing. And they put it out there, they next move. But they blame it on their opponent. They blame it on Trump. You're going to try to kill us. And then they try to kill him.
UK, who were reporting earlier today and spoke with a witness who says that he saw the gunman on a roof minutes before the shots were fired. And I want to play that sound for you now.
Here we go.
We noticed a guy crawling, bear crawling up the roof of the building beside us, 50 feet away from us.
With a gun, you gonna stop him?
We're standing there, we're pointing at the guy crawling up the roof.
And he had a gun, right?
He had a rifle. We could clearly see him with a rifle. Absolutely.
Y'all hear this?
We're pointing at him. The police are down there running around on the ground. We're like, hey man, there's guy on the roof with a rifle. And the police were like, huh, what? You know, like they didn't know what was going on.
They knew exactly what was going on. See, this is 2024, bastards. You can't do this shit no more. This is not 1964. You can't get away with it. Umbrella man. You can't point. Hey, you can't do the Martin Luther King thing. He's over there. Oh, no, everybody know you trying to throw us off. I told y'all this shit. Secret Service think we're stupid enough. A man can crawl. Now we got the evidence. Citizens told the police, hey, look at that dude right there climbing up there with a rifle. The president is talking, y'all, but they want us to think they wasn't told to stand down. Nigga, the Secret Service was watching that man the whole time, but they haven't been given the word. They got the word to kill him after he had took Trump out. But he failed. He hit Trump damn near off, but he didn't kill him. But then they went here and whacked him. Here go the evidence right here.
And we're like, hey, right here on the roof, we can see him from right here. We see him. You know, he's crawling. And next thing you know, I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, why is Trump still speaking? Why have they not pulled him off the stage? I'm standing there pointing at him for, 2-3 minutes. Secret Service is looking at us from the top of the barn. I'm pointing at that roof, just standing there like this.
They gonna erase this. This not gonna be on the news tomorrow. Y'all ain't gonna get this today. This happened after 9/11. You get some. That's why we're watching all this. You get some of this shit, then it disappears. Here's the guy telling you the Secret Service was looking at him and the dude with the rifle, and he like, damn, why the hell is Trump still giving the speech? And we done already warned him. It's a dude up there climbing up there with a rifle pointing at the president now. And they're all pretending like they don't know. They do know. It's just not time yet. He ain't fired no shots yet. They need him to get his shots off, then they're gonna kill him.
And next thing you know, 5 shots ring out.
So you're certain that the shots came from that guy on the roof?
100%.
Oh my goodness. Now here you go with the CIA reporter. Are you certain it was that guy on the roof? That wasn't just a good guy with a gun? That just wasn't a good old boy who was watching over the good old boys, was it? Fuck no, that was the assassin reporter.
That was an eyewitness there on the ground. His account being shared with our partners at the BBC, that being amplified, that exact message being amplified around the world, that at the very high-profile political event in
that guy right
Pennsylvania
there,
today, an event that Donald Trump himself tried to draw attention to, saying he had big news to announce, that an individual there saw a man with a rifle go into position. He told the BBC he tried to bring that to the attention of law enforcement on the ground. He referred to them as police, not exactly sure whether he meant local police or Secret Service, but he said there was a failure to act as he saw a clear threat, at least in his view. I just want to update our viewers that Donald Trump has left the hospital that he had initially been taken to, Butler Memorial Hospital in Pennsylvania. And our CBS reporters are saying that it's not clear where he is headed next.
None of your business.
I'm sure they don't want to detail a lot of his movements at this hour
Not
for
to you.
understandable security reasons.
That ain't trying to drop Donald Trump location. This lady here want him dead too. Donald Trump has left the hospital. Damn, who told you to say that? Huh? They're not going to tell where he's going. Ma'am, you were live on the news. Why would they ever tell you where the president going? Y'all done try to whack him.
But that he had been planning to go back to his home in New Jersey and then on to Milwaukee for this massive political event that will be gripping all of us throughout the week, the Republican National Convention. Our CBS News reporter Nicole Skanga is
Trump
on
hit him
the
with
phone.
the Tupac. Herman got out that hospital. Like Trump said, oh, hell no, nigga. I remember Pac said, we got to get up out of here after you get shot.
Well, I know you, along with so many of our colleagues, are just trying to get hold of anyone with insight into what is happening with the investigation at this hour. Have you learned anything?
Yes, Margaret, the suspect was using an AR-15 style rifle, shooting from about 200 to 300 feet away, according to multiple federal law enforcement officials. Multiple rounds were fired. We're still working to confirm an exact number, but that weapon explains the sporadic nature of the bullet spray. AR-15 style weapons are not known for their accuracy. We know the suspect was on a shed, an elevated platform outside of the Secret Service perimeter. Secret Service also confirming that. Right now, law enforcement still trying to determine whether or not it was debris from the teleprompter, from the protective glass surrounding the former president. But there is, of course, evidence he was cut in the face.
Shot, lady. You see? Oh, here we go. Here they go trying to downplay it. Oh, we law enforcement don't know if it was debris. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, ma'am. The man got hit in the ear by the bullet. Man, what type of hate is y'all trying to take away from that man glory, man? He survived the assassination attempt, man.
Known about the suspect at this time.
You see your war wounds,
working
man.
to confirm that he was working alone, working to confirm his biographic information. As Sam mentioned earlier, a male suspect. They're still gathering more. You mentioned the former president has left the hospital right now. Secret Service has already added more manpower to his detail, bolstering the security footprint to him and all other U.S. Secret Service protectees. That means not just the former president, but his family, the president, the vice president, White House officials. As a standard operating procedure, right now, Secret Service also leading efforts to expand the perimeter of the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee. They're already doing that, moving guardrails around the convention space, creating a larger buffer zone around the event of next week.
Oh, y'all heard Biden. Biden say he was trying to reach Trump. Trump heard him got to that hospital. He ain't finna trust Biden. Next thing you know, the hospital get drone struck. Trump said, "Oh hell no!" He moving like a boss now. He know he can't trust him.
And we know, Nicole, that the Trump campaign has issued a statement saying they will go on and proceed with the Republican convention. No change, not dissuading the 45th president from going to seek and to go to that rally, to the convention that gets underway in Milwaukee. Nicole, what do you know about what happens now to analyze the bullets and the weapons and to trace them to whomever the shooter is? Do we have any indication at this hour anything about the intent of the shooter or the motivations of the shooter?
Investigators are working right now, Margaret, to try to get a better...
You see how the news do? Do we know the intent? What the fuck? He tried to kill him. What was the intent of the shooter? To shoot the president, ma'am. That was the damn... that was the intent.
...sense of whether or not the suspect had any prior criminal history. Whether or not there was any known motivation, if he was working with other individuals or working alone. At this time, they are still working through that information, trying to collect all evidence. Quite frankly, rare that we have not received that information yet.
Working alone. That young man just said he working with the police and the Secret Service because the man telling the police, "Hey, you see that dude climbing up there with that rifle?" And then the Secret Service they sitting there looking. They looking at him, he looking at them, everybody just looking at each other till the shots fired. Then they kill a man after Trump got hit.
Trying to make sure they get this right. You mentioned the Republican National Convention. We should point out that it is already it has the highest security designation of any event with federal law enforcement coordination, Tier 1, but you can expect just the manpower, unlike any convention before. At least 24 states and the District of Columbia are sending officers to the RNC. More officers could be coming, I'm told, as a result of today's events. And of course, the Secret Service, the leading coordinating agency for that event, and working right now with the FBI, leading the investigation into the suspect.
All right. Thank you very much. Nicole, AT, I believe you are on the phone. You are former Secret Service. What was your title there? And had you ever been through anything like this when you were serving?
Well, I was deputy director when I retired, but no, I've not been through an active event quite like this. I pointed out earlier, though, this is what the Secret Service trains for almost every day, and particularly the details around the president and former presidents. And so what you saw.
Curtis Mitchell, who just dropped something in the war chest. He said, "I wonder what the Russians and Chinese are thinking. They thinking that they need to put their nuclear weapons on high alert, brother. I appreciate you donating to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life." They thinking to prepare for World War III because this was like, we got red, you got the yellow light, right? So this is the yellow light we was warning about, Trump getting shot. Okay, that didn't happen. The next one is the red light, World War III. The Zionists, Biden is not in power. See, we keep throwing Biden's name around, even me. Biden is not in power. We know that. Well, who is in power? We know who in power, the small hats. We know who they are. We don't have time to be getting a live stream pulled, but we know who they are. And maybe this was a warning to Trump. You better back Benjamin Netanyahu. I told y'all, they threatening Trump with prison. They threatening Biden with prison. They threatening both of them with assassination. You hear these reporters keep threatening Biden's family and Joe Biden, saying there's going to be some retaliation. They saying that. They saying that. So, yeah, the Chinese and the Russians, knowing that World War III is on the table, the U.S. is out of control. They just tried to kill a political opponent.
On the stage there today was the Secret Service agents reacting in the way that they're trained. They cover and eventually evacuate the protectee after they, make a determination of his sort of medical condition. And as to the shooter, I guess we will just have to see what the investigation brings out about the distance, the kind of weapon that he had for sure. But, if in fact he had an AR-15 style weapon, it's certainly, capable of making shots from that distance.
AT, bullets travel faster than sound, as my colleagues are pointing out.
You can't walk
to
around
me. If you've heard that tape,
these people
what does the difference there between the crack and the thump indicate to you? We've been describing it as an AR-style rifle. Does anything in the cadence of that indicate something to you that we should be aware of?
Go off with the next couple of days.
No, nothing more than what you have reported. That's what it sounds like, and again, you'll hear the shot, and then of course it does. It travels faster than sound, so it is what it is. And again, they'll make that determination as to the exact kind of weapon that it was, but it does sound like that's what it was. Certainly from that distance, there's other possibilities, a longer range rifle like a 30-06 or a 223, but it sounds to me like it's the AR-15 style.
Nah.
And how quickly will we know from the ATF any of the details? I know they're doing expedited trace and looking for any kind of forensics. How long will it take?
Well, this will obviously be a priority at the top of the list. They will, bar nothing to get to the end of this. It will take a little time. They will have to do some laboratory analysis. The ATF will probably be able to, very quickly trace the origin of the weapon, possibly the ammunition, possibly the person who purchased it. And then all of that will, coalesce around who this individual is. In this kind of a situation where you have an assassination attempt, the FBI technically under the law will be the lead agency. But as you said, the ATF is assisting and the Secret Service will assist and eventually, do their own internal investigation.
AT, we know law enforcement must know who the shooter is by this hour. They took him out. He was neutralized as a threat. What are they doing right now to try to understand more about him?
They'll begin to look at him since they know who he is. They will look at, anything related to social media. Was he active there? Did he make any sorts of threats, either direct or veiled? Who are his associates? Who are his family members? They're going to have to interview all of those folks to find out, whether or not this individual, had sort of an outspoken criticism of either way, either protectee, for instance. So they will have to run all that to ground, do the interviews on a personal level. But, the big thing, obviously, these days is social media to find out what he may have been, not just posting, but get into his electronic devices and so forth to see what he might have been looking at. So all of that will come vis-a-vis the investigation, and that will take a little time, but they'll eventually get it and get to the bottom of it.
Okay. A.T. Smith there giving us some expert analysis of what he knows at this point. Sam Vinograd, just to go back to you on one point, I was just texting with a former Trump official about the dark moment that we are seeing play out for our country, for our democracy, for the world, really. And this individual was echoing what you were gesturing to, which is that at a moment like this around the world, America's adversaries are looking at this, and that aggressors could choose to get more aggressive because of these kind of vulnerabilities. So I have to imagine at this hour, it is not just domestic threats that are being considered by all of intelligence and U.S. law enforcement?
Well, we know that foreign actors are trying to spread divisions in this country. The Department of Homeland Security, or excuse me, the intelligence community put out an assessment just last week that Russia, China, and Iran are involved in election influence and, again, trying to deepen divisions in this country and undermine democratic institutions.
By using our own rhetoric.
By using our own rhetoric and targeting specific demographics. So we should assume, as we're all reading social media and on Twitter, that information is being manipulated in this moment because it is such a complex time for this country. And at the same time, the notion that the United States is more vulnerable tonight at 9:51 p.m. than we were at 6:11 p.m. is astoundingly true. The Republican nominee for president was not adequately protected by the U.S. Secret Service. And we also have, of course, the President Biden's reputation following the debate, which has been on the line. So overall, this is a very vulnerable moment for our country. And law enforcement resources are being redirected, of course, right now to meet this particular threat. And so it is a difficult time from a security perspective. We have the convention in Milwaukee, which was already a national special security event. More resources are being directed there and for other potential targets coming out of tonight's episode.
And we should say at this hour, we have no reason to believe there is an ongoing threat here in the United States. But we also don't know much about who the shooter was.
Well, I'll just say, Margaret, we don't know that there are other threats associated with this incident. Every official I have spoken to has said that there are threats associated with retaliatory action associated with this event. And so they are deeply concerned about the tense moment this presents for this country and potential retaliatory or copycat violence.
Bob Costa, you had some new information?
Yes, earlier in the evening, we were on the phone briefly with Congressman Mike Kelly of Pennsylvania, an eyewitness who was there on stage. I believe Congressman Mike Kelly is with us on the phone. Congressman?
Yes, Bob, I'm here.
Congressman, we spoke for a few minutes earlier. We appreciated your time. Walk us through the exact moment you heard a popping sound, where you were standing in relation to former President Trump, exactly what happened. We heard from David McCormick, who was sitting in the first row. Where were you? What exactly did you see?
I was actually sitting in the first row, about one chair down from Dave McCormick, and we were probably 50, 60 away from the podium where President Trump was speaking. It was just all I could see. I was watching the president talk. He made a comment about something about this thing about people being all upset about MAGA. He said, making America great again shouldn't bother anybody. That doesn't make sense. Then all of a sudden I hear this series of pops, and I see the president go down, and I heard people behind me yelling, and about 10 rows up, 12 rows up from where we were sitting, we saw people kind of scattering, and they had blood on their shirts. And the next thing I know, the security men had surrounded President Trump. They were getting him off the stage. There was another group of security that had rushed up into the stands, up into the bleachers. They were carrying somebody out. I watched President Trump, and my eyes went back to President Trump, and I saw him hold up his hand to let everybody know I'm all right. But you watch it, it was so surreal because we were at the Butler Farm Show ground. This is a place where children show off, the 4-H kids show off the animals that they've been raising. They have baked goods that they have contests for that. They have, it's such an agriculture community and such a base community, and on such a beautiful day where people showed up just to celebrate the fact that we can gather as a group and we can celebrate who it is we are as Americans. We're cooking food. They were playing music. They were playing cornhole, and it was just a fun day. And I would say yesterday the crowd was somewhere close to 30,000. But whenever that series of gunshots go off, everybody just hit the ground. And the security people were going down, 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 everybody down, everybody down. Well, my wife was there with 3 of our grandchildren. My brother's grandchildren were there. And it was just so shocking. I wasn't with them. Right away, my thoughts were, where are my kids?
Yeah.
Where are they? Are they safe? And I couldn't locate them. But then the security started moving everybody off the ground and away from where the stage was. And it was just one of those things. People were leaving. There was just this sense of what in the world is going on. This is absolutely not who we are as Americans. Keep in mind, on the farm show ground where people celebrate the summer and the 4-H kids show their animals off, and it's just one of those things that is as much of old America as you could possibly want, an America that unfortunately is disappearing before our eyes.
Congressman, what are you hearing? You are close to former President Trump. You were with his key allies on the ground in Butler, Pennsylvania. What have you talked about? Who have you spoken with in the aftermath? What are you hearing? Things you know are for sure facts. What can you share about the aftermath of this event?
Well, you know what? I have not talked with the president. I mean, talked to him moments before this happened, but I don't know. I think I'm like everybody else. I'm trying to figure out how this happened. I'm trying to figure out how far we have sunk as a nation, and where there is little regard for life. When there's an attempted assassination of a political candidate, it's like, no, that's not what we do in America. We go out and we vote, and then we vote for whomever we want. But if we don't like the other person that we don't like, who's running for office, you don't kill them. You just don't vote for them. This has become too bizarre for me. I think for my grandchildren, it's going to be something they're going to have to kind of look at. As we were sitting, we got them back off the grounds, and we were sitting on my brother's porch, and they were trying to figure out. He's like, "Grandpa, why would anybody do that, Grandpa? That doesn't make sense, Grandpa. Is the president okay, Grandpa?" And they were asking all these questions. And I said, "Kids, I don't know. But tomorrow morning, let's go to Mass and let's pray, not just for the President of the United States, let's pray for the United States itself. There is something wrong in America today, and we have got to fix it now."
Congressman, I really appreciate that sentiment that you are sharing, and I can only imagine it was in such stark relief when you had your grandchildren there with you. That is terrifying, and I'm very glad to hear that they are okay. A lot depends in this country on the next steps. And I wonder what your message is to everyone in this country, all your fellow lawmakers, in terms of the rhetoric and the word choice they make to describe what happened. I know you talked about this as an assassination attempt, which is what we are reporting it was. But just to be clear, you are not in any way insinuating that this was linked to the United States government as an actor.
You see what you just did?
No. But I witnessed this before in 2017 when our Republican baseball team was practicing for a baseball game to raise money for charity, and our current leader, Steve Scalise, a shooter showed up at that morning baseball practice and shot up the Republican baseball team. What you start to wonder, and the only thing I can go on is my childhood. Mother and a dad who raised us. We were faith-based people. We believed what we believed, and we believed it was right, and we believed the United States was far and away the best country to live in. And now I look at what's happening, and you can't possibly turn your head away from 1.5 million men and women in uniform that have allowed us to continue to practice this incredible representative republic that we participate in as citizens. When we become too casual about life, when we become too casual about what role the United States plays, when we've just become too casual about the basic belief system that we have, then that's the very anchor, that's the foundation that America was built on. We've got to get back to those standards, and we've got to say at this point, it's up to all of us. It's not Republicans, it's not the Democrats, it's not the independents, it's the American people. We've got to wake up and look at what we're losing, the greatest nation the world has ever known. And we're allowing ourselves to go down a different pathway. We can fix it, but we have to fix it internally, and we have to be sincere when we say we're going to fix it.
Congressman, I think your words will resonate with a lot of people who see these events unfold and worry about their families, about their safety, about what will happen next in our politics. These moments.
Congressman told her this was an assassination attempt on the president, then her snapping into her CIA role. But yeah, I hear what you're saying, and I agree. But we got to make sure this wasn't the government trying to assassinate Trump. Lady, how the hell you know? This was an assassination attempt, ma'am, on the president. And we know it's been the government under Joe Biden who's been threatening the man, calling him a dictator, saying he think he the king, he an emperor. He want to put black people in chains. He want to lock up all his political foes. It's been the government saying that about Trump, brainwashing regular people. So regular people won't feel bad when the government make their motherfucking move.
Moments of violence are incredibly rare, and they should never happen. And all of us around this country should be concerned about that, and the 45th president as he recovers from his injuries. Donald Trump says he was injured and shot in the ear.
You just said? Donald Trump says, like, hey, it's like Hamas said, like, you believe it if you won't. You see, you got to catch them in their bullshit because it's programming. You can't believe Trump. He's a liar. So can we believe what Trump said? Donald Trump said. What the hell are you talking about? The hospital said he got shot. Everybody who's right there telling you blood splattering on them, man. Come on, man. Disgusting. Just give it to us straight, man.
We know he has left the hospital and that he is recovering, thankfully, but there are others who did not survive.
Yes. Yeah, and I don't know the injuries where we've heard certain injury replays, but I think about the president when I saw the wound. That's fractions of an inch away from killing him.
Yeah.
But somehow, through an act of God, he's gonna survive it. We're going to go to a convention this week up in Milwaukee, and we're going to talk. We're going to nominate our president from the party. But folks, I mean this sincerely.
Yeah.
We've got to get away from where we are today and back to where the founding fathers.
They wish that we didn't see it so they could say, hey, maybe it happened, maybe it didn't. They wish, now they want to say it was staged and rigged. But remember, they told us they can't say false flag. They can't say that type of shit. They can't open up Pandora's box. If they say, well, Trump staged this. Oh, you mean people stage this type of stuff? Oh, let's look into 9/11 and all kind of other shit.
Fathers, what we intended for this country. This has always been the beacon of hope and freedom and faith in the world. We cannot turn our back on that and say, well, this is okay. This is the way it is today. Don't accept it. It's not the way it is today. We can change it, but we all have to put our shoulder to the wheel on this one.
Congressman, amen. I think all of us agree with you, and all of us here will be choosing our words very carefully in the coming hours. And we should be on that as well.
If somebody's Hitler, what you supposed to do to him? If somebody's a dictator who's going to take your democracy away from you, who will put you back in slavery, won't give you... I mean, what the fuck? These people set the conditions for him to get hit. Now that it didn't happen, he survived. They wanted him to die so they could say, see, this is the hate that he brought to himself. See, he caused... They already had it cooked up. They got to throw away all of those talking points they had. Remember, Biden them said they're not going to run those ads that they've been running, setting them up for the hit. But he was just an inch away. They almost did it. Now they got to come on here and say, oh, hey, man, brother, we don't want no political violence. Well, what the hell you been calling man Hitler for? If you didn't want something to happen to Hitler, why did you say he was Hitler?
It is 10 o'clock in the East, 7 in the West. And if you were just joining us on CBS News, we are reporting for you the developing story around what happened around 6 p.m. Eastern time today. The former president of the United States and presumptive Republican nominee, we know, is now safe, though he was injured in that shooting you just saw that happened at a rally in Pennsylvania. After that, as you can see, he was able to stand up. He was carried off with support of some Secret Service detail. He was rushed to a hospital, and we know now that he has since left that hospital, and he intends to follow through with all of the police.
Revolutionary salute to Big AJ for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is a way of life, and I appreciate the love, family. Salute.
Political events of the week ahead, on to Milwaukee, Wisconsin, where the Republican National Convention will get underway. We should tell you that when it comes to the attacker, the shooter was shot and killed by a Secret Service counter-assault team. The Secret Service publicly announced that and said that the shooter, who used a rifle, was outside of the security perimeter, meaning outside the area that they were actively protecting. And that shooter was perched on top of a shed, an elevated structure. A rally attendee, we know, has been
these people want you to believe that they only protect 300 yards to where the president is at. Like, are you fucking crazy? Go to this. If president pulled in your city, the Secret Service locked down your city, nigga. Your city now belong to them. Actually, the police, they lock it down. Anybody can get hit. No, nothing matter. No jurisdiction. They got all authority. The Secret Service. But in this area right here, oh no, we just right here. This us. We just gonna do this little area right here. Anything outside that area, it ain't on us. That's what they keep trying to want you to believe in this news program. See, the shooter was outside their perimeter. Lady, what the hell are you talking about? That's the Secret Service. Ain't no outside their perimeter dealing with the president. So you're telling, you want Russia, China, Iran, Hezbollah, everybody believe that if they just go 400 yards outside with a sniper rifle, they could take shots at the president? Hell no.
The Secret Service also reported that 2 individuals who were attending were critically injured. We keep all of them in our thoughts at this moment.
Just look, because that's going to be a very important piece of evidence right there, man. Because we're going to look at that, and then we wait till we get a look. One thing they ain't gave us yet is a big picture of the area, because that's going to let you know, like, oh, man, y'all playing us. See, we just get this little tight screen picture. Okay, let us look at how big the area is. And remember the witness said, he pointed to the police and said, the dude, hey, it's a dude with a rifle getting on top of that building. The police looking. Then they looking at the Secret Service. Everyone's looking at each other. Everyone. And then the shots rang out. And then the Secret Service killed this man. But they watched him when he was up there, and we do now know that the police were alerted before the dude could even get in the sniper position that he's climbing that building right there. Come on, man. So they absolutely knew this a patsy. And we don't even know if he fired any goddamn shots, nigga. That's real talk. They liable to fire the shots and then shot his motherfucking ass.
And now our Scott McFarland, who was covering the rally for CBS News, is joining us again. And Scott, you and our CBS colleagues were there. We're so grateful that you all are safe. Have you been able to leave the area? Is it still on security lockdown?
It's still locked down. We're about half a football field away from the perimeter of these fairgrounds. We're in a parking lot, in fact, and we've been here for a few hours now. The last of the rally goers have just left. There was a long line of cars going through a very slow exit from this complex, likely being screened. But law enforcement keeps arriving, Margaret. We keep seeing people arrive, some by helicopter, some by vehicle, as they have now put dozens, if not hundreds, of bodies to work inside that space, either looking for evidence or looking to note what happened inside, including the shooting of a former president. Shooting of a former president is hard to say out loud, because this was supposed to be the safest place to be in Pennsylvania today, a Secret Service protected rally where everybody on site had to go through.
You know what he just said? The safest place to be in Pennsylvania, not the safest place within 300 yards. No. The safest place to be in Pennsylvania is wherever Trump and the Secret Service was at. The most protected, the most fortified, the most killers on deck. It's supposed to be where Trump is at. Well, how in the hell do they want us to believe that the killer was right outside the perimeter of the other killers? Man, they set Trump up, man. Let the man get into shooting position, and then like I'm saying, I don't know if that man shot no shots, y'all. I do know Trump was shot, but by who? All we know is the Secret Service killed this patsy. We don't know who shot Trump. They Secret Service needs to be investigated.
A magnetometer. Everybody on site had to have their bags checked and get wanded. Everybody on site had to get here early to go through those protocols. And somebody who was on the elevated rafters when the shooting happened, you can't unhear those bullets. And we had a terrible view of women and children screaming and colliding with each other looking for cover. And it was very hard to find cover here. It was an open rally. There were some chairs, but everybody was just standing boxed in, some of them face planted into the grass. We were fortunate enough to have those press rafters to duck beneath. But it's a nauseating and horrific feeling that thousands of Americans suffered at a place they thought was going to be uniquely, if not historically, safe, Margaret.
Well, the security protocols typically are quite stringent, and I'm sure they will be even more so after this massive breach of security underway. Scott,
no breach of
take care of yourself, please, and take care of our colleagues there as well.
That's all it is.
Our fellow journalists, I know, have become targets in many ways of hateful rhetoric at some of these rallies. You told us earlier that was one of the initial reactions by some of the people there was to turn and yell at journalists like you.
I'd say a few.
Now the journalists are the victims. Now the journalists are the victims of hateful words, because everybody know what y'all been saying about Trump. Then y'all got the nerve to show up to try to witness a murder. Y'all got the nerve to try to show up to report on a murder. I'm going to repeat. They never report Trump rallies. Never, ever, because they say they don't want to promote his propaganda. That's what they say. But all of a sudden today, all of them is in the house. Oh, what the hell you think all of them was there waiting to see? A murder? Because they show as hell wasn't there to promote his propaganda, was they?
Few dozen approached the barricades that separated us, low barricades that separated us, were cursing at us, gesturing at us, blaming us, saying this is your fault, this is your fault.
It is.
When the former president jumped up and pumped his fist, it seemed to ground some of the crowd a bit, but not everybody. But I want to share this anecdote again because it's important. When you come to a Trump rally in your media, you're going to get heckled by some of the people in the crowd. A couple of the people in the crowd who I saw doing it earlier in the day came to check on us after. A terrible way to unify, but we put aside the politics. This was a terrible moment. Everybody here shared. And I got to tell you, Margaret, I saw kids in every corner of this rally. It's a weekend. We're on a farm. It's Butler County, Pennsylvania. This was a family event. And those kids saw something no kid should ever see.
No, and those poor children, what their parents are doing tonight to try to explain to them what they just lived through when they went to a political rally. Scott McFarland, please take care of yourself. And, you know, Bob, in our conversation earlier when you were explaining to us what the former president said to describe his injuries, when he described what he said, he was hit by a bullet in his ear. I pointed out that he didn't call for his supporters to take a breath and step back. And the reason I made that comment, it's not that it's without empathy or concern. What? I think we all have great concern about.
What? Now she's saying Trump is wrong. Why he didn't call on his supporters to take a step back? Huh? You mean Biden? Why Biden didn't come out and say, I want all my supporters, all my shooters to stand down? Stand down, shooters. Why Biden and Kamala Harris and the Democratic Party and the media didn't say, wait a minute. We know we called him Hitler and said he was a dictator, and we know that's what can happen to Hitler or a dictator. They can get shot at. But we didn't want that. Why haven't the media and Biden came out and told their followers to stand down? What are you talking about? What Trump supposed to say? The man just got shot. You want him to come out after he got shot and say what?
Our candidates, their health, their safety. But it is to say the concern about the heightened threat level, the fact that Americans are on edge, exactly what Congressman Kelly was saying in our phoner. He said, everyone take a breath, and that we have to be responsible for protecting our democracy, and that the words we use, the rhetoric we use is part of that.
Well, there is a lot of anger still on the Trump side tonight. Chris LaCivita, Trump's top campaign advisor, just put on social media that he wants people to be held accountable. But he said, to your point, Margaret, in his view, quote, the best way is through the ballot box, Let us go back to what the latest statement from former President Donald Trump was made at 8:42 p.m. tonight. Minutes before that, I heard from Donald Trump Jr. He said his father is fine. Then his father posted this. I want to thank the United States Secret Service and all of law enforcement for their rapid response on the shooting that took place in Butler, Pennsylvania. Most importantly, I wanted to extend my condolences to the family of the person at the rally who was killed, and also to the family of another person that was badly injured. It is incredible that such an act can take place in our country. Nothing is known at this time about the shooter, who is now dead. I was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear. That is his statement here. And he also adds, I knew immediately that something was wrong and that I heard a whizzing sound, shots, and immediately felt the bullet ripping through the skin. Much bleeding took place. So I realized then what was happening. He ends with God bless America. That's the latest statement from former President Donald Trump. CBS News has confirmed he has left the hospital within the past hour or so in Butler, Pennsylvania, near the site of the rally. He has issued that statement. His son, Donald Trump Jr., said he is speaking to people on the phone, that his father is, quote, fine. And at this point, that is the latest from the Trump camp. But there is outrage among so many Republicans tonight about this permeating social media.
Yes, do yourself a favor and don't look at social media.
Well, it's a reflection of where we are, though.
It is.
Days before the convention, we live in a politically charged moment. I can remember, Margaret, just weeks ago, I was covering former President Donald Trump's criminal rally in New York. Someone lit themselves on fire, just steps from the CBS News camera. We live in this incendiary time, literally and figuratively. It's so unfortunate in our politics, but it is the reality of what we're covering. There was an attack, a shooting of the presumptive Republican nominee, a former president of the United States. And we've seen an outpouring of support from former presidents. And President Biden himself called this a sick moment in America.
And we want to play for everyone listening here a statement made a few hours ago by President Biden when he addressed the country from the Rehoboth Police Department after he was given a briefing on the situation regarding his political rival. Let's listen to his statement.
I've been thoroughly briefed by all the agencies in the federal government as to the situation based on what we know now. I have tried to get a hold of Donald. He's with his doctors.
Yeah, he got your message.
Apparently, he's doing well. I plan on talking to them shortly, I hope, when I get back to the telephone. Look, there's no place in America for this kind of violence. It's sick. It's sick. It's one of the reasons why we have to unite this country. We cannot allow for this to be happening. We cannot be like this. We cannot condone this. And I want to thank the Secret Service and all the agencies, including the state agencies, that have been engaged in making sure that the people who, and we have more detail to come relative to other people maybe injured in the audience. I don't have all that detail. We'll make that available to you. I may be able to come back a little later tonight, but we'll put out a statement if I'm not able to if it's not convenient for you all.
That was President Biden explaining that he has tried to reach out to Donald Trump, will continue to do so to check on whether he is okay following what is clearly a traumatic event, having been shot at that rally. He has left the hospital. We know Donald Trump has issued a statement to that effect, reassuring his supporters that he will carry on with his campaign and the political events over the coming days that are expected in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Let's bring in CBS News senior White House and political correspondent Ed O'Keefe, who is out in Milwaukee. Ed, what can you tell us at this hour?
Margaret, a handful of things that we should convey. First of all, the White House tells us now President Biden is going back from his Rehoboth Beach home to the White House tonight. We still don't know whether he might try to address the nation again tonight, as he suggested earlier. We're waiting to hear about that. He was in his Saturday evening mass, as he often attends when he's in Rehoboth Beach, when the Trump incident occurred.
That's a lie.
And was briefed by his top Homeland Security officials and his chief of staff.
Did you hear that?
After
that man say he was at church when this happened. Oh man, that man said he was at church, evening mass when this happened. Now you think this shit wasn't set up? Trump just survived. They was gonna have a picture of Biden on his knees in there receiving blessings. Just like a mafia boss receiving. Every time a hit go on, they used to go get a blessing from some local joker priest, blessing their hits on people. Everybody know that was going on. They was going to break to Joe Biden getting a blessing from some priest, and they was going to break to Trump dead. But that ain't what happened. So Joe Biden decided to just go to what they told us he was at the police department. Should have been there giving a statement on where he was at when Trump was shot.
Mass and told them that he wanted to address the nation and the world as quickly as he could to convey that message. You can't make stop. But as you said, we don't know yet whether the current and former presidents have spoken to each other. But the fact that the president said he wanted to was designed to signal to the country and the world that at least he is trying to maintain order and ensure that the temperature stays down. The other thing that his campaign at least has done tonight is suspend all what they called outward communication. That includes television advertising, digital advertising, radio advertising. Tens of millions of dollars of it has now been set aside. As for the situation here in Milwaukee tonight, we've been
talking about that tens of millions of dollars in ads. They set it to the side. Why? What was in those ads? Those ads was cranking people up to try to assassinate Trump. Those ads was calling him a dictator, a threat to democracy. He must be stopped. You must stop Donald Trump. A bunch of CIA programming was in those goddamn ads. That's called evidence. They set the temperature. Now all of a sudden, Joe Biden want to kill the ads after somebody tried to kill the president.
That the security presence is expected to intensify and expand in the coming hours. CBS's Nicole Scanga reporting from her sources that There will be more of a law enforcement presence here on top of the tens of thousands of federal, state, and local personnel who've been deployed to this city to protect convention goers and the former president. It's a situation being led by the U.S. Secret Service. It's considered a top national security event, just like a presidential inauguration or the Super Bowl, and it will be intensified, we're told, in the coming hours. We don't know yet specifically what that is. One top state official telling me tonight that the Secret Service, again, is responsible for all this, but, quote, surely there will be changes. As for the convention, the show will go on. The Republican National Committee and the Trump campaign in the last hour issuing a statement that reads in part, quote, President Trump looks forward to joining you all in Milwaukee as we proceed with our convention to nominate him to serve as the 47th president of the United States. As our party's nominee, President Trump will continue to share his vision to make America great again. Important to point out, this Butler, Pennsylvania event tonight was seen as a potential spot for him to signal, hint, potentially announce who his running mate would be. That didn't happen. We still need to know who that is because Monday afternoon, the Republican National Committee is set to formally nominate Trump, and he is to announce and have his running mate announced and nominated as well. So a critical 48 hours in American politics yet to come as we learn the name of the fourth participant, in essence, one of the top four participants in this ongoing presidential race. And to that end, Margaret, we will continue to monitor the situation here. Convention goers aware of this, obviously quite disturbed by it, but the resolve appears to be to continue on.
Ed O'Keefe reporting there in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. And we don't have any detail at this hour as to the shooter, who he was, where he had obtained this weapon, how he was able to, as eyewitnesses described, get himself carrying that weapon on top of an elevated position to then take shots, shots that successfully at least nicked, if not went through the ear of the Republican nominee or expected nominee, along with other individuals, two people critically injured, and one who lost his life in addition to the shooter. And, you know, I'm looking at the research done by our data journalism team here at CBS News, looking at these active shooting incidents. The last time that these happened, an active shooting incident at a political event, were also in open air spaces like this one in Pennsylvania. One of them, the 2011 shooting of Representative Gabby Giffords at a supermarket parking lot in Arizona. And then in 2017, the shooting of then Congressman Steve Scalise at a congressional baseball game practice in Virginia. Scalise now part of the very top of House Republican Party. And we have joining us by phone now the former Speaker of the Republican House of Representatives at that time, Kevin McCarthy, who joins us by phone. Congressman, this is such a troubling moment for our country to see an attempted assassination like this in the heat of a political campaign 4 months out from the election. I wonder what your message is to your Republican colleagues and to the country at this hour.
Well, my first are to the prayers to the family that have lost lives and to the president. The challenge that we have is the rhetoric that has continued to rise in this country. We all I think, need to take a very deep breath to be able to work forward here. I've been able to speak to the president's son and to the staff who was with the president going back to the plane. I know the fear that they had looking through that and watching the President Trump himself get shot, but how strong he was going through what he's going through today.
What have you learned, former Speaker McCarthy, about what's happening in former President Trump's inner circle tonight? We've heard from Donald Trump Jr. What did he tell you? What are you hearing from his top campaign advisors? You are as plugged in as any Republican I know. Please help us understand what is going on within the inner circle of the presumptive nominee at this exact time tonight.
Well, with his son was back in Florida, is actually on a boat when he was told, but he was able to talk to his father very quickly. I've talked to some staff that were right next to the president, was with him in the hospital, in the car driving back. The president is, if you can only imagine going through this, but the strength that this man has gone through his entire life and to be sitting on stage and watch that. A lot of their thoughts and prayers are with the family of who came to the rally, lost their lives, and was injured. We're now hearing a colleague, Congressman Ronnie Jackson's nephew, is one individual who was wounded and shot in the neck, scraped him, was at the rally as well.
That is the congressman and former White House physician, Ronnie Jackson. You were saying his nephew. You know this is true. You know this.
They was giving out heads.
Yes, Ronnie has put this out forward that his nephew was there at the rally, back behind the tent, and was wounded in it in the incident. I spoke to a couple congressmen who were there, who just maybe 30 feet back, and one of the incidents of a lady being wounded was just right behind them, was shot. The number of bullets they heard going through, you could hear from their voices the concern. But, here's the President Trump who's been shot, and his concern has really been with those at the rally who were injured. And his thanks was to the Secret Service, to the work that they have done, the protection that they have provided. He is actually dealing with this much calmer than I imagine others that can go through it. But his real concern is with those who were injured at the rally itself.
Do you believe, former Speaker McCarthy, there will still be outdoor rallies in this campaign for the rest of 2024?
The Secret Service probably will have a big say in that. But if the one thing, knowing President Trump, he loves to be with the people, and anything the president does, there's such large crowds. I don't know how you go about doing it without having it, but maybe there'll be heightened security going forward. There just has to be.
Do you think this delays the vice presidential selection or the convention in any way?
Knowing President Trump, no, not at all. I mean, I know that just talking to him the other day, he's going down to the very final portion here of making that decision. But knowing the president, he'll only be more invigorated to make sure to not let a sick person like this win in any shape or form, and to show the country that we can come together. We've got to, in this nation, to respect one another's opinion. If somebody has a different opinion of yours, does not mean they're less American. You need to respect different opinion. That's what democracy is about. And to see a tragic situation like this, you look back at American history in the 60s and others, we do not want to repeat from that. We're supposed to be a more perfect union, to strive to be better. And I hope people take this moment in time of the attack on President Trump's life to actually dial down the rhetoric and really start respecting one another's differences of opinion.
Former Speaker Kevin McCarthy, we couldn't agree with that sentiment more. We need to show more respect and be able to have civil conversations. There is no place for political violence, period. I do want to note at this hour that the FBI has issued a formal statement now saying that they have taken over from the Secret Service and are now the lead federal law enforcement agency investigating this incident involving former President Donald Trump. Earlier today in Butler, Pennsylvania, special agents of the FBI Pittsburgh field office were the first immediate responders here, including crisis response team members, evidence response technicians, and they are going to continue to support the investigation with the full resources of the FBI, along with the Secret Service and local law enforcement. And they have actually published a tip line for anyone who has information to share, who might have been there, an eyewitness. That tip line, 1-800-CALL-FBI, asking for any information that could assist with the investigation. I also just want to quickly update on those two individuals that the Secret Service said were injured at the rally. We know that those two patients are at Allegheny General Hospital. They were indeed injured. The hospital confirms both patients are in critical condition. So Donald Trump is recovering from his injuries at this hour. There was one death and two people in critical condition at this hour. Let's bring back into the conversation Chief Washington Correspondent Major Garrett. He is on the phone. Major?
Hi, Margaret. Hello, everyone. We've had to break down our live shot position because there's lightning and thunder in the region, and we didn't want to be out in the middle of that and struck by lightning. you can understand that. I've just been on the phone with Reince Priebus, who's chairman of the host committee of the convention here in Milwaukee. It has not been relayed to him formally by the U.S. Secret Service that they are going to enlarge the security perimeter here. He does not doubt that that's what's going to happen. That has not been officially conveyed to him yet, but he expects that to happen. We certainly have reporting from our own Nicole Skanga that tells us that's going to occur. Reince Priebus, the chairman of the host committee here, believes that, in fact, will occur. What I can tell you right now, at this hour in downtown Milwaukee, just 2 blocks from the arena, the Fiserv Arena where the convention will be conducted, things are, for the moment, as normal. The apparatus to build a security perimeter is certainly visible, but nothing is being extended at the present hour. There's certainly more police visible, a couple of helicopters that I didn't see an hour or 2 ago, but everything else, for the moment, is as it was. And I would say as normal as something could be in preparation for a security event of this magnitude starting on Monday here in Milwaukee. One other thing to note, and this has been a part of our conversation for the last hour or so, as Robert Costa pointed out, as Olivia Rinaldi pointed out, we are still awaiting former President Trump's announcement of a running mate. Talking to those within the Trump inner circle, this assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania, has created many repercussions, obviously. One of the repercussions is, has this brought into somewhat sharper relief something that former President Trump has routinely said, that the pick he wants to have as a running mate, the political impact is maybe not as important to him as the ability to carry out the job should something terrible happen. Those are the former president's words. He said that many times. The former president has said privately to his advisors, not tonight, but in the past, North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum, as a 2-term sitting governor, fits that idea that he has as someone who could instantly step into the job. Does this event in Butler, Pennsylvania, raise questions about J.D. Vance, 39 years old, 1.5 years in the United States Senate? Would that be sufficiently experienced in light of this assassination attempt? We don't know, but those in the Trump inner circle who have talked about the way this is now being thought about in those circles are coming to the conclusion that it's going to get a very serious relook in light of events this afternoon in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Major Garrett, this just changes so much for the political moment we are in, for the campaign we are all covering as part of the exercise in democracy, which is in this country to go and express yourself and try to force change through the ballot box, not through violence. And violence we saw today, we are describing it in this context because it was at a political event. It was at a political rally. We have gun violence in this country. We have shooting events and all the time, frankly. But we are in a high threat environment. We are in a politically charged environment. And the assumption here is that the shooter was attempting to assassinate the Republican candidate for a political outcome. And we need to find out more about any kind of identifiers on the shooter, who he was, what his motivations were. But we do know from one of the eyewitnesses on the ground who spoke to our partners over at the BBC that individuals in the area saw this gunman climb to the roof with a weapon and warned law enforcement minutes before shots were fired. Listen.
We noticed a guy crawling, bear crawling up the roof of the building beside us, 50 feet away from us. So we're standing there, we're pointing at the guy crawling up the roof.
And he had a gun, right?
He had a rifle. We could clearly see him with a rifle. Absolutely. We're pointing at him. The police are down there running around on the ground. We're like, hey, man, there's a guy on the roof with a rifle. And the police were like, huh, what? Like they didn't know what was going on. Yeah, we're like, hey, right here on the roof, we can see him from right here. We see him. He's crawling. And next thing you know, I'm thinking to myself, why is Trump still speaking? Why have they not pulled him off the stage? I'm standing there pointing at him for, 2-3 minutes. Secret Service is looking at us from the top of the barn. I'm pointing at that roof, just standing there like this. And
he telling you, Secret Service they on an elevated position. They could see this dude, bro. They could see him with the rifle, and they didn't shoot him till after he shot Trump.
Next thing you know, 5 shots ring out.
So you're certain that the shots came from that guy on the roof?
100%.
Now, we don't know that. Now, look, there go the Secret Service that was on the barn. There go the Secret Service. And that's only one sniper team, because I seen another sniper team that was located closer to Trump. So here you have the sniper team who killed the suspect on top of the barn. No freaking way they didn't see that man climbing onto that goddamn barn. They did not kill this man until after he had already shot the president.
And that was an eyewitness to events. The video you see there, you can see men perched with guns. Those we believe are the Secret Service snipers who responded to the attacker. As you can see, with the American flags on top of the area where the former president had been perched. And what we know from the Secret Service is that they were able to eliminate the shooter. We want to be clear that we cannot say if the specific sniper you were seeing in that video was the one who took out the shooter, but you can see the effort underway to react in the moment to the attack that had just happened. That video just coming in at this hour. We wanted to play it out for you. We also want to tell our viewers that the President of the United States, Joe Biden, has decided to head back from Rehoboth, Delaware, to the White House tonight, underscoring the urgency of the moment we are in. We want to bring back into our conversation CBS News consultant and former deputy director of the Secret Service, A.T. Smith, who joins us on the phone. A.T., I don't know if you were able to see that video of the sniper response. What are your thoughts in terms of their quick reaction?
Well, that is exactly what they're supposed to do. They are positioned for long-range threats, and kind of thing that we're talking about apparently occurred tonight. You know, at the same time, their responsibility is to have 360-degree coverage. In other words, when I talked earlier about...
Okay, I'm glad you just said that. They supposed to have 360-degree coverage. Okay, could somebody please explain to me what 360 degrees is? That means everywhere around Trump, they got eyes on everything. One sniper team is looking one way. You have three or four different sniper teams, but they have what he just said, 360-degree coverage. Why the fuck did that man climb onto that building and point that rifle at Trump? Which sniper team stood down and allowed that to happen? That's all we want to know. Since they had that 360-degree coverage, I'm glad they on TV letting the world know that they set Trump up and allowed him to get shot, man.
Concentric rings of security, outer perimeter, a middle perimeter, and an inner perimeter. The counter sniper team is really responsible for beyond that outer perimeter. And, you know, they have long-range binoculars, long-range weapons.
Keep it up. Long-range binoculars. Keep it up. Just keep on telling the world that y'all set Trump up, let Trump get hit. Just keep, because you see, earlier they were saying, well, the shooter was outside the perimeter, the security zone. I kept telling you that's a fucking lie. Are you kidding me? What the fuck do you think snipers is for? Snipers take care of all of that outside. That's their perimeter, the sniper. To handle a sniper or somebody with a long rifle. That's what the snipers is for. I'm so glad they letting everybody know they supposed to have Trump covered 360 degrees. They didn't. They allowed the man to climb the building while witnesses told them, hey, look at that dude. He's climbing the building. He has a rifle. And the police are saying, huh? What man? What rifle? What are you talking about? And they say him right there. You don't see him, police officer? What guy? Who are you talking about? Then the shots rang out. Then the sniper team say, oh, that guy, and killed them. Man, come on.
And that sort of thing. And so their responsibility is to be panning 360 degrees around that site, that event, to search for a threat of this type.
They're supposed to be scanning 360 degrees, not one sniper team, because you have a sniper with the rifle, then you have a guy behind him, which called the spotter, and he got his binoculars, and he's looking. But you have several different sniper teams, 360 degrees, so they're always covering every angle at all times, meaning the guy would never have a chance to get on top of a building with a gun and point it at the president. Somebody would always have that area covered. But they didn't. Because it seems like they stood down and allowed that guy to get off shots. After that guy got off several shots, Then they killed that guy.
AT, I just want to quickly tell our viewers that a White House official has told CBS News that President Biden was able to speak tonight to former President Donald Trump. He also spoke to the governor of the state of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro, as well as the mayor of Butler, Pennsylvania, Bob Dandoy. And we know President Biden is returning here to Washington to receive an updated briefing tomorrow from Homeland Security and from law enforcement officials. AT, given the moment we are in, and I just keep making that broader point because of the concern of how these hours are handled. As a former Secret Service officer, what are you thinking in this moment ahead of a convention 4 months out from an election? What kind of security increases can be done at a time when we are already at such a high threat level?
Well, and earlier, as I think Major Garrett pointed out, in Milwaukee, there's already enhancements that they believe will be underway. I mean, certainly they had not cut, any security measures prior to the convention. But when you have an event like this, everything will be reevaluated constantly, and I'm sure that they will increase the manpower. There had been a lot of back and forth and controversy, I think, about the protest zones in Milwaukee. I'm sure that will be reevaluated because, while everyone's entitled to their First Amendment rights, they will just have to take a harder look at that and make sure that, the security around events like that and protests are, adequately prepared for. But having said that, I think until they determine that this was a lone gunman versus a concerted effort, there'll be an increase in most all of the protective details. Again, someone mentioned earlier how many protectees we have, president, vice president, obviously the former presidents, but there are others out there that are protected by the Secret Service as well, the Secretary of Treasury, Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. And then obviously the Capitol Police have members of Congress and throughout the federal government. So I think all of the security details will take a hard look at where they may be. They'll work hand in hand with the Secret Service to see if any of the threat stream information increased and picked up.
Nervous,
and, as you pointed out, and I mentioned earlier, the FBI now becomes the lead agency in this investigation. But they've obviously brought in the ATF, who has the expertise to determine all of the ballistics, the gun-related issues.
Yep. All right, A.T. Smith, thank you for your analysis. It is 10:30, just after 10:30 here on the East Coast, 7:30 on the West Coast, and we want to recap the breaking news that we have been following. As you know, at this hour, there has been a significant event in the battleground state of Pennsylvania at a political rally being held for Donald Trump, and Trump himself was the subject of an assassination attempt at that political rally. We know shots were fired shortly after 6 p.m. Eastern time. The presumed Republican nominee was then rushed off stage by Secret Service to a nearby hospital. The former president is now safe. He is out of the hospital, and he said he was, quote, shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear. That was in a post on social media. We haven't actually been able to hear directly from Donald Trump yet, but we know that he is recovering. Unfortunately, one individual attending that rally lost his life tonight. We know that 2 other people have been critically injured. Others in the area are also reporting some minor injuries, but the local hospital says 2 people are critical. And CBS News is reporting that the gunman who was able to take the shot that came so close to Donald Trump that it actually pierced his ear was using an AR-style rifle. There were multiple shots. And tonight we know because of this, the current president of the United States, Joe Biden, is returning to the White House. He had been at his private home in Delaware. And we know that tomorrow he will undergo a full briefing from his Homeland Security team. He has spoken with former President Trump, as we told you, and the governor of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro. And in a taped statement earlier today, we heard from President Biden that he was going to reach out to his political opponent. He called him Donald. He said he wanted to call, he had called, and we now know at this hour that the two men were able to speak.
Yeah,
we don't have details on the content of that conversation, but we will bring you everything as we learn it. We also know at this hour, joining us is House Majority Leader Steve Scalise, someone who knows firsthand what political violence is like. The Louisiana congressman, as you all recall, was shot and injured at a congressional baseball game practice in 2017. Yeah, and Leader Scalise joins us now on the phone. I wonder, sir, at this hour, have you been able to speak with Donald Trump? Do you know how he's doing?
Yeah, we texted back and forth a few hours ago. I told him I was praying for him and he's doing well. And he texted back that he's doing fine. Obviously, a lot of concern early off when there was a lot more unknown about his injury, and then we found out more that there was another fatality there, that somebody killed that was a spectator at the rally. And we pray for everybody involved and, glad the shooter's down, but, still a lot more questions, but just alarming that something like this would happen at a political rally with the former president, that it was able to come to this and get that close.
Absolutely. It's chilling. It's scary for people who are watching. Leader Scalise, and I remember when you were injured, the images of then President Donald Trump and the First Lady going to the hospital to visit.
People should be ashamed of themselves. Biden, these media people, it's chilling. It's just so shocking. What the hell y'all thought supposed to happen to y'all? Been saying this man was Hitler. He's a dictator. He's ruining democracy. Okay, then somebody shoot at Hitler or somebody, a dictator. Then you gonna weep over Hitler? No, they knew they was lying. You see? They knew they was lying. Now the bullshit done caught up to them, so they gotta act like, oh man, we would never be for any political violence. Why you calling man Hitler then? No, that was just we just compared him to a little Hitler. He's not big Hitler. Man, bullshit. These people should be ashamed of themselves, man.
Is it you? I wonder how that moment, that experience has changed the way you experience our politics and what your message to Americans is at this hour.
Yeah, look, we in the greatest country in the history of the world, and we have big political differences. And, we did 240 years ago when our country started, but, the way we settle our differences at the ballot box, that's what makes America unique. We cannot tolerate political violence. And, we've seen some of it brewing over the last few years, but at the same time, we all need to be vocal in speaking out against it. And as you mentioned, when I was shot, President Trump came to the hospital at night and, consoled my family. I was in a coma for 3 days, but, he and I still talk about that a lot. And he was there for me. I reached out to him because I want to be there for him, like so many other people want to be there for him, just praying that he's okay. But then there'll be a lot of other questions later.
Leader Scalise, Bob Costa, I've covered you for a long time, Congressman, and I remember when you were shot. I remember when you came to the United States House of Representatives, and I've witnessed your recovery up close as a reporter. Your injuries were horrific. It has taken you a long time to recover. What is it like as a political figure, someone who is public facing in your job, to deal with the recovery, the shock, the trauma of an incident like this? Of course, these are different incidents, but you are one of the rare people in this kind of position, a major position, who has been through an assassination attempt as well.
Yeah, and I mean, back then I almost didn't make it through. There are a lot of miracles. But like today, I mean, law enforcement was there for me. I mean, I'll never forget David Bailey and Crystal Griner with Capitol Police, who both confronted the shooter and were both hit during the shootout to keep all of us on that ball field alive. And today you saw, the Secret Service agents immediately rush into Donald Trump to keep him safe as the shots were still being fired. But when I watched the video today, you hear the pop of the shots and ultimately the words "shooter down," and it just brought back a lot of memories, not good memories, but just the memories of that day in 2017, because it was very, very similar in how quick it went, but yet it seemed like it was going on for hours. And then just the bravery of law enforcement then, like we saw today.
So you are now one of the leaders of the House of Representatives. You work very closely with Speaker Mike Johnson, also from the state of Louisiana. What steps, if any, what can you share with us? Concrete things that are being discussed, if anything is being discussed, about hearings, possible investigations at the House level of the Secret Service, Homeland Security. Please provide any specificity what you as a House leader are planning to do in the wake of this.
Yeah, we've been in constant communication with colleagues, with staff on the Oversight Committee, on some of the other committees. Of course, you know, we're checking into some of the reports. You know, was Trump's Secret Service team asking for more Secret Service for weeks and been denied that? We're looking at that as well. But, you know, why was a shooter be able to get on the roof of a building literally 150 yards away from Trump's podium undetected?
Why was a shooter allowed to get on a building 150 feet, so close, 150 yards, whatever, from the president? Why was he allowed? That's the key word, allowed. Why was he allowed? You allowed him to do that, huh? Come on, man. Because they thought Trump was finna get whacked, man. That's the only thing was going to be able to save Joe Biden, man. He's still a president of the United States. He's still a very powerful individual. And the Supreme Court, don't get it twisted, just prove Joe Biden whacking. If Joe Biden whacked Donald Trump, the Supreme Court just said, if he doing it in the capacity of a president, if he thinking that's going to save the United States, going to save democracy, then he can't be found guilty because he's doing it in the capacity. They just ruled that and said Trump would use that, but it's Joe Biden who looks like he used it.
You know, those are serious questions that we're going to be asking. Some of that we may find out quickly. Some of it we will have hearings on. But, you know, next week we've got the convention. A lot of additional effort was put into security at both the Republican and Democrat Party conventions this year, as needs to be the case, unfortunately, these days.
But what exactly are you going to do? Do you have any plans at this point?
I'm going to be in Milwaukee for the entire convention. I just got word from the RNC that, you know, it appears the President Trump is going to be going forward with the schedule as was laid out. He'll, I'm sure, talk more about what that is. I mean, we were expecting to hear the VP pick rolled out early next week. You know, that's still going to be up to President Trump how that's done, but I haven't heard of any changes in plans starting Monday in Milwaukee.
Leader, I see Speaker Johnson is already saying he's going to call up the Secret Service director and officials from Homeland Security and FBI for a hearing. That is something that I'm sure the world will watch, but I wonder what your message is. Have you specifically instructed members in the coming hours to rein in some of the rhetoric that I will point out some are using online that is somewhat incendiary in terms of really blaming this somehow on the administration? Have you asked them to refrain from that?
Now she's asking him to censor yourselves. Don't tell the truth. Don't say it was the media and Biden who put the hit on Trump by their words. Why not? Y'all said he was a dictator and he was Hitler and he was trying to destroy democracy. He must be stopped. Y'all said that over and over and over. Now when people repeat what y'all saying, remember Biden pulling his ass because everybody gonna see those ads and be like, damn, dude, you put the hit on the man through your ads. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Now they want the Republicans to come out and say, okay. We're going to tell our people not to tell the truth and to pretend like y'all wasn't just calling for the execution of this man.
I've already been very vocal within moments of the shooting that political violence is not something anybody should tolerate. But also I went further and said that we need to dial the rhetoric down. And there's been a lot of rhetoric for the last few months. And, you know, and I think some of that, you know, this idea, and Bob Barr even said it, that Donald Trump's some threat to democracy. That kind of language doesn't. All it takes is one person to hear that and act on it. And I don't know if that's the case today, but those are the kind of things that shouldn't be said. And you know, all of us.
I'm glad he said that. She haven't once said the Democrats need to dial back from saying Donald Trump is Hitler or that he's a threat to democracy. No, don't. She's not telling them, oh, don't say the stuff that could put the play in the motion to get him hit. No, don't. She wants the Republicans not to remind the world what we were saying, because then they're going to know we liars and how shameful we are. that we don't give a damn about what happened to Trump. We was just saying he's a dictator and Hitler. How could we give a damn about a dictator and Hitler?
Just need to do better and dial the language down. Let's focus on the issues. We have real serious issues that divide us and real serious problems in this country. Let's let the next 4 months be about how to fix and solve those problems in America and not have the incendiary language that unfortunately we're seeing right now.
Leader Scalise, would you call for more security for members of Congress? You are someone who has been attacked as a member of Congress, a former president tonight shot in Butler, Pennsylvania.
More security.
Yes or no? Would you support or call for more security for members of the House and Senate?
No.
We've increased security in the House and Senate and with Secret Service as well. You know, all of those agencies are unfortunately more active than ever at rooting out threats. There's people that still threaten the lives of members of Congress that you know you hate to see, but it's still going on, and you know you see that in the executive level too. This is something that shouldn't be tolerated. But we also need to see a more aggressive attitude when somebody does commit political violence. You know, today the shooter was killed, but there's other examples of violence where the people were let go. And that's not a good sign. You shouldn't be letting people go that commit political violence, because then they're going to just send a message that it's okay to do it, and it's not okay.
Leader Scalise, I asked you about your members because I see a tweet from the Republican congressman from Georgia, Mike Collins, who said, quote, Joe Biden sent the orders. Is there any information whatsoever to link in any way the U.S. government to what happened today?
No, look, I mean, there are reports that the mainstream media had reported about some comments from Joe Biden. I'm not going to repeat them because I haven't seen the video itself, but I've seen multiple reports of it printed. And again, this is all the kind of thing that needs to stop. It needs to stop immediately.
See? A congressman put out Joe Biden sent the hit. She just want him to renounce that right now. Is it any evidence? What did he say? Well, shit, I seen something where Joe Biden said somewhere. I'm not going to say it right now. Come on, man. Everybody, that man know. Everybody named mama know who put the hit. It's only one person in this motherfucking country who the Supreme Court said could whack his political opponent. That's Trump or Biden. The Supreme Court just said that. But they told y'all Trump was going to try to whack Biden. When it happened to Trump, they act like they don't know what happened. Come on, the Supreme Court just told you what was going to happen.
All of these things, and then, you know, you wonder why something bad happens if somebody goes and goes over the extreme. I mean, nobody should take an extreme measure like today, but unfortunately I've seen it myself. And what happened with me was a reaction to things that were being said that shouldn't have been said then.
Joe Biden's statements, I don't know if you saw his on-camera comments, were not incendiary. It was about lowering the temperature.
Yeah, that's after Trump.
What are you referring to?
This was something from days ago.
Okay.
But
so in this moment, though, in this particular very dangerous moment, that's why I was asking you.
No, ma'am. He's telling you what led up to Trump getting shot. The Republicans are telling you Joe Biden sent the hit. Now, he just told you mainstream media printed something. I don't even know it yet. This is fresh. Where it seemed like Joe Biden put the hit on Trump through all that. He must be stopped at all costs and all that nonsense. He's going, all that is a political hit on the man. So he telling her, ma'am, please keep the BS to yourself. Even the president is saying incendiary stuff. That's what he's telling her. But you want the Republicans to stand down when Trump gets shot? That's crazy.
Your guidance specifically to members. So, but what I understood you saying is that no member should in any way insinuate anything without actually knowing fact first.
He didn't say that.
Right. And then if the facts are confirmed, whoever's behind that should be called out for doing it and should stop doing it immediately.
Okay. Leader, thank you very much for sharing with us all that you know at this hour and your experience.
You know damn well
this has to be difficult to relive, as you mentioned. Sam Vinograd, you've been with us throughout, former Homeland Security official. What are you hearing
and you know,
from
the man just letting y'all know it's not a lone wolf. This is a high-ranking Republican, goddamn Scalise. He letting you know it wasn't a lone wolf because he told you there's going to be some investigations on how did the man get so close to Trump and climb on the building. He know that's impossible. He know that's impossible. Unless he was told, the certain Secret Service agents was told to stand down, man.
Biden administration at this hour from your law enforcement sources?
Well, in the first instance, I'm hearing that the White House has given direction to all relevant agencies and departments to engage in this investigation to the fullest extent possible. So all available resources are being directed to investigating the perpetrator of this incident, and on the other hand, how this occurred. So we have really two investigations, Margaret. On the first, who perpetuated this assassination attempt? We understand that intelligence and law enforcement officials at the federal, state, and local level are working together to try to get more information on this individual, his weapon, and how he was able to get this close to the president with that weapon. On the latter, which has been referenced by some of our former guests, how this occurred, there will be most likely an independent investigation of whether there were security failures at the perimeter of this incident. Now, we know that those oversight investigations and independent investigations do take time, Margaret. As you recall, the Department of Justice investigated what happened in Uvalde. That was several months. So we should not expect answers on the operation.
There's been a lot of assassination attempts to try to assassinate one of the leaders of the president of Slovakia, one of the NATO countries, tried to assassinate him. The Iranian president was assassinated. They tried to assassinate Putin last year. It's been a lot. It's some more. They definitely been on their assassination trip. People better put this shit together. NATO, all they rivals is getting shots fired at them.
Operational failures that could have led up to this anytime soon. I also know that the White House, as appropriate, is in touch with relevant officials at the FBI, at the Secret Service, at Homeland Security, and having been in mass casualty response mode myself, there's ongoing communication in that respect, and we should expect the FBI and others, the Secret Service, to try to be as transparent as possible about what they learn, particularly as there are already conspiracy theories circulating about what led to this.
This is classified information, and it's going to get sealed like JFK. It's national security. They can't tell. They're not going to be able to tell us the truth because it will incite political violence if they tell us the truth about who put the hit on Trump. They definitely not going to tell the truth.
It will be very, very important that the administration continue to be as transparent as possible about what they're ascertaining so that conspiracy theories don't lead potentially to more violence.
And they will attempt to elevate truth in that transparency of what they learn here. But as we know, we live in an environment where conspiracy theories are also amplified by our adversaries, as we heard from the Director of National Intelligence.
Revolutionary salute to our brother Shouted Nick for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is way of life, and I appreciate the love. Family salute. This CIA agent is working hard to push propaganda. She's telling us the FBI and the Secret Service, which are the ones who coordinate and control the hits, they're gonna make sure none of the propaganda break through, none of the lies, none of the conspiracy theories. They're gonna give us the truth, the facts. You know, they say we can't listen to Trump because he's a liar, and everybody tied to Trump are liars. That's what they've been promoting. So the only people you can get the truth from is them, the FBI, and the Secret Service. You can't make this shit up.
Intelligence just this week. In the briefing from that the president will receive tomorrow, we're told that the vice president, Kamala Harris, will also participate in it. It'll be the director of the Secret Service, the director of Homeland Security, Liz Sherwood Randall, who is the assistant to the president and Homeland Security advisor, the attorney general, Merrick Garland, Jake Sullivan, who is the national security advisor to the president of the United States, the FBI director, also participated in a briefing. So this is really top level officials, all hands on deck.
And nationally, both domestically and internationally. And I think the presence of the National Security Advisor is very notable as well. We have Liz Sherwood Randall and law enforcement intelligence officials working on the situation within our borders, investigating it, and likely briefing the president on operational security enhancements and any other intelligence that's relevant here. At the same time, as you and I spoke about earlier, we have to think about how this is reverberating globally and how various threat actors may seek to exploit this moment.
And when you say that, it makes me think of what Mike Pence, the former vice president, said on the day violence at the Capitol that he survived on January 6th, where he said, I'm not going to get in the vehicle because I don't want to give our adversaries the fun of seeing us flee the capital of the United States.
It's such an important thing to note, the official response, the security response. There's also a political seismic event that's happening. I've been working the phone for the last hour, talking to Democrats and Republicans. So many top Democrats are telling me tonight that the story of the country for the last week and a half, 2 weeks, the aftermath of that debate in Atlanta, there's no talk now among top Democrats of trying to push President Biden out. Still
very heated phone calls just earlier today.
Yeah, are you kidding me? He just tried to kill Trump. You think one of them Democrats gonna go against Biden now? Are you kidding me? They don't want their car to crash. They don't want some burglar to try to carjack them and they get shot in a Washington D.C. carjacking. These people should be ashamed of themselves. How after Trump? Okay, you can't make this up, but right here in y'all face, Wayne's World. How is assassination attempt on Trump means now all the Democrats got to get behind Biden 100%? How? You just said that he is incapable mentally of functioning properly. But it seems like Biden handlers are some gangsters and nobody want to go against them.
Earlier today with President Biden, with different caucuses and different groups within the House of Representatives, so frustrated with him, voicing it to his face, or at least on the phone. Now you have Democrats tonight quiet. This is the story of the country right now, not Democratic frustration with President Biden. And for Republicans, there's a lot of unity beneath all the shock tonight. The convention will be a convening moment for a party that is rattled in Milwaukee. People are already talking about, like when Ronald Reagan in 1981 went to the University of Notre Dame for the commencement address after.
Whoever try to say Biden got to go in the Democrat side, your ass going to get some of that political violence they've been talking about. Some of Trump people going to retaliate on your ass. Yeah. Anybody on the Democratic side say one word to Joe Biden again, then Trump people going to listen to what I'm saying. If you tell Biden he got to go, Trump people going to retaliate on you because political violence is in the air.
After he was shot, that was that moment where there was an eruption of applause. This is the comeback moment they hope for former President Trump to take the stage. But you have Democrats tonight almost across the board, let President Biden be president, I'm being told by my sources. There's no talk now of trying to get him out of there.
Well, we will see what the political reality and calculation.
It's fast-moving.
It's fast-moving.
The temperature tonight, based on my report.
That is for sure. I want to one more time go out to Olivia Rinaldi. She is our CBS News political campaign reporter who was on the ground at the rally, shot some of the video, filmed some of the video that you have been watching earlier. Olivia, has the security perimeter been lifted? The lockdown been lifted yet?
Lockdown has been lifted here in Butler, Pennsylvania. We've seen all of the cars that were here waiting clear out. So now just a few reporters and a few vendors that are still here. But Margaret, the air here is still very tense, very palpable. Behind me, there are, back in the area where Trump was earlier, there are police officers, there are Secret Service agents, there are FBI there, because this is an active crime scene. You know, as we were walking out of the rally today, we could see the area on the bleachers being roped off by yellow crime scene tape. It was just extraordinary imaging from here in Butler.
Olivia Rinaldi reliving what she saw and witnessed today in this extraordinary turn of events. I also just want to recap. I believe, can the producers tell me, am I still talking to Olivia or am I going to the teleprompter? I'm told that we have political reporter Ed O'Keefe, who is standing by now in Milwaukee. Ed, can you hear me?
I cannot believe they do.
I can, Margaret.
I cannot believe it's been an assassination attempt on Trump's life and they still won't identify who the shooter was. This is crazy, bro. These people, this is disgusting propaganda for America to be doing.
Just want to convey again from here that we are anticipating the security situation to intensify and expand in the coming hours, if not by the morning.
Man, we don't want to hear that shit.
It's a setup in downtown where the arena is, where the Milwaukee Bucks play during the rest of the year. That is the center of this. There's a hotel nearby where Trump was expected to stay. There's a few other facilities nearby where the media and the party are set up to work. And it's expected now that that perimeter is just going to grow out by several more blocks potentially as a precaution. We're also anticipating, as our Nicole Skanger reported earlier tonight, that more law enforcement will be sent here to Milwaukee in anticipation of this event. There are some scheduled to begin tomorrow, and they are expected, or they're at least currently scheduled to be held outdoors. So we'll wait and see whether or not that happens. We also heard a little while ago, as you mentioned, that the president and the former president spoke. Neither side is sharing any more details other than that they did in fact speak. The president also spoke with the governor of Pennsylvania and the mayor of Butler, Pennsylvania. And the president is making his way now from Rehoboth, Delaware. He has to go up to Dover, Delaware.
We need to hear that
take an Air Force jet back to Andrews Air Force Base and then the White House. So probably by around midnight is when he'll be back at the White House tonight. We've got no official word yet that he isn't going to speak again tonight. But given the late hour, it may be at this point that he waits until tomorrow. And remember, the other thing that we're all anticipating in the coming hours is who is the running mate, and how does this change the nature of politics? Does the sitting president still keep to his schedule next week? He's supposed to go to Texas and Nevada. How does this change the nature of campaign events across the country? All things that have to be considered in the coming hours, in addition to, of course, the ongoing investigation and how the Republican Party responds to all this as they meet up the street here in the coming days.
It changes a lot about the dynamics of this race. Costa was just sketching out for us. Democrats have some decisions to make. We already knew they did, but whether or not they are sticking with the presumptive Democratic nominee, Joe Biden, has been an active conversation. Ed, but you're pointing, what do you know?
And because in my conversations tonight with at least some of the Democrats we've been in touch with in recent days, they acknowledge that's all but over at this point. There's going to be lingering concern, but it's difficult, inappropriate, and premature to be having that conversation right now, given the events of this afternoon.
Huh? Now, what sense do that make? How does it make sense that Trump gets shot and now they don't need to be that they don't need to be talking about Joe Biden is too mentally unstable to be the president? What you mean? He's still the same Joe Biden he was before Trump got shot. No, he's a vicious, angry, desperate dictator Joe Biden who Trump got shot. Now all the Democrats fall in line. This don't seem like no democracy to me. This is crazy, man. And that he reporting on news. No, the Democrats said that's all but over now. They all riding with Joe Biden. They backing Joe Biden 100% after Trump get shot.
Ed O'Keefe on the ground in Milwaukee tonight. We want to bring back into the conversation CBS News consultant and former deputy director of the Secret Service, A.T. Smith, who joins us once again by phone. A.T., in that briefing that the president will receive tomorrow, what do you think will be possible to know? What will law enforcement actually know in the light of day?
Well, Margaret, by tomorrow morning, they'll have a good bit of information about the crime scene, I believe. They'll be able to evaluate it, with regard to the FBI agents and ATF agents who have responded out there tonight, kind of a preliminary report. So that will be conveyed to the FBI director, Secret Service director. I'm sure the ATF director will be in that briefing tomorrow. I don't think they'll have necessarily final ballistics reporting, but they'll have a good idea of the things we talked about earlier. They'll know a little bit more about this individual. Is it a lone gunman, an concerted effort of more than one person? I think a lot of that will develop through the night. And I would think in the briefing in the morning, there'll be a good bit more information relayed, to the president and to the staff than probably we.
A.T. Smith, the Secret Service has been under siege within the last decade. Countless congressional investigations, calls of mismanagement during the Obama and Trump presidencies. This is an institution within the federal government that is by no means seen as flawless by Democrats or Republicans. As someone who has been inside the Secret Service at the highest levels, what is this moment for the Secret Service? An assassination attempt of a former president under their watch following the scandals of the past decade?
It's going to be a tough situation. I mean, I see where the, House Oversight Committee is already calling for a hearing. I mean, and that's the difference in today and years ago. Nobody let the dust settle anymore, and get a sort of a complete picture of what happened. We have a lot of the politicians who want to pile on and get their, moment in the media, quite frankly. Mm-hmm. And, it's not that some of it is undeserved. I mean, they will take a hard look, and nobody will look at themselves harder than the Secret Service. But very often these things become so politicized that the real truth gets lost. And, I was there a lot of this, and when a lot of this went on, and I hate to say it, but I'm going to point a finger. Unfortunately, some of the members of Congress, want to make hay out of it just for their own purposes.
AT, it's Margaret again. I wonder, as we continue to play this footage over and over again, in the initial shots, it appeared you could hear something, and Donald Trump looked off to his side. It was to his right. And yet he was hit. That makes it would suggest, I would think, then, that the shooter was not head on, but rather at an angle to him. Is there some kind of, glaring oversight there in terms of the visibility for the Secret Service?
I don't know yet. As I said, the responsibility for a lone gunman or a distance shooter, like we talked, is the counter sniper team. If they were at a disadvantage for some reason, if there was foliage that blocked them, if somehow they didn't get the word that people had seen this individual climbing up on the building, that will all be asserted or certainly evaluated throughout the course of the investigation. And, if there was a failure there, as I said, no agency more than the Secret Service will self-critique. So I think we just have to wait and see sort of what the ballistics from the firearm show, what the distance is, and what we end up finding out about the individual. And, then they'll obviously figure out what the counter sniper officers were doing, on the roof and what their view of, field of vision was at that time.
AT, thank you for your analysis and helping to describe the breaking news to us once again. Just to recap what we know at this hour, that there was an assassination attempt against former President Donald Trump. 115 days before Election Day, the presumptive Republican nominee is safe, but he was injured in a shooting at his Pennsylvania campaign rally earlier today. Mr. Trump has said in a social media post that he was shot in the ear. We know the suspected shooter was taken out by Secret Service and killed. A rally attendee was also killed in the events, and we also know 2 individuals are in critical condition. All this happens just 2 days before Donald Trump is set to be formally nominated for president at the Republican National Convention. The White House says President Biden and former President Trump did speak this evening. In an on-camera comment, Biden said earlier, "There's no place in America for this type of violence." Our coverage of these unfolding events will continue on CBS News 24/7 and your late local news. And tomorrow we will bring you a special expanded coverage of this developing story anchored by our colleague John Dickerson starting at 9 a.m. Eastern. Following that, I'll bring you Face the Nation. This has been a CBS News special report. I'm Margaret Brennan. For all of us here at CBS, we pray.
Oh, lady, shut the hell up. All right, man. Let me find us some more coverage. We got a lot of the gist. Let's hear some more different talking points. We got a lot of that. But yeah, see everybody. All right. See everybody know they let it happen. Look at this dude. He done put this together. See, boy going viral already. This man here, boy, he just don't know he put a target
during this interview about this Trump incident that happened at this rally. Now, I'm going to do a much deeper dive into this incident tomorrow, but I want to make sure I capture this video because more than likely this video and possibly this man will disappear. Yep. He saw everything, and what he says is really, really odd. So I'm going to go ahead and let the video play now. And like I said, if you're not subscribed to this channel, please go ahead and do so because I'm going to make a much larger video on this topic tomorrow.
Someone who was here, you weren't inside the event, nope, but you were just outside. Tell us what you saw.
So we had a party here all day. You can see behind us at the Brinkles Farming Greenhouse here. We had a party, and we all decided, hey, when we hear Trump up there, we're going to walk up through the field, stand by the trees out there under the shade and watch and listen to the rally, right? We couldn't see them, but we could hear them. So we walked up, and probably 5 to 7 minutes of Trump speaking, I'm estimating here, I have no idea, but we noticed the guy crawling, bear crawling up the roof of the building beside us, 50 feet away from us. So we're standing there, we're pointing at the guy crawling up the roof.
And he had a gun, right?
He had a rifle. We can clearly see him with a rifle. Absolutely. We're pointing at him. The police are down there running around on the ground. We're like, hey, man, there's a guy on the roof with a rifle. And the police were like, huh, what? Like they didn't know what was going on. We're like, hey, right here on the roof. We can see him from right here. We see him. He's crawling. And next thing you know, I'm thinking to myself, why is Trump still speaking? Why have they not pulled him off the stage? I'm standing there pointing at him for, 2 or 3 minutes. Secret Service is looking at us from the top of the barn. I'm pointing at that roof, just standing there like this. And next thing you know, 5 shots rang out.
So you're certain that the shots came from that guy on the roof?
100%. 100%.
And he was up there for a couple of minutes.
He was up there.
You saw him up there for a couple of minutes.
Absolutely. At least 3 to 4 minutes.
And you were telling the police and the Secret Service?
We were telling the police. We were pointing at them for the Secret Service, who were looking at us from the top of the barn. They were looking at us the whole time when we were standing by that tree. Binoculars.
Did they see him?
Probably not, because the roof, the way that the slope went, he was behind where they could see. But why is there not Secret Service on all of these roofs here? This is not a big place.
Did you see, obviously everyone, when the shooting started, everyone was very panicked. Did you see what happened to him at all?
Oh, yeah, they blew his head off.
Okay, sorry.
Secret Service blew his head off.
Okay, just be careful because we don't quite know who's watching, but you're pretty sure they shot the guy?
Absolutely, 100%.
Okay.
Yep.
You saw that happen?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And did you see them go up to him afterwards, or?
They crawled up on the roof. They had their guns pointed at him, make sure he was dead. He was dead, and that was it. It was over.
That's incredibly shocking.
The guy was on the roof right there. You can see the white roof right there.
Did you get a look at him? Could you?
No, other than he was in
why they not filming
muted
putting the hit on this man right now?
Type clothing. We saw the rifle flinging around as he was trying to crawl. We saw the rifle, 100%.
Do you know about guns? Do you know kind of weapon it was?
Oh, I absolutely know about guns, for sure. It's a rifle of some sort. I wouldn't know, I wasn't close enough to read the label on it, but it was a rifle of some sort. Yeah, absolutely.
So how do you process what you've just seen?
I don't know what to say, man.
Who the hell did you find out who this dude is? He ain't no reporter.
If I walked up close to there with anything that Secret Service considered a problem, I wouldn't be standing here talking to you right now. But I don't know why a guy who we're standing there pointing out to police and Secret Service is crawling up the roof. Yes, right there by that tree.
Don't see it.
We were outside the security perimeter. But my question is, there's only a few buildings around here. Why is Secret Service not at every building here?
Well, there's a whole bunch of questions I think that are going to come.
There's a whole bunch of questions.
Yeah.
Yes, she was right in front of me. She kept going back and forth right in front of me. Yes.
Tell us about her.
Nice horse, nice lady running with a flag. Seemed very, patriotic.
But what's the significance of her?
No, he asked me if I saw a horse.
Okay. All right, well, listen, I'm sorry you had to witness that. That was a terrible thing. And you should stay safe with your family and
gotcha.
Thanks for your time.
Man.
That dude, that sounds like he's from Britain or something. See, that's MI6 right there. You see what I'm saying? That's British intelligence right there. That video. See, this they can't get away with this type of shit no more. But that's British intelligence. That's not American. And the man telling them, look, if you look over there, they didn't even turn that camera. No, we want to look at you. We want to make sure we get your ass on this camera since you the one pointing out that the Secret Service didn't do their job. They talking. Doesn't matter.
Bill O'Reilly here with a special edition of the No Spin News, the shooting of Donald Trump. It is Saturday night, East Coast, 9:30 p.m. as I report to you. Another bad day for America. And there's nothing else you can say about it. This is a situation that has happened before in our history. Everybody knows that. Very similar, by the way, to what happened to Teddy Roosevelt in 1912 when he was giving a speech and somebody walked up and shot him in the chest. The speech paperwork was inside his jacket, saved his life. And Teddy went on and completed the speech. And it was the same kind of madness that we are experiencing now, more than 100 years later. And it's never going to stop. So when you hear people in the subsequent days say, oh, this or that, or rifle this or gun that, it's never going to stop. Haters are haters. They'll find a way to commit violence. And the government can't control it. And that's the truth. Now, the logistics of it all, as we are in airtime, it's the would-be assassin has been shot to death by the Secret Service. He was outside the perimeter of the rally. He was on a building. And apparently some people saw him climb up to the top of that building with a rifle and tried to get the attention of police, but were unsuccessful. That will all be investigated in subsequent days, as will who the guy was and whether he had any help. And it'll be fascinating to find out who the would-be assassin actually was and if there was anyone else involved. Secret Service did what it could do. I do believe that there's going to be scrutiny on the service for not making sure that the buildings surrounding the site were clean. But again, that's not vital tonight. All of those things will reveal themselves. Yes, what is important is a reaction of Donald Trump, President Biden, President Obama, and the American people. So we'll start with Mr. Trump. And you saw it, the blood on his ear, a couple of inches from death, headshot. He said from the hospital on Truth Social, quote, I want to thank the United States Secret Service and all law enforcement for their rapid response on the shooting that just took place in Butler, Pennsylvania. Most importantly, I want to extend my condolences to the family of the person at the rally who was killed, also to the family of another person that was badly injured. It's incredible that such an act can take place in our country. Nothing is known at this time about the shooter, who is now dead. I was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear. I knew immediately that something was wrong in that I heard a whizzing sound, shots, and immediately felt the bullet ripping through the skin. Much bleeding took place, so I realized then what was happening. God bless America. A factual statement. All right, no rancor. I believe that Donald Trump, as anybody would be, is angry and very, very sad. And there may be another wounded civilian as well. We're trying to get the details on that. So the first one to react on the Democratic side was former President Obama. He beat President Biden to the punch, as they say, in a cliche. So Biden went on TV and he issued a statement that, was okay. Nothing wrong with it at all. But he should have issued it sooner. And I actually tweeted that. You can read all my tweets, by the way, on BillO'Reilly.com. But I'm not criticizing Mr. Biden tonight because he did one very noble thing. Said, I want to call Donald Trump. I have tried to call him. And obviously we understand why Mr. Trump can't take a phone call. Can't understand that. He's get his ear stitched up or whatever. But Biden reiterated twice that he wants to talk to Donald Trump. And I hope that happens. All Americans should hope that happens. The two men talk in a civil way and say, look, let's stop all the rancor. Let's just run on our records and our vision and stop this. Now, in times like these, Americans, and I can't tell you how many emails and texts I get from family and friends and from everybody. It's always the same theme that everybody's just sad, not angry so much, but sad. There are people who are angry, and I understand both emotions. But it's just like, we're a great country. Why does it keep happening? Well, there's something that all of us can do. And that's my theme tonight, and it will be all of next week. We've got to stop the hate brigades.
I don't want to hear that nonsense. We'll know they tried to whack him to make the claim.
This Saturday as a result of President Trump being shot in Butler, Pennsylvania at a campaign stop this afternoon in sweltering heat. We didn't think we would have any big momentous news stories here right prior to the big Republican National Convention. All eyes on President Biden, but unbelievable moments just a short time ago as President Trump was shot, fell behind the stands there, and law enforcement, of course, swarmed in at those first moments, and first responders, quick action to try to stop what unfolded there. And then moments later, President Trump stood up, pumped his fist into the air, his ear covered in blood, and his team now says the president is safe. So we'll start with that. But I'm lucky enough to have J.J. Carroll, who's a former Border Patrol agent who spent 24 years as the Customs and Border Patrol serving our nation, and whose father also served in the Secret Service. And literally we were sitting down to do an interview at this moment as our phones just exploded with this news about President Trump being shot. So JJ, welcome into the studio under unbelievable circumstances.
Well, thank you for having me. You're right. It is unbelievable. And the anger, I don't know what your phone is blowing up like mine, but what I'm feeling and being the text message is anger. People have been saying, they've been warning about this for months now, because once you put that man, you impeached him multiple times, you try to get him in jail. They're going to try to put him in jail in a couple days. What else is there left? Just like Tucker Carlson said, and many other very large voices, the only thing left is assassination.
I can't believe we're actually saying this. And I had to look at my son. You got to meet my 13-year-old son. And I said, the president was shot. And he said, what? Like, that's one of those moments, those defining moments in a person's life when you hear about an assassination attempt on a U.S. president. How does something like this happen? And we've said for months on this show, sadly, I've said, and the audience will say, Clayton, don't say that, don't say that. I'm telling you, they're not going to let this man become president again. No. The deep state, you've been deep in the bowels of the deep state right now, looking at them very, very closely. But do you think that's what this is? The deep state really does not want President Trump to become president of the United States again.
I think it's logical, right? You look at what they've done to this point. That's all they had left. They were going to throw him in jail. That's going to increase his popularity. Every day, every time they do something, increases it. I have a warning for the left. The left thinks that this is going to hurt him in some way. You just galvanized all of us. We're never going to step away from this man. We're behind him 100%. I'll give you an example. My wife is full on MAGA, loves President Trump, but I would have conversations with her about when I'm doing this documentary and things I'm learning. And she would say, hey, I need you to kind of wall me off a little bit from what you're learning. I said, well, sweetheart, there's violence coming around the corner. It's here. You either start to understand it. And she called me before I came on, and all she said was, I know you're about to go live with Clayton. I'm all in. I'm all in. And I think that's what I think we're going to see this galvanization, if you will, behind this man.
Well, think about it, right? Play that out to your wife's and to your wife's point, right? You have the RNC this week. So we have the Republican National Convention this week in Milwaukee. Starts Monday. President Trump speaking on Thursday night. Now imagine President Trump, whatever speech was written, it just got flushed down the toilet.
Yes.
He's going to be standing up there on stage with a bandage on the side of his head. There was an assassination attempt on this man. I'm getting goosebumps thinking about it. I never thought in my lifetime that I would see something like we saw in 1963.
Mm-hmm.
I can't believe that we're having this conversation, that a former president of the United States would have a moment like this. It makes me angry. It makes me frankly want to cry. But I can't believe, just think about it Thursday night when he's up there speaking.
It's going to be incredible. It's going to be one of the most watched events ever, because we want to see that man rise up. And like he did with his fist, stood up with his fist up saying, no, I'm here, I'm fighting. And if that doesn't make you want to support him more, that's the only feeling I have for him, is complete pride that that's my leader.
And you're speaking from experience, 24 years with the Customs and Border Protection. And you've said on our show many, many times that the best border president we've ever had is President Trump. So you served under President Trump. That's where that passion and loyalty is coming from.
Very much so, because for 19 years of my career, I was on a losing team. Not because we had bad players or coaches. We had bad ownership. Our government, they did everything they could to stymie us politically. And then here comes Donald Trump. And Donald Trump said, I'm going to build a wall. I'm going to secure the border. I'm going to do it. I got your back. And we actually were believing him. And when he delivered, the amount of pride the United States Border Patrol had and ICE had was immeasurable. We could not believe that we were actually winning, that we had an owner of a franchise, if you will, that poured money into his franchise and said, go win for me, boys. And we did. It was amazing. The greatest border president ever. And I think when he gets done the next 4 years and resurrects this nation from the brink of moral and economic collapse, he will be, historians will write and argue, is he one of, if not the best to ever serve?
People are saying in the chat right now, we're live right now. If you're joining us on this Saturday afternoon in an unbelievable moment, President Trump, an assassination attempt on his life. He is okay, according to his staff, but he was hit in some capacity. We don't have all of the details yet, but he stood up bloody with a bloody side of his head and pumped his fist. And his staff and the Secret Service released a statement just a short time ago saying the former president is safe. And he was literally just standing there showing off a chart of border crossing numbers. Unbelievable, right?
Unbelievable.
So JJ Carroll here in the studio talking about this. He's showing border crossing numbers, showing a chart of the amount of illegal immigrants that have poured across the United States border into the United States. And that's the moment that he's shot.
I don't believe in coincidences. I don't believe in happenstance. I believe things happen for a reason, and there's a reason for this. We don't know it just yet. But I also have a very personal pull to this, is I see those Secret Service agents rush that stage. They get paid to take a bullet. And my father did that. My father was extremely successful man, bear of a man, 6'4", 275 pounds. He started his career under LBJ.
That's right. Say Pat 20-year-old Thomas Matthew Crooks, is that his name? Is that breaking? 20-year-old?
All the way to the first Bush. The first Bush.
He gonna
and
have
Clinton. And he guarded Pope John Paul II when St. Pope John Paul II came to Louisiana. And I'm so proud of my father. But that's the type of men that rushed. And we're not talking about a frail, demented old man that you have to cover with your body. It took multiple men to cover Donald Trump, because he's a big man.
Right.
He's 6'3", 6'4"-ish, somewhere around there, 275. He likes to say he's 230. He's not 230. He's about 270.
Yeah.
You have to cover his body, every inch of his body. Because when you heard those pops, you heard more pops.
Oh, shit. I found it. Okay. Yeah. Now we're going to get to the good stuff. See, that just was the hors d'oeuvres we've been watching. Now let's get into who the hell this scumbag is and how they've been grooming them and giving them their psychedelics. Hold on, let me get this on the screen. Revolutionary salute for them. Oh. Okay, this the guy. See, this is disgusting. It's disgusting that YouTube channels is showing the picture of the man.
But this is the said shooter.
How the news ain't showing this picture?
Mark?
How is we just sat here and watched damn near 3 hours worth of news, and they would not show this picture. Why? Because they don't want the people getting onto the man motherfucking trail. They don't want the people getting onto this man trail. They want, remember they told us, listen to the FBI, the Secret Service, and them. Don't listen to nobody else who gonna do the digging. Well, you crazy, because we doing the digging right here.
Violets, a well-known Antifa extremist.
What?
Antifa? And he had reported.
Antifa? Those radicals who tricked black people into believing that they gave a damn about their black lives, and they ransacked neighborhoods and burnt stuff down in areas none of them ever lived in. and will call the police on your ass if you approach them in the area. Oh, he's Antifa? Woo, this chicken's coming home to roost. This is Joe Biden, them foot soldier.
Or reportedly uploaded a video on YouTube before the attack, and it was titled "Justice Was Coming." And he's making all these hand shooting gestures and all this other stuff. But this is the guy right here, whom is now deceased. And I seen some clips of the video rolling around out there. Much love, Crown Jewels. But this is him, no longer with us. The guy they took out on top of the building. Lone shooter that opened up with many shots, around a dozen shots or so. I didn't go and count them exactly. There was enough shots for me to say, hey, someone else had to get hit. There's no way they shoot right at him. It's just crazy that they catch him in his.
This is the dude that tried to kill Trump tomorrow. All shit gonna hit the fan, bro. If this is a Antifa member, that's just like a Black Lives Matter person assassinating. That's like a Black Lives Matter individual. If they would have took out Trump, everybody would, oh, Black Lives Matter. Oh, this is your this is or on the other side, if the Proud Boys would have took out Biden, say the Proud Boys took out Biden. If a Proud Boy member fire shots at Biden, they're gonna immediately say Trump. Trump. If anybody with MAGA shoot shots at Biden, they immediately say Trump. Everybody in mama know the Democrats, these are their foot soldiers. Antifa, these are their foot soldiers. They show up for the Democrats and attack certain cities and places and act like it's a damn protest.
I mean, just a little bit to the right.
I've been telling people about these goddamn.
Could be a different ball game. Regardless, I want all of you out there to realize.
Sabotaging blacks. Yeah, good motherfuckers.
This is history. This is history.
I've been called out Antifa because they see Antifa stand for anti-fascist, but they fascists. They are the fascists. You see, the Panthers was anti-fascist. They would have never locked arms with those goddamn radicals who are trying to get our kids to transition and all that type of nonsense. Don't give a damn about your lineage-based reparations. They don't give a damn about you. They got their own agenda.
You know, they will speak about this, and who knows what happens from here, but they'll speak about this for decades and decades to come. You know, it's very similar to JFK. In this instance, they didn't get him, but the dude over on the building in the grassy knoll, he took his shots, and it was pretty crazy watching it all unfold there. For all the people that were there live, hundreds, not thousands of people at this rally, you could see them in the background all around, kind of just stunned. But then you could see when it backed out, you could see a lot of these people rising up and looking to their right, which would be to the left, what you're looking at now. They were all looking over here, standing up and looking. And on the left side of that crowd, there was a person that was shot in the head, killed.
MK Ultra.
And the building from where the shots came from were from that direction as well. So
I already know what the news gonna say tomorrow. Mentally unstable, gun control, you know, stronger gun laws. But how do mentally unstable? They're gonna say he's mentally unstable. We're gonna get into mental health issues. They're gonna roll all of that out.
Trump was literally looking in the direction right at where the shooter was at. And I gotta say that the guy, whether the dude's a shill for BBC or not, or what, in that interview we just talked to, he witnessed this dude crawling around, but he had a very valid point. Why were they not on this building? They were on every other building around. How come they weren't watching that building? The one building you could have got a clean shot off. How's it even possible? Who dropped the ball there?
They made sure he can.
This place isn't big. Who dropped the ball there? How come there wasn't an agent? Because, man, when I go to just BLM rallies or stuff like that, man, there's agents on the roof everywhere. Let me tell you. Last time I was in Louisville for the armed NFAC march where they shot themselves up there, the feds were all over the rooftops. I mean, everywhere. Everywhere. It just, it's crazy. I think you meat puppet for the coffees. That is the best way to support the show. Thank you to the fullest. Much love. Shout outs to all the purebloods out there. Everybody checking in. This is clown world at this point in time, for sure. Trying to set up a moderator right there real quick. Got a lot of people in here, and thank you, Jeff. Look, this could be just a total different story right now. Is how I see it with this whole thing. But per the Butler Police Department, this is what they say here. That he has been arrested at the scene and been identified as Mark Violets. Okay? So we've got a conflict of information. We've got twisted stories here. And
they doing that on
this
purpose.
Is where we just got to keep digging. Go over here and check on some updates here real quick. Off the feeds. It was an innocent woman that was shot and killed in the crowd. So it was an innocent woman that was taken out in the far end of the stage, and I'm not going to show that because it's graphic. Jay Bear became a supporter over on Buy Me a Coffee. Thank you to the fullest. Checking the feeds here real quick. Then I'm gonna come over to the chat. I'm gonna see what you guys are saying. See what you guys think here. Elon Musk and company are commenting off the same clip that I just shared with you guys here. Look, the head of the Secret Service and the leader of the security detail should resign. Okay, after seeing this. So this is what.
What's so crazy? Russia knows exactly what happened because just like the CIA watches every move that Putin make, the Russia and the Chinese governments are spying on every move Biden and Trump make. Their satellite's gonna be watching that. And then remember I told you that too. Remember I said that. I'm the first person to tell y'all that. Those satellites gonna tell you the whole setup. Who worked with the guy? Who helped him get in position? That's what they not thinking about right now. They can play these games, but them satellites gonna tell exactly who worked with this shooter. It's gonna have the big above eye in the sky that's never gonna goddamn lie. Now Putin never gonna release it. He's no. It's not about releasing it, but he knows exactly what they just did to Trump.
Elon Musk now saying he's a full supporter of Donald Trump in this election. He wishes him well in his recovery. And that's where that's going. Here we go.
Salute.
Right there. DC Drano just now reporting, hearing that the Secret Service put a headshot on him on the roof. And there he is. They're on him. So the video that I showed you.
Yeah, they gave him a headshot after he got his shots.
All right, here we go. This is insane. This is insane. You're telling me this right here is huge. This is absolutely huge.
Now, remember, I was saying that earlier. I was saying, wait till we get an above look at how the snipers, what type of aerial view, what type of look they had from the vantage point that they was at, and we're gonna be able to see. It was no fucking way they didn't see that guy climbing up on that goddamn building to point that rifle at the president. They tell you they got a 360-degree perimeter with the president. Eyes everywhere at all times.
I was wanting this shot. I was thinking to myself just a second ago, we're going to have to go and try to look this up. Somebody already did it. This is key right here. You're telling me they did not clear a rooftop less than 150 yards away? How in the world is this dude shimmying with a rifle up right here? Right here on the roof.
They let him get up there.
With the clearest shot. With the clearest, if you could set a sniper up anywhere in here to take somewhere out, this was the spot. Man, dude, let me tell you something. I mean, to sit back and marinate on this for a second, right at the gate. If you were the security detail, if I'm the security detail, and I'm told that a high-profile individual is coming to this location, and that there's going to be all kinds of people set up behind there, in front, all down here, throughout the lawn, all around. There's going to be people all over the place. Okay? But the stage and the podium is going to be right here. Right there where you see the circle. So first thing I'm thinking is, okay, this little building right here, the closest, outside of these behind him, there should have been agents on the roof right here, and I think they said that there was. Why in the world do you not have agents on any of these roofs? How in the world do these agents not see or not watching this? Seriously. How? This is where red flags start flying all over the place. Okay? This is where down the road you're going to hear stories of people that were compromised or something. I can just, this has got all the feels to it of, oh my. They're going to take the ball and run with this. They always do. They never let a crisis go to waste. And this is crazy. You just lived today, on this July 13th, 2024, we've lived through a moment where Trump just survived an assassination attempt. Actually, it happened. It actually happened. Florio, man, brother, got to see you again in the flesh. Run them streets. It happened on 13/7, 137. It is a 33rd prime. It's 6/11, which is 9/11 upside down. Well, thank you for checking in with that in the chat and for the super chat there. I appreciate it to the fullest. Yeah, man. Let the information flow. That's what we're here to do. So I'm really this is like screaming everything right now. There's nothing else more important than this image to me right now. There's just not. I'd really like to see a lot more. Like I said, it's going to take some days. I'm going to have to compile some information, like where were that guy that was just talking? Like, where was he standing? I'm going to have to figure it out. I'm going to have to pin it on a map. You know, like, where was the security cutoff? Like, where was there, where people could no longer get in? There had to be a fence up, you know, and he was up above it with the clearest shot in here. You know, this just screams that something's not right.
Told you they used a kid, bro.
It absolutely
They used a 20-year-old kid that they trained, didn't get enough training, If they would have used a professional out that military, I told y'all that earlier, they would have hit Trump right in the head. He'd be dead right now. They used this kid, and he almost did it, except he took a piece of his ear off. He hit and then hit the other people in the throat. But now it's a fucked up shit because we don't know where all the shots came from. Just like with Kennedy, we don't know. They just killed this kid. They're gonna tell us he fired all the shots. We never gonna know who shot them other people in the throat. We never gonna know who shot Trump.
This image does. It just does. It does. It does. Oh my gosh! And the craziest thing is just like he comes back up and he's sitting there chanting like fight, fight, fight. Like,
shit, that man could be tied to Zelensky, man.
Starting to feel like J6 around here a little bit. I don't know, man. You can bet going to be marinating on this one for days and weeks and months to come. And they can say it was a lunatic dude. And look, one report I just showed you was saying that he's arrested. Which is it? Is he arrested? Huh? Or is he dead? We've got somebody on a rooftop that's no longer with us that apparently had a gun and they took out. It doesn't look like he's arrested. It looks like he's deceased. So I think we can put a stamp on that and kill that disinformation as well. Shooter definitely deceased. They got him on the roof. We've done seen it and shown it. And we got clarification that it was a woman.
But do we really know how long that dude been dead on that roof? Because now that I'm thinking about it, I'm like, damn, I don't know. I gotta go back and go about. We have a dude getting on a camera, and it was a British reporter. That threw me off. It wasn't an American reporter saying, yeah, he went up there. I told the police, I was telling everybody. He went up there. I'm asking him. He's the only person that said that. Where are the other people who saying, yeah, I was pointing at him too? We haven't heard nobody else come out and say, yeah, we seen him getting up there. We have one dude that they have planted on the news. He might be truthful. He might be. But now that I think about this thing, how do we know how long this dude been dead on this rooftop up here? He's saying, oh, I seen the Secret Service blow his head off. He's saying it. Have anybody else come forward and say they seen the Secret Service blow this man's head off? Because that go back to, we don't know who shot Trump.
Innocent woman in the crowd that was shot in the head and killed. So yeah. Please get that information out there. These are confirmations. You know, the person that was drug out in the crowd was not the shooter. It was a woman. And two people
Secret Service just throwing some dude up there. He ain't Tifa. Nah, y'all try to shoot Trump. Just blame this man.
Trump said to be fine. It's just crazy how they say he's fine. You know, like, yeah, he says he's fine. It's like, and on the one shot that I seen earlier, I can't find it. I'm sitting there trying to find it. It's a close-up or a freeze frame somebody took, and you can see Trump's ear. Oh, we got another. We got to here. See, and this is what you got to do. You got to look at multiple angles of news. I'd heard that just a minute ago, somebody said that it was a woman that was shot. Here in this newest update, an emergency room doctor who just gave an interview and is covered in blood here, and I'm not going to show the whole thing because there it was a guy. It's not a woman. They're saying that this person, this male, they all first thought that it was fireworks. And then someone said, he's been shot. He's been shot. So this ER doctor made his way over and he said, I'm an emergency department physician. Let me help you, the doctor explained. And he was trying to save the life of the guy that was shot. He was shot in the head.
They was giving out headshots.
And unfortunately, he wasn't able to save his life. Yeah, I'm not going to share that just because of all the blood and the graphic nature of it. Yeah, this is the latest. I just keep digging and refreshing, man. Make sure to follow me on X. Be sure to follow me on X for the latest updates as well. I just here's an image. People are asking, did he take one to the vest? Look at that right there. It sure looks like a hole.
Now,
right
somebody
there.
had told me about that one because somebody else, I might have been, somebody else said, well, he got hit in his vest too. I seen that report, but this is the first time I'm actually seeing. Okay, it looked like he did take one in the vest right there.
But he definitely didn't take a body shot. We haven't heard anything else. In terms of that wound or any wounds, the ear wound is something that I want to look at. There's some people are out there saying, this is a deadly head wound. And it matches Bible prophecy, all this crazy stuff. Reports are circulating that President Trump will still attend tonight's UFC fight. If true, it will be epic. Oh, you kidding me? They're going to walk into an open stadium like that. Like, I'm waiting for him to drop some information and say something like about a manifesto. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, God bless the USA and all the purebloods. Maverick, Texas. Much love. Thank you for that. It's an ear wound. That's what it said. Yeah, I mean, all kinds of people, like I said, have opinions and are going to try to connect it this way, this, that, and the other. But I approach things like an investigator. And try to just I'm a Libra, so I throw everything on the scale, kind of weigh it out, and try to take away the good, take away everything that we need from the information, and then get rid of the rest. Chew the meat, spit out the bone.
Appreciate the love, family. Salute.
And just checking here, a couple more updates. Looks like we've got some of the best information out there already, put forth. It just comes down to, I guess, how people are feeling right now. We already know it was the sniper on the roof that's gone, deceased. We reported on that while people were reporting that the shooter was in the crowd and taken out. And a lot of people pointing at this witness dude and what they saw, him and his companions, about seeing the shooter and like pointing him out. And like, I find it kind of crazy that all these people see the shooter up there on the roof taking position and no one engaging. I mean, again, this roof, the whole roof thing right here, and looking at this, it just screams at me, okay, and what I do, that just something's not right. And I think anyone that wants to go looking for the truth here in the matter, you come across this, the investigator in you is going to say, the best place in the whole area to set a shooter is where the shooter got into position. How is that possible?
Because that's where they told him to go.
How? Jobs. Heads should roll on this. People should be fired for sure. Into dropping the ball on this. Yeah, again, so some of these shots, little graphics, I'm not showing them. I'm going to get over here and I'm going to check the chat here for a second. See what you guys think here. And much love to everybody out there. Make sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification. Because if you don't, well, I'm going to tell you, come and check my channel every day. You guys get a chance because I'm going to be dropping videos every day. I go live Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, covering news 3 times a week right here on this channel. And even if you were subscribed, you probably wouldn't get an alert. That's why you got to come to my channel and check. So just make it a habit of coming and checking in on my channel. You'll see the latest stuff. And if you guys got anything you want to get to me, dabu7@yahoo.com is the email. Email start to fly. Everyone's just shaking their head like, which is crazy. Where the shots would have been coming from. Because remember, Trump was looking to his right. Trump's got his right hand raised in this shot. If he turned his head and looked toward his hand, he'd be looking to the right. Same direction that the gun's pointing. So up here, we have Secret Service. What looks to be Secret Service. On a tripod, mounted, with something in the scope. So it just, I don't know. The more information we get, the more interesting this becomes. I'm gonna trying to save some of these images here. Again, you guys got any updates or anything you want to get to me? dabu7@yahoo.com. Stay live at least for the next 10 minutes or so to the top of the hour. Try to get as many updates as we can. It seems like every few minutes or so we get something fresh here. All right, we got another yeah, he never moves. This is a good I got video here. Got fresh video. Hold on.
To our country.
The fresh video from where this image came from. And this is from a different angle. And this is crazy because people are
see they're gonna quit showing this type of shit. Well, you have not seen no news media showing this type of frame. And this is why they say don't listen to people on YouTube, don't listen to them. Because what you see is the Secret Service, one of them. Remember, I told you it's probably about 4 out there with him. They got a 360-degree coverage of him. This is one of the snipers already looking out. They tell you they supposed to just be covering inside the perimeter. This sniper don't cover no inside, no perimeter. They outside the perimeter, making sure nobody can get on buildings and things of that nature, which this guy here is going to take the shot after Trump was already got shot. Well, what is he doing right now? Come on, man. They watching that man. They watch Trump don't know it. They watching that man get on that building, man.
People are raising the question, why is the sniper up top locked into the direction of where the shots are coming from, and he never fires a shot, nothing ever happens?
Because they set him up.
Yeah, could be. Kept bar. Yes, the shooter is gone. I just want to play this clip. It's a fresh angle. Let's just take a look together. And a much love to everybody out there.
Took over. And look what happened to our country. Probably 20 million people. And you know, that's a little bit old, that chart. That chart's a couple of months old. And if you want to really see something that said, take a look at what happened. Took over. And look what happened to our country. Probably 20 million people.
Here's another thing. Here's an observation. Here, I'm going to give you one of my takeaways here. Okay? Here's another one. This sniper, he is frozen. He is frozen in one spot, okay? Almost directly like where the shooter's at. These shots rang out. Shots rang out. Trump's getting up off the ground. This sniper is locked into the same position. Gerardo, thank you for the super chat. Now, you're telling me that there's a sniper on the roof locked on to a certain spot somewhere openly. We can all see him locked into a certain spot before shots are fired. Shots are fired, multiple shots. Trump goes down. Trump's back up on his feet already, about to pump his fist and get the whole crowd going. You're telling me this sniper hasn't flinched? How come he hasn't moved to where the shooter is? Oh, you're going to say he's on the shooter now. Well, that meant that he was on the shooter the whole time. That meant that he had him in the scope beforehand. This dude never moved. How can you be a sniper, shots be fired, and you not move the gun or turn around to go toward where the shots are fired? I think not. This is another huge red flag right here for me. These are the things, man, that I catch, and I'm like, man, hold on. This ain't right. This isn't right. It's not right. You see? Man, they ain't perfect.
You go, it's like the movie The Shooter. It's like the movie, is that the shooter that Mark Wahlberg in? When they setting him up and they acting like they using him to see how you would protect the president, but really they setting his ass up to be the shooter. And the president sitting there talking just like this, and it's all everybody know about the nigga who finna get shot. You don't know what's going on. you know, and they locked on to their patsy. And like I said, we don't know how many shots that patsy fired. But we do know this sniper up here, like the dude said, never moved. After the shots go off, never moved. So you whatever you locked on to, and you never change your position.
Okay, so
regardless when the president got shot or not, you never moved.
That's what jumps out at me. Why is the one dude that we actually get to see, the one sniper and shooter that we do see, froze up on something, and even when the shots rang out, he's still locked on it, same spot. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Unless he was locked onto the shooter beforehand, if you ask me.
Well, he was locked onto a position. He watched the shooter climb up there and get a position.
I wish I seen could have the whole raw thing. It's just going to take days from all these weeks, from all these different angles to tear into this. So you can see that directly behind where Trump was, on top of these buildings behind him, that's where this sniper was. So right here, Trump was right here on the stage. That sniper was sitting like either right here or right here. So one of these roofs, right behind Trump, and we could see him. So it was right here on these buildings. And he's pointing to the right, this direction. Right to this spot. Man, we've already accumulated enough evidence and information here and threw out enough red flags to warrant a major investigation into all this, with all this to be thrown out onto the table.
Secret Service.
And I'm seeing on the feeds now all kinds of people asking these questions. Like I said, even Elon Musk's like saying the CIA, Secret Service, all these people, like, the head should roll because of the crappy job of trying to secure him. Like, and other people are saying the same thing what we're saying right now about how was the shot open? How did anyone even get there? You know, it's thank you again to everybody out there tagging and sending information. Okay, let me see what we got here. I think I got something on this ear. Okay. Not the shot I was looking for, but yes. His whole ear is there. It's the upper right part that is said to be bloody, where the blood came from, like the upper right part of the ear got grazed. Basically got grazed. So hold on a second. So Trump posted on Truth Social. Let me see if I can find that, Florio. Tag me. Okay, he says, let's see this. This is Trump's statement. Paul, thank you. Much love. Donald J. Trump says, I want to thank the United States Secret Service. Really? Who comes out and thanks the men that just dropped the ball that just about got you killed? This doesn't make any sense. The action of it, dude. Asking, dude. Oh my gosh. I'm going to go ahead and read the rest. He says, I want to thank the United States Secret Service and all the law enforcement for their rapid response on the shooting that just took place in Butler, Pennsylvania. Most importantly, I want to extend my condolences to the family of the person at the rally who was killed, and also to the family of another person who was badly injured. It is incredible that such an act can take place in our country. Nothing is known at this time about the shooter. Yes, it is. We done told you. Who is now dead. I was shot with the bullet. How does he not know? How does he not know? How can he make that statement? Nothing is known. When all of us are sitting here reporting on it, got his name, they showed all this stuff, they showed him dead, laid out. Like, come on. Like, his YouTube post, pointed it all out. Like, come on, dude. We are quicker than this. Like, none of this is making sense. It says nothing is known at this time about the shooter, who is now dead. I was shot with the bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear, exactly as we said. I knew immediately that something was wrong and that I heard a whizzing sound, shots, and immediately felt the bullet ripping through the skin. Much bleeding took place, so I realized then what was happening. God bless America. Ivy Rolls, thank you. That's a statement. Again, I'm bewildered. Yes, I've saved. Everybody save the video clips as much of everything as you can. Thank you for the coffee, Deanne. That is the best way to support the show. You can find links below. And thank you for the super chats there, guys. All of it appreciated. Make sure to sub up, subscribe to the channel. I'm going to keep pulling up fresh information here real quick. Checking the chat. Again, dapu7@yahoo.com. If you guys got anything, and okay. Thank you to the fullest, Daz, my brother. I hope all is well out there with you, man. You can see his top right ear where it had been hit and grazed. It's the clearest, closest shot that I've seen. It's actually the one that I shared by video. So he gets grazed in the top right of his ear. That's where he got hit.
Peace alert, revolutionary salute to our family, y'all. Israel 32. Peace alert. My first donation, but a much needed one to the War Chest family. I appreciate the love. Revolution is a way of life.
Well, he just told you, and that is, that's the closest, clearest visual confirmation on the wound that I think you're going to see or find. I've been scouring. I haven't seen Jay from the shadows, man. Much love. I hope all is well. It's about that time, guys. I know a lot of stuff been going on everybody's lives since lockdowns, but we're in a window. We're in a crazy window. House Obama sends its regards. Yeah, well, this is historic. There ain't no other way around it. This is historic. I think in the coming days and weeks, you're going to see a lot of people talking about these details. You're going to see a lot of videos, a lot of live streams, people saying some of the things that we cover here tonight. Thank you, Hoodie Ross. Hey, everyone out there. Well, I think I got another one. Adam became a supporter. Thank you for the support over on Buy Me a Coffee. That is the best way to support the channel. I do got I told you just every couple minutes we got fresh ones coming in. And shout outs to Big E on this one. Much love. Thank you for this one. Talk about just missed him. You can see it in this shot. Wow. Man, I tell you what, like, this is wildness. So the people that's had the time to slow down the clip and freeze the frame and see exactly what's going on, look at the bullet right there in the frame. Man, like, if this scenario was to be 100, then this is wild. You know, so many different aspects to this that we're like, hold on, what's going on here? How was there a breakdown in the security of the Secret Service to allow someone to get a shot? This is like an inside job setup, and a definite assassination plot. Man, the rabbit holes are going to run deep on this stuff. Yeah, man. So,
Nah, they can't
Matt,
have
thank you. Hey, God bless.
Howdy, y'all. I'm Brylan. I want to say first and foremost, let's keep President Trump in prayer, as well as all the victims that were involved. And you're going to see the tragic details of that. But let's pray for the families of those involved in this. So here's what can really only be described as the iconic photo of Trump immediately after the attack on him at his Pennsylvania rally today. In this video, I want to share details of what happened in this attack. I want to share with you the response from the Trump campaign on how he is doing. And I also want to share with you the way that the mainstream media is reporting on what happened to Trump at the rally today. It is insane. I also want to share with you how Democrats are reacting to this and show you how it's absolute hypocrisy at its finest. And I'm going to show you why. I'm also going to share with you Biden's reaction to all of this. He just reacted to it and put out a statement. I'm also going to show you this here. This is a man that said that he warned Secret Service of a suspicious man on a rooftop. It's going to blow your mind how Secret Service reacted to him. Last but not least, I'm going to reveal to you somebody that said they weren't going to endorse anybody who has now come out to endorse Trump after what happened today. I'm just going to say that this is one of the biggest names on earth. First, I want to start by showing you this. This is some of the headlines from the mainstream media reporting on what happened to Trump today. But I want you to see how USA Today, and the reason I have it on this page and not on their actual website is because you're going to see that they actually updated their title, the title of their article, because, well, look how insane it is. It says, Trump removed from stage by Secret Service after loud noises startles former president. Can you believe the absolute insanity? At this point, when they put this article out, in fact, they even have the picture of Trump with blood on his face. And they're saying that he was removed from the stage after loud noises startled him. This is the left at their finest, trying to downplay what actually happened because they know that this shows how insane the left is, how insane the side that provoked this kind of attack on Trump. And then when you click on their article, now the article title is updated to say Donald Trump rushed from stage at rally after apparent gunshots. One person and shooter did not make it. Now they still can't come to terms with the fact that of what happened because they know that this is going to make them look bad because they're the perpetrators in all reality. And they still, after apparent shots, are you kidding me? You see pictures and video of Trump himself gushing from the side of his head And they're literally even talking about the very next line is that one person and the shooter didn't make it. It's absolutely, it's disgusting. It's perverted, these people. In fact, here's video immediately after Trump getting hit. Now, the mainstream media knows this. They knew this. They see this. And they still try to make it sound like, oh, after apparent loud noises. Wow.
Revolutionary salute to our family, to Fari Goldie for the donation to the War Chest. Revolutionary way of life. I appreciate the love, family. Salute.
Clearly has been hit. It looks like he's saying fight.
He is saying fight.
As if he's not going to stop fighting. That this isn't going to stop him.
Right now,
he's going to keep fighting, and that's why this picture. I mean, absolutely, this is the Democrats' worst nightmare right here. Is this? I think by morning you're going to see this on T-shirts, on hats. So after that moment, here's a video of an actual ER doctor talking about what happened and him actually helping somebody that was wounded on the scene.
That's exactly where I heard him come from. What did you see, sir?
I heard the shots. I thought it was firecrackers to begin with. Somebody over there was screaming, he's been shot. So I made my way over. I said, I'm an emergency department physician. Let me help you. The guy had spun around and was jammed between the benches. He had a headshot here. There was lots of blood, and he had brain matter. So I got him. There's a helicopter coming in to get him.
So yes, this is an absolute tragedy. There were people that I think it's going to come out, unfortunately, that multiple people lost their lives in this attack. And let's pray for them and their families. Now, it's this kind of stuff that's bewildering to me because, again, this isn't about what you think about Trump or how you feel about Donald Trump or any of that, whether you're Republican or Democrat, conservative, liberal, none of that. This is just the cold, hard facts. Right here, you have Democrats condemn apparent attack at Trump rally. Apparent. Again, there's that word they love to use, apparent. Even though there's video, there's literally people drenched in blood. Trump is holding his ear while blood is gushing down his face, yet it's just loud noises and apparently something happened. I don't know. But this is the type of hypocrisy.
Yeah. We heard the news, earlier the news was saying Trump says he was shot. We like, Trump says we seen it. But it's just like when they said Hamas said so many people got killed because they want you to not believe what Hamas said. So when they say Trump is saying they don't want you to believe nothing, well, apparently Trump may have been shot. These people are disgusting. Control the narrative. But they're trying to protect themselves. They know they set the stage for this. They call him, man, Hitler said he was a dictator, said he wanted to be king for life. He's taking your democracy. They set the stage because they wanted people not to give a shit when he got killed, but he survived.
That you see come out of so many people in our government. Top Democrats quickly condemned the apparent attack that took place at former President Trump's rally in Pennsylvania on Saturday. Trump appeared to grab his ear before he dropped behind the lectern, but it's all just apparently happened or something. But here's the response from Schumer. Look at this. I am horrified by what happened at the Trump rally in Pennsylvania and relieved that former President Trump is safe.
No, you're not. It was Chuck Schumer, the small hat, Oregon guy. He said the intelligence agencies had hunted ways from Sunday to screw over Trump, and they said they was going to screw him over. He said that. Trump should have never crossed the intelligence agencies. That's what Chuck Schumer said. So this is one of them ways that the intelligence agency can get back at Trump. Come on, man. Chuck knows exactly what happened.
Really, my thoughts and prayers are with the former President Trump. Nancy Pelosi. As one whose family has been the victim of political violence, I know firsthand the political violence of any kind has no place in our society. I thank God that former President Trump is safe. Wow. Someone like Pelosi. He
was Hitler. So you want Hitler to be safe? You see the game? They call a man Hitler night and day. Now they're telling us, oh, they thank God. Thank you, God, that Hitler's okay. Oh, thank you that Julius Caesar, the dictator, is okay. The people, these people disgusting. Now they're trying to say they asses because somebody tried to kill the president. And now we have all of their statements on what they said. They gaslight people. They talk about political violence not okay. You said the man was Hitler.
Invoking God. I mean, it doesn't get any more ironic than that. But the list goes on. I mean, all of the Democrats, all the leftists, the liberals are saying that they're so thankful that Trump is safe. How wonderful. Really. These are the same people that have been calling Trump Hitler for 8 years now. These are the same people that have called Trump the worst names on earth, say he is literally going to end our democracy, which, again, remember, democracy to them means absolute and total control over you, the American citizens. We're not even a democracy anyway, but they love to use that word democracy. We are a republic. Oh, and they hate that word so much because, well, it belittles their control. So pretend like it's Hitler is the one that got hit by a bullet. Would they be saying, oh, thank God that Hitler survived? Thank God that the most evil person on earth.
That's how you got to see this. And this is really how it's supposed to be put back. I hope somebody asked him this. Well, if he's Hitler and if he's the worst dictator in the world, why are you happy he didn't die? I mean, didn't you want Hitler to get taken out? So they have to admit they was using hyperbole and they was gaslighting people because either he's Hitler or he's not. If he's not Hitler, why the hell are you saying these things? Come on, man. These people ran a con on the people. Now they got to pay.
Is okay? I don't get it. These people are literally, in their minds, they're thanking God that Hitler's life was saved. It doesn't get any more bizarre than that. These people are not sincere. They do not believe what they're saying. Biden is saying that he is grateful to hear that Trump is safe and has been briefed on what happened.
No,
again,
he said Donald. He said Donald. He said, I called Donald. They told us to call him Donald. Don't say Trump. Why? Because they didn't ran the name Trump into the ground. That's like saying Hitler. So we can't say Trump because we told everybody Trump is synonymous with Hitler. So he said, I tried to call Donald. Come on, Donald. Come on, now, Trump. Say Trump. Say Trump. Say his name. Come on, right?
These people are talking out of both ends. So again, here's an update from the Trump campaign. They put out, they said that Trump's condition, they said that Trump is fine. A spokesperson said former president is fine and is being checked at a medical facility. The Secret Service also said in a statement that the former president is safe. And then law enforcement officials are saying that this is being investigated as an attempted assassination of the ex-president. Now check this out. This is a man that said he warned Secret Service of a suspicious man on a rooftop. I want you to see how Secret Service reacted to him.
And listen to the rally, right? We couldn't see him, but we could hear him. So we walked up, and probably 5 to 7 minutes of Trump speaking. I'm estimating here. I have no idea, but we noticed the guy crawling, bear crawling up the roof of the building beside us, 50 feet away from us. So we're standing there, we're pointing at the guy crawling up the roof.
And he had a gun, right?
He had a rifle. We could clearly see him with a rifle. Absolutely. We're pointing at him. The police are down there running around on the ground. We're like, hey, man, there's a guy on the roof with a rifle. And the police were like, huh, what? Like they didn't know what was going on. We're like, hey, right here on the roof. We can see him from right here. We see him. He's crawling. And next thing you know, I'm thinking to myself, why is Trump still speaking? Why have they not pulled him off the stage? I'm standing there pointing at him for, 2 or 3 minutes. Secret Service is looking at us from the top of the barn. I'm pointing at that roof, just standing there like this. And next thing you know, 5 shots ring out.
So you're certain that the shots came from that guy on the roof?
100%.
And again, the media is trying to treat this as if you couldn't have been right. Well, more information has come out. And yeah, it was that man on the roof that he was pointing at and that others were pointing at, trying to warn Secret Service and trying to warn the police. And they ignored him, completely ignored him. And this is what happened. This is the kind of stuff that these moments in time make you realize. I mean, you have people like Musk here saying, I fully endorse President Trump and hope for his rapid recovery. Now, if I remember right, he said that he was not going to endorse anybody. But this is what this kind of situation is going to do. But I just want to say that this is one of the absolute most pivotal moments in our country that we're living in right now. And for something like this to happen, this is one of those moments that you can't stay silent on. You know, and obviously this brings up thoughts of Kennedy, you know, and what happened to him. But also I think of Reagan, Ronald Reagan, and how there was an attempt on his life that didn't work. And in fact, you know, he went into the hospital room and asked the doctor if he was a Democrat and wanted to make sure that all the surgeons were Republicans to make sure he was going to leave that hospital alive. Just showed Reagan's sense of humor in such a dark time. And I think you're going to see something similar from Trump. I want you to remember this. This is 1 Timothy chapter 2. This is not about how you feel about any candidate. This is about praying for your leaders regardless of who they are. Check this out. First of all, then I urge that supplications, prayers, intercessions, and thanksgivings be made for all people, for kings, and all who are in high positions, that we may lead a peaceful and quiet life, godly and dignified in every way. This is good and pleasing in the sight of God, our Savior, who desires all people to be saved and to come to the knowledge of the truth. For there is one God, and there is one mediator between God and men, the man, Jesus Christ, who gave himself as a ransom for all, which is the testimony given at the proper time. We must pray for our leaders. We must pray that no matter who is the president, no matter who is running for office, that God would use them to bring himself glory, first and foremost, and for God to be honored through whoever leads our country or any nation on earth. Remember, God is sovereign. God is in control. Let's pray that our nation would turn away from wickedness, turn our hearts to God, and allow us to be a nation that serves God, honors God, so that we can be blessed again as a nation. But hey, let me know your thoughts.
What's going on in the United States? What has happened to Donald Trump?
Well, there's been concern for a long time that the opponents of Donald Trump, the Democrats in particular, would try to assassinate him. People say, well, you can't accuse the Democrats of that. Well, they've been trying to destroy Trump for since Hillary Clinton launched her bogus claims that Trump was under the influence of Russia. So the Democrats who are leading the Trump derangement syndrome, and even right now, there's some of the comments I've been reading on X, shitter, as it's called, and the other social media, where they're saying, "Damn, the guy that shot him missed." Oh, how bad a shooter can, they're upset that they didn't kill Trump, but the shooter did kill some other people. His shots missed. We still don't know what caliber. From what I heard, it sounded to me that it was a low caliber 22, long rifle 22, Magnum perhaps, but it could have been something bigger from an AR platform. Depends on the distance. The shooter was outside the venue, so that because this is summertime, they're doing a pretty thorough screening of people getting into the event, which means, people are wearing shorts and, the beach T-shirts, with the straps. They call them wife beater shirts. So, people they're not dressed with long pants and heavy coats that you can hide a gun. So it was unlikely that it was in the venue. And it turns out, I was correct on that. It was outside. I don't know the distance. The distance is important. If he was on a building that was, say, 200 yards from where Trump was, firing a long rifle, the 22 long rifle, that's about the maximum distance for that round. Think of this as like a rocket ship that rocket takes off. It's got all that fuel pushing it forward, but as the fuel runs out, gravity takes over and slows the rocket down, and so its ability to accelerate stops and it starts decelerating. Same thing happens with the bullet. When you fire a cartridge, it expels the bullet from the shell casing, and that bullet travels downrange, and it's affected by a number of things. It doesn't travel flat and level because the earth is round, and even over a short distance, the bullet is going to travel in an arc. That's why when you have a rifle and you're trying to zero it in to make sure it shoots accurately, you do it at different yards, say 25 yards or 50 yards, to determine if the rifle, the size of the caliber you're shooting. So whoever was shooting this had to deal with the distance traveled, as well as the wind that's blowing, as well as temperature. It's very hot, so the heat can create some waves, which can also distort your vision. And then you've got the shooter themselves. Anybody that tries to go out and sit down and hold something perfectly still, you're going to get movement, little movement. It's called the natural arc of movement. Everybody has it. You get it from breathing, the fact the blood courses through your veins, and that's not a big deal if you're firing a gun
and hit them in the ear
at, say, 3 yards or 5 yards. It's not going to move that much. But when you're firing at 150, 200, 250 yards, all of a sudden that bullet moves a lot. And so when I heard pop, 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 there may have been more. I thought I heard like 4 shots. Trump was turning to his right, looking almost at it like a 90-degree, 70-degree angle. The shots came from that direction. And the shot grazed his right ear. It may have hit his ear, may have hit him in the side of the head, but you could tell when it hit, it was more like getting stung by a bee as opposed to getting hit with a punch. Because if you get hit full force, let's say with a 5.56 round, it's gonna hit, and you're gonna react in a much more visible way of being hit, like you've been punched or something. And in particular, a headshot, sometimes the heads explode. Thank God that didn't happen here. But I don't want to minimize that these were somehow not lethal rounds, because apparently one of the rounds that missed Trump, so they're firing. If Trump is facing north, and there's that crowd that's behind him to the south, this person was shooting from east to west, and so it was going in, across the stage. And one of the bullets that missed apparently hit somebody who was sitting behind Trump, sitting off to the side, watching. They were struck and killed. At least one other person was wounded as well. Fortunately, they did immediately locate the shooter once he started, and he was taken out. They shot and killed him. We'll find out who he is in the coming hours.
Yeah. Larry, I remember when there was an election here in Brazil, we had Bolsonaro running, and when he came to our state here in Minas Gerais, in a city called Juiz de Fora, he got stabbed in his belly. And that was the outcome for him before the election. He won the election.
Oh, this is going to force the Democrats to shut the hell up. It's going to, because then they can be accused of threatening Trump's life, and possible legal charges now flowing from that. So this is definitely gonna. I think it's gonna boost Trump's support. I mean, it's gonna. I think it's gonna. The amount of money that's going to flow into his campaign now is just going to be off the charts. It's going to rally people to him that may have previously been lukewarm. But the fact that the Democrats would go to such lengths to try to kill him, and I'm not saying that the Democrat Party officially tried to do this, no.
CIA,
but certain people that are
they did
supporting Biden or some other candidate opposed to Trump, they felt so compelled to go out that they were going to try to kill the man, and they were trying for a headshot.
They didn't try.
I mean, the fact that they're trying to hit here, and it hit here, and I can't emphasize enough that, like, if you're shooting out to 200 yards, just the simple. If I breathe like that, you see how my hands are moving? Just that amount of movement, boy, is going to throw that bullet way out of line. And that, the Trump got lucky. Now, I was glad to see how quick the Secret Service responded. I did have prior experience with the Secret Service at Trump's Mar-a-Lago residence. This was 2 years ago. We were invited, my wife and I were invited to attend a dinner. And so I'm a concealed carry. I carry a firearm in Florida. And so we had the firearms in the car. We drove on to Mar-a-Lago. And the one Secret Service agent says, "Do you have any firearms in the car?" I said, "Well, yeah, we've got two. They're, locked in the console." He goes, "Oh, you can't have those on the property?" I go, "Oh, okay." So I dropped everybody off, drove back to the hotel, put the firearms in a safe, drove back to the event, and drove up. And he says, "Do you have those firearms?" I go, "No." "Okay, go on through." He didn't check me. I could have lied. The first time, that's all I had to say. "Do you have any firearms?" "No, we don't." All I had to do was lie. Then we got, the car was parked, walked inside, didn't go through a metal detector. There was no screening whatsoever. So when I saw that, I said, "Good Lord, Trump is, this." I talked to a couple of the Secret Service guys later, like, "What the hell are you doing? Why so sloppy?" This is pretty loose ass security in my view. And yeah, I've got some experience with it. For I don't claim to be a Secret Service expert, but good God, the basics of how to secure and defend a perimeter, I do know about that.
Larry, do you think this guy that was shooting at Donald Trump was in the crowd, or he was?
No, he was not in the crowd. Everybody that was in, so that's what I'm trying to explain. Everybody who was sitting there in that crowd, it was an enclosed venue. So to get in that venue, you had to pass through a screening checkpoint. You had to go through a metal detector. They looked in your backpack. They checked to make sure that you didn't have any firearms. And the people were wearing shorts and shirts like this, or shirts with just, a strap like you'd see on the beach. So they didn't have clothing on that could hide a rifle, hide a gun. It wasn't from inside, and they found the shooter now. They've got him. They killed him. He was on top of a roof outside the venue. At this time, I don't know what the distance is from where Trump was to the top of that roof.
Why did they kill him?
You've got security personnel outside the perimeter. They have rifles. They're carrying usually 5.56, maybe 300 blackout, which is a different round, a little bit bigger than a 5.56 round. But so they've got loaded rifles ready to go. They heard and saw the shooter, and they turned and fired at the shooter and killed the shooter. Stopped the threat.
Yeah,
that's why they killed him.
Do we have any information on who was the shooter?
Not yet. It may be out there, but I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah. It's unbelievable, Larry.
Yeah. Well, it's I was watching RT, and they had some report on, and all of a sudden they came through breaking news, and boy, they started talking about Trump's been shot, and I went, holy, if the Russians are reporting it, it's gone around the world. This is huge. This is going to really add a new dimension to the course of this political campaign. But did you see the video of Trump?
Yeah, I saw it. He was just bleeding.
You saw he had two streams of blood coming off his right ear.
Exactly.
But he stood up and was defiant.
Yeah.
Raising his fist, saying, "Fight, fight."
Yeah.
And so, I think what you can expect to see, like, if there are one or two people that were killed, Trump's going to be attending their funerals, and so that's going to become, he's going to show how these innocent victims were killed by this madman, and by then they're going to have an identification that he's a Democrat Party activist, probably.
Do we know how many people got killed?
And let me go. Apparently 2 so far, in addition to the shooter.
Do you think that he's gonna continue his campaign, or he's gonna just?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. No, absolutely. He's, if he retreated, some people would understand it, but he's not going to do that. He's going to come out and stand up and say, "Hey," and they're going to, they'll do extra planning, I'm sure, for the events to make sure that that all areas that would provide lines of fire at the stage are patrolled and controlled. Patrolled and controlled.
I think the outcome of this attack on Trump is that if the Democratic Party had a little chance of winning the 2024, it's just gone. It's not there anymore.
Yeah, this is now Barack Obama and others, they realize how bad this is, and they're coming out saying, "Oh man, there's nothing justifies political violence, and we're so glad that Donald Trump survived." They're lying their asses off. They would have been quite happy if he'd died. They just wouldn't admit it. But they're saying, "Oh yeah, no, this is terrible." And then privately, under their breath, they're probably saying, "Yeah, it's terrible that the shooter missed."
Facts.
Because there are Democrats saying that. It's on Twitter. I mean, it's, I'm not putting words into their mouths. That is definitely coming out. So this is going to inflame the domestic politics here. You can bet your life on that.
To be honest, I think that there are a lot of Republicans that they would be happy because Cheney, if you see, just
there are the anti-Trumpers are not confined to the Democrat Party, and that's part of Trump. Trump has his faults clearly, but the one thing he represents is a threat to the status, this corrupt, criminal status quo. I just got a note. The shooter was identified as a Chinese national.
Wow.
That's an interesting twist. So we'll see. We'll see if he was also an illegal migrant. So this could go off in a whole variety of directions.
Go figure. Follow me.